It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Dodgers sweep the Cubs in the MLB Tokyo Series. The National League East preview, we're going to get into that. And the March Madness bracket, as we will proclaim and show you what is going to happen when it comes to the bracket. And much, much more on a new show of Job in the Mouth. We're going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't let it go.
There is no Tomarios tonight. As we all know, this is Joba in the Mouth. And it is a beautiful day out here in Long Island, New York. 64 degrees, ladies and gentlemen, as it seems like spring is right around the corner. Again, you're listening to Joba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Obviously, Mr. O himself, the Tick himself, will be joining us a little bit later. Our PR Nithin, a.k.a. the one and only Cowboys fan. Well, he is, the Cowgirls fan. And the one, Nick Goody, will be joining us a little bit later in the show. And Tommy, the Poop himself, he's on his way as well. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I know everybody's probably wondering, where is that wonderful sofa behind you? Well, ladies and gentlemen, after I had hot flashes last show, I had to change it. It's too hot in the studio. We have the windows open. It is unbelievably hot. We have how many monitors in here? We've got 2 TVs. We got 3 monitors going at the same time in a 10 by 10 studio. So it is a little hot in here. So I swung the way with my chair. So just for
that was your excuse for hot flashes?
That is my excuse. Yes, it was absolutely my excuse. It's definitely an excuse, but nevertheless, I'm going to enjoy this chair for the next couple of months until the summer is over and the winter is around the corner. But happy to be here. Like I said, 64 degrees today. It was one of those spring days that you absolutely love. A little breeze, and I got a chance to enjoy it a little bit outside with the spring smell. Joba, when you go outside here in New York, you've lived here in New York, it has that smell, and I can't explain it. It's not the grass. It's not, you just smell it in the air that the spring is here. And I just love it when I smell spring. I was born in the spring. I was born April 29th, 1982. My birthday is a month away as I turn the big 4-3. How are you, Joba?
Good. Well, you guys got the good weather because it's been 75 to 80 degrees the last 2 days. And then we had a blizzard warning today and had wind, rain, snow, and then it's supposed to be 65 degrees tomorrow. So as I've said before, this bipolar weather of which I live in strikes again, and no kids had school, nothing. And it's just like, I just text everybody and I was like, why are we surprised? And then literally going to the store. They were like out of just like random stuff. And I was like just trying to pick up like little things. And I was like, I don't need any. I really don't need to go to the store. But I stopped at the store. I'm like, people, we live in Nebraska. We know it's going to snow. The roads will be clear in 2 hours. If you don't have enough food for 2 hours, I mean, come on.
What is it with people with the weather? It snows, it rains, there's a warning, and everybody flees all the way and just takes all the toilet paper. What is it with people and toilet paper?
Toilet paper and bread.
I don't get it. What are you losing buying toilet paper? Dude, I'll use my hand and wash my hands. I mean, seriously, what is the point?
There's some cultures that use their hands.
Yeah, I know. Nithin knows all about that, right, Nith?
Now I just saw.
Oh my God, you guys are crazy. Yo, I'm eating my food right now. Come on, man.
Now they have reusable ones that you can wash.
Yeah. What's up, Joba? What's up, Speedy? What's up, Arrow? How you guys doing?
Reusable hands?
Oh my God.
You can always wash them.
Well, that's true. I guess that's
true.
true.
Guess what I'm eating right now. Ready?
What are you
eating? I'm eating a mac and cheese burger and truffle fries.
All right. Get him out of here. Speedy, get him out of here. Get him out of here. This guy is eating a nice, delicious burger, and I'm here hosting a radio show. How dare him? I haven't even eaten today. This is not fair.
He's gonna need a wipe after that mac and cheeseburger and truffle fries.
He might need some. Nathan might need some reusable hands too.
And you can tell it's cold over there in Nebraska. He's wearing his onesie. So, you will never catch me dead wearing a onesie ever. I don't think you could pay me enough. You could buy me an authentic job in the mouth onesie, and I still won't wear it.
They're the most comfortable. Foreverlazy.com, they are fantastic. Like fleece, they got pockets. You don't even have to take it off when you got a boo-boo. You can use your dude wipes and just zip it in the back and then just drop trow and go. It's fantastic. It's great.
It's not for me. It's definitely not for me. It's definitely your thing. Maybe, that'll be one of the companies we work with as a sponsor. We'll use their onesies. Everybody will wear a onesie but me. I can't wear it. I'm sorry. Whoever it is, forever, whatever they call themselves, I'll promote them. I'll do whatever they want. I'm just not wearing a onesie.
I've always done it. Like, I don't wear them to sleep. Everybody's like, why are you wearing your jammies? And I'm like, I'm not wearing jammies. Like, I wear this out. Like, I wear this in public. Like, it's comfy. And people always complain. They're like, why? I actually had a grown man give me a compliment the other day because I was wearing one. And
Don't
he was like,
you went to the supermarket with a onesie on.
100%. I go everywhere.
Seriously?
I go everywhere.
I do go to the mall. I will say this for all the fans out there. I do go to the mall in my pajamas. I don't care what people think in my pajamas. I have what am I wearing right now? Hold on. I'm wearing, what is this? The Dutton Ranch. I love this show, by the way. It is fantastic. Yellowstone. Look at my Yellowstone. Hold on. Oh, look at that. Look at that. There it is. I'm wearing Yellowstone pajamas. So it's one of my favorite shows. It is an all-time great show. I love that show. It's one of the best. And if you haven't seen it, guys, obviously it's over now. I'm not going to tell you what happens, but it is a fantastic, fantastic show. You got to check it out if you've never seen Yellowstone. It is wonderful.
I think Speedy could pull off a onesie, I think.
Oh, yeah. Speedy has a onesie. 100% has a onesie. No question has a onesie. I know Fish would wear a onesie. 100%. Nathan definitely would wear a onesie. 100% would wear a onesie. Scoops would wear a onesie. I know Nick would. I'm the only one probably here. Owen will definitely wear a onesie. I think I'm the only one here that probably will never wear a onesie. They would have to customly make something that's not a onesie, like it's like a shirt that looks like a onesie and then a bottom. I cannot wear a onesie.
Joba at my parents' house, they have what are called comfies, which are probably a bigger version of it, where it's like a blanket inside of the like what you're wearing, like a onesie. It's even bigger than that, and much more comfortable.
Yeah, I can't.
Trust me, I have that as well, like the big, real big, sweatshirt type deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
very comfortable. It's like a makeshift blanket. It's very good.
Oh, it's fantastic. The only thing I adjust with my onesie, I take the footies off because the footies are off.
The footy.
But I have to coordinate my shoes with my hat with my outfit. So shoes and my onesie game has to be on point because I can't be lacking in that direction.
You just made my nipples hard.
I'm sure your nipples have been hard plenty of times with those onesies.
Speaking of nipples, a little bit later in the show, we'll be talking to former Titans and Giants All-Pro linebacker. He's been on our show before. The one and only Keith Bulluck will be joining us. Fantastic interview. He really is great. We're going to get into the Giants, his thoughts on the Giants' acquisitions this offseason, and where does he think the Giants should go? Obviously in the draft, and even his Titans has a chance to get the number 1 pick. Where does he think they go? And I know he works with the Titans.
Yes.
He does a lot of different things with the Titans. So I'd love to hear what Keith Bulluck has to say about the one and only Titans. But speaking of Titans, the Los Angeles Dodgers are, the talk of the town. There's no question that they are. The Dodgers swept the Cubs in the MLB Tokyo opening series, a series that did very well in ratings. As we all know, viewership went up 32.2% in Japan from the last year's Korea series, and the first game that had 18.2 million United States viewers, which was the highest game of the World Series. In his MLB debut, Roki Sasaki threw 100 miles per hour multiple times, only allowed 1 hit, but lasted only 3 innings. The Dodgers broadcaster Steven Nelson took shots at fans that claimed the Dodgers are ruining baseball, saying these are the same fans that made jokes about them when they lost in the playoffs with their big payroll. Former catcher, well, I don't know, is that former catcher? The former catcher, AJ Pierzynski, says that the Dodgers' depth is so good that Shohei Ohtani doesn't have to pitch this year and can have 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. Shohei Ohtani homered in the second game of the series, and the Dodgers GM, Andrew Friedman, said he didn't realize the cultural impact Ohtani had in Japan, saying it's bigger than any player in the United States. Colin Cowherd called Shohei Ohtani the greatest athlete in American sports right now and the greatest baseball player ever. Oh, I'm going to get into that whole crap
I know you're not fun
with
that
Colin
one.
Cowherd. But we expected this to happen. I expected this to happen. And one of the main reasons why I expected this to happen is because they're playing the lonely Cubs. And I'm not saying the Cubs aren't going to be a good team this year. I think Kyle Tucker's going to be a great addition to that team and that roster. They played arguably the most talented team in all of baseball. When you talk about the deferred money, bring in Sasaki. They have one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball. And then you got a chance to see Yamamoto in the first game, pitch 5 innings, 3 hits, one earned run, and 4 strikeouts. These pitchers didn't dominate. I don't care what anybody says. Sasaki only pitched 3 innings. He walked like 5 in the first 3 innings. So he didn't have one of those outstanding games. I know everybody wants to, shoot their load when you're talking about the Dodgers because of how talented they are. And I'll tell you this right now. As good as Ohtani was, I was more impressed with Tommy Edman. I thought Tommy Edman, even though his numbers didn't pop out, I thought he was very impressive. Defensively, Tommy Edman is one of the best in the infield. He can hit. He hits for average. He was one of the best hitters throughout the playoffs in all of baseball. The kid is unbelievable. And now he's hitting right behind Ohtani, who's hitting in the leadoff spot. And that's a smart move, I believe, for the Dodgers going into the season. You need your best hitter hitting at the 1 spot because he's going to be up at least 5 times, maybe even sometimes 6 times. It gives him more at-bats and more chances to get more hits and put them in a great position. But again, Sasaki was not great. Yamamoto was good, but wasn't sensational. And again, it's still early. It's the first 2 games, and it's great. It's great to watch Tokyo and the fans go crazy for their superstars, and it's great. I think it's great for baseball. I'm not going to take shots at the Dodgers because they wanted to bring their superstars over there to Tokyo. And I know what baseball was doing. I know what the MLB is doing. They want their stars to show up in the big lights. And the numbers would tell you it's sensational. Look at it. 18.2 million people viewing it here in the United States. I mean, Joba was definitely one of those guys. I know Nick Goody was up watching those games. I wasn't. I had better things to do. That's called sleep for the little bit of time that I have. But I watched bits and pieces. Actually, before the show, I watched the highlights of both games. Me and Speedy were watching it. And the Dodgers look great. They really do. But I'm going to tell you this right now. The Dodgers played the Cubs in Game 1 and Game 2. I think they're going to have problems with some of these good teams in the National League. There were stories that the Braves are still dealing with Acuna problems. He didn't look 100% healthy in his final, I think his final preseason game.
He's probably not going to be back until May, but that was a lot better than we expected before we saw the injury last year.
So there are stories that Acuna is still slowly getting back into shape when it comes to the Braves and playing this season. And that's going to be a problem for the Braves, especially with the Mets overloading with Soto and Philadelphia expecting to be a top-notch team in the National League East. I just think that the Dodgers, with all the talent that they have and the pitching staff that they have, you would think that this team's going to roll all over the National League. I disagree. I think that as good as the Dodgers are on paper, they have some weaknesses. And watching it in Game 1 and Game number 2 is the problem is once they go, and everybody keeps saying how strong their bullpen is. Okay, we watched their bullpen. It's only Game 1 and Game 2. When their two starters got off the mound, the problem started happening in the middle of their rotation, in the middle of their bullpen. Now, we see the end of their bullpen. We see how strong and the two pitchers they brought in to their bullpen. But in the middle of their bullpen, in the 5th inning, in the 6th inning, all the way to the 7th, they're going to have problems there. And I'm going to tell you this right now. When they play these high-powered offenses in the National League and even in the American League, I think the Dodgers are going to have problems. Now, they're going to have to decide on who and how they're going to move this bullpen around where it makes more sense. Maybe you put one of your top guys in the middle of your bullpen to kind of clean up some of the problems. But Joba's shaking his head. He disagrees to doing that. But nevertheless, I think that's going to be a problem. And here's another problem I think they're going to have. I think they're going to have problems in the outfield. I don't know if they're very good defensively. They do have, and I'll say it again, they have one sensational guy in the outfield. But the rest of the outfield, there's a lot of questions over there. And I think they're going to have problems there this season, especially when the game is close. Now, when the Dodgers are dominating like this, when they win 6-3 and they win 4-1, it's not even close. And honestly, these games weren't even close. But again, it's the Cubs. And we have to see how the Cubs are going to draw up their season. Is it going to be a really bad season? Is it going to be a mediocre season? Or is it going to be a season where they're going to win 85 to 87 games? They're going to win their division like we expect them to because of their talent and get to the playoffs. So that's going to be the questions for the Dodgers. But now with the Colin Cowherd statement, okay? All right. Shohei Ohtani is one of the best athletes in America. There's no question. He's one of the best athletes. And I know, Joba, you're not going to want to hear this. But the fact is, when I look at athletes, I don't look at baseball players. I don't. When you're saying he's one of the great athletes in America, you have to look at the stars in football. You got to look at the stars in basketball. You got to look at the stars in hockey. Do you really think, if you're a sports fan, you're going to consider, now, as far as players and great for their sports, he's right now the best all-around player. You can argue him and Aaron Judge in baseball. You can argue that. But to say he's one of he is the greatest athlete ever and he's the greatest baseball player ever is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement, Colin, and you better sell that more than you do on your show. That doesn't sell to me. I remember, Colin, when you said Sam Darnold was going to be a superstar quarterback when he steps on an NFL field. How long did it take him to become a great quarterback? Took him, 6 years, 7 years to have a good season? You were wrong about that. I could point out so many things that Colin Cowherd said in the past that I disagree with him. Now, to say he's not a great athlete, that's taking shots at him. I think he's a great athlete. The greatest athlete? Not a chance in hell. He's not.
Remember your favorite take from over the summer, too, when he called this year's Olympic team better than the Dream Team.
Yeah, and I think that's crazy, too. I mean, Colin says a lot of crazy things, but that's what makes him such a great analyst. He'll argue his points. Even if you disagree with him, he makes quality points. There is no quality point to hear. I just disagree completely. The greatest baseball player ever? He's only been in the league for 5 years, and you're saying he's the greatest baseball player ever? I don't even think he's the greatest Japanese player ever. I think Ichiro Suzuki is the greatest Japanese player we've ever seen. And until Ohtani plays out his career and proves himself like Suzuki did, I disagree. He's not even the greatest Japanese player. To say he's the greatest American player and the greatest baseball player to ever play the game is a ridiculous statement. Do you really think right now, for what Ohtani has done, he's better than Mickey Mantle? He's not. He's not better than Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle was a switch hitter. Mickey Mantle, in 8 straight years, was one of the best power hitters, one of the best defensive players, one of the fastest guys in baseball. You're going to tell me he's better than Mickey Mantle? Joe DiMaggio, Ted Williams. Come on, guys. Albert Pujols, when he was at the top of his game. Joba, you know all about these guys. I disagree. Ohtani still has a long way to go. He's got a lot to prove. To say that he's better than him, and by the way, everybody says, well, he's won how many MVPs? He's won 3, or what was it, 3?
Yep.
3 MVPs. So did Mike Trout. Mike Trout won 3 MVPs in what, 5 years? And Mike Trout's not
he was
considered.
snubbed for a couple others.
Yeah, Mike Trout was as great as Ohtani was. And I remember everybody saying, oh, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And where did Mike Trout go? He gets hurt, and he's not the same player. So to say this, that Ohtani's the greatest baseball player ever, just in 5 seasons, this is his 5th season, is a ridiculous statement. Ridiculous. Is he a top athlete? Yeah, you consider he's probably a top 10 athlete. Top 5? I mean, I just don't consider baseball players the top athletes. If you want to consider him an unbelievable talent, yeah, I think he's great. But to say that he is a top 5 athlete in all of sports, come on, guys. That is a ridiculous, crazy analogy or even statement. Now, there are jokes coming out, obviously, with different fans and what the fans have said about the Dodgers. And there are people saying that the Dodgers are buying their championships. I don't consider them the champions anymore. The season starts now. They're no longer champions. It's the start of a new season. They got a chance to go and two-peat. It's not easy to win back-to-back championships. The last team to ever do that was the New York Yankees in the 90s. It doesn't happen. And even with the talent that they have we ever seen a team spend as much as the Dodgers have over the past 2 years? No, we've never seen, even the Yankees, we've never seen a team spend as much money as the Los Angeles Dodgers. But that doesn't mean they're going to win the championship. The Yankees spent how much money in the mid-2000s and never won a championship since 2009. It doesn't matter. You can spend all the money. Injuries happen. Joba, you know this. It happens a lot in baseball. Pitchers go down, hitters go down, and once that happens, it's the next player up. And you got to see if those guys can fill in and do and play. Could you imagine if Friedman goes down? Who's going to fill in for him? You're going to move Muncy to first. Is he better than Friedman? No, he's a good player. But who's going to take Muncy's place at third base? So you got to start moving and rotating players on the diamond. It's not as easy as it looks. And as far as the rotation, look at the Yankees. They lost Garrett Cole and the Rookie of the Year in Heel. Garrett Cole's out for the season. Just had Tommy Johns, and Heel could be out until July. So the Yankees are now where everybody thought this is one of the best rotations in baseball. It could be a good rotation or it could be a mediocre rotation. Only time will tell. It all depends on Rodon. If Rodon pitches well this year, and obviously we expect everybody else to pitch well, then I expect the Yankees to be a good rotation, but only time will tell.
Yeah, it's interesting because we talked about it when we're doing our athletes debate. And baseball, I think when I was mentioning that they have harder controllable aspects. And I think that's where I think it's hard for a team like the Dodgers just to be this super team and just automatically repeat, because there's going to be higher expectations for especially the free agents that weren't there last year to have that kind of expectation, because we've never seen it to that, spending that level of extreme money for one thing in any sport. And nevertheless, just baseball. We've never seen a basketball team do this. Obviously, the other 2 sports have salary caps. So you're not going to see that anyway. But even like the biggest NFL free agent spending sprees in the offseason never got to this extreme either with what the Dodgers are doing. Now, I think what they're doing with their pitching, like not having them go as long into games, is probably smart. You don't want to wear those guys out too early. And we were talking about it before the show, Errol, with Ohtani. Like they don't even rush Ohtani to pitch right away because they just signed all these other guys. So AJ Pierzynski saying what he's saying too. They don't have to, they can ease him in to be a pitcher. I think it's smart if the Dodgers decide to take that kind of approach. As far as those top athletes, I would say Connor McDavid right now takes number 1 among all sports right now, because
really,
I think what he's done for like a 9-year span is really insane.
I don't know if he's number 1.
I mean, you could argue again I don't know if anyone like whoever the best player is in their current sport, maybe Jokic for basketball. I guess you could make the case for too, but I think McDavid's done it for a little longer. But either way, like I would say because of hockey,
Lamar Jackson is the number one athlete.
Lamar, okay,
he's the number one athlete right now in all sports. I mean, what he does on a football field, I don't think we'll ever see a player like that ever again. Everybody thought that Michael Vick, there won't be a mimic of Michael Vick. This guy's better than Michael Vick.
A lot better throwing wise than Michael Vick.
Better and faster. Right. I mean, on a football field, Michael Vick wasn't even as fast as this guy. So it's incredible what Lamar Jackson does. I disagree. I think Connor McDavid is a top 3 player, but he's not better than Lamar Jackson. How about Josh Allen? How about those kind of guys that the size that this guy, and he runs the ball as well as he does. Josh Allen is sensational. I put in Patrick Mahomes. You can argue his talent and what he does on a football field. I think football players, you need to be so athletic to step on a football field against these behemoths, guys that, you have defensive linemen that are 350 pounds that are running, 4.8s, 4.9s. It's ridiculous what these guys are running. I mean, they're unbelievable athletes. Again, it's not taken away from Ohtani's talent, but to say he's the best athlete in sports right now, that's a ridiculous statement.
And going back to the payroll thing too, with the Dodgers and the deferred money too, I think the other thing that we haven't seen to that extreme level is all these guys getting the deferred contract. But at the same time, I think the other thing that's made the Dodgers so good is in terms of rebirthing a lot of these older guys. You talk about all their bullpen last year with a lot of trade deadline acquisitions from other teams that were starters with other teams. We were even joking about it before the show. They signed Michael Conforto. Yep. Like they're trying to rebirth all
Michael Conforto's playing for the Dodgers right now.
They try to rebirth all these random utility guys. Max Muncy was that guy originally. He was an A's utility guy. Justin Turner was that with the Mets. They've done this with a lot of these position players for a while and just made that kind of thing work. So even when they don't win the titles, the fact that they have that still in either as the analytics department, whether it's the player development department, still have these good prospects is something you got to give them credit for. But there's no guarantees they'll win just because they spend a lot of money either.
All right, you guys done yet?
Yes, we're ready for the big rebuttal at him.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
I'll touch on the Dodgers Cubs series first, but no, it was. I think it's like we talked about. I think it's great for the sport, and they didn't realize the magnitude that these guys have. I have had the complete honor to play with Ichiro, Hideki Matsui, Hiroki Kuroda, and against others. And the magnitude that they have and how important baseball of a sport in Japan is I have no idea. And we can't. We think LeBron is global. Then you go and you have somebody like an Ichiro do it, a Matsui, like just how the magnitude, and then soccer players in that realm too, and the Messis, the Ronaldos of the world, like just how big of an absolute global following. I mean, there's no real global basketball player. There's no real global football player. You have aspects of them with guys coming from overseas and playing, and the Wembys and the Lucas and whatever. You don't really have that in football. And then, so you want to talk about, let's switch gears a little bit. Mm-hmm. You want to talk about athletes.
Yep.
Would you consider Michael Jordan one of the greatest athletes?
100%. Easily.
He sucked dick at baseball. So you're telling me one of your considered greatest athletes.
Coordination. What that has nothing to do. Listen.
That has nothing to do with being athletic. Get out of here.
Come on, Joba. You're going to tell me you need more athletic ability to swing at a baseball than shoot a basketball and go to the hole.
Do you not understand what goes into a swing? Balance, coordination. Like, that's being an athlete.
That's technique. That's technique.
No, it's not. It's being an athlete.
I'm not saying that he's not a great athlete. I just don't think he's a top 5 athlete.
I'm not going to say I'll agree. He's not the greatest athlete. But to not consider baseball players athlete, you're out of your damn mind.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
No, I didn't. I said he's a top 10 athlete.
As top athletes.
Top athletes. Yes, he's a top 10 athlete, but he's not a top 5.
You said earlier you don't
top athlete.
You don't think
I look at top athletes as top 5. Yeah, I don't look at him as a top 5 athlete.
You're out of your mind.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How am I out of my mind? Tell me how am I out of my mind?
First of all, you've never done it and seen how hard it is.
No, I play baseball. I did play baseball.
Yeah,
I didn't
okay.
play in the MLB.
On the
I wasn't
JV
an MLB
team.
player. No, I played on the varsity team. No, I played on the varsity team.
Yeah, okay.
I was pretty good. I was pretty good, Jabba.
Hitting on
You
the
can
bench,
say whatever you
that's fine.
want. You can tell me how bad I was, or you could attack me however way you want to attack me.
No, but
I
I
was
just-
a good baseball player.
The
I
fact
was.
that you don't consider baseball players as athletes, and you looked at how many
Top
have been-
athletes. Top athletes.
but have
That's it.
been drafted in multiple sports, and then you see your supposed sport guy, the top athletes, the baseball, non-baseball players, and you think football. How many guys have been drafted in football that didn't play baseball?
Let me ask you a question, Jabba. I'm going to ask you a quick question. Now, all these guys that play multiple sports, besides Dave Winfield, okay, did Deion Sanders really play baseball more than he played football? No. Okay. Bo Jackson, did he play baseball more than he played football? No.
Well, Bose sucks because he got hurt.
All right, that's fine. All right. How about the kid from Arizona? Well, the quarterback, right?
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray was a top draft pick. Did he ever play professional baseball?
I mean, there's Russell Wilson. We can
Russell
continue to
Wilson
go.
too. He chose football. Why did he chose football?
Why do you think he chose? Because he didn't want
I
to sit
want
on
to know.
a damn.
Why do you
He
think
didn't want to sit on a damn bus in Nowheresville, Iowa, because he could get guaranteed money. Baseball is hard.
I'm not saying that it's not. It's one of the hardest. It is the hardest sport to play because
can't
you got to
consider
see it
them
and hit it. You got to see.
Elite
Dude,
athletes. It's crazy to me.
what I'm saying is here's the problem here. And I don't think you understand what I mean by athlete. When I mean athletic ability, it's just when you watch these guys play basketball and how they play the game and the way they play the game, going to the hole, doing things that we've never seen a human being do. Okay. And then we see baseball players. They stand at the plate. They swing at the ball. They got to hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball. So it's the hardest thing to do. It's no question. But they said, and I've heard coaches tell me this when I was a kid: see the ball, hit the ball. Now, when I played basketball, what did the coach tell me?
That
He
just
told
shows
me
you your knowledge of baseball.
No, but that's what he told me. That's what he told me. That's what he told me. See the ball, hit the ball. That's what he said. Yeah, you can't. It takes a lot of practice to stand in a cage and hit a 95-mile-per-hour fastball every single time. It takes a lot of time. It's timing. It's technique. With basketball, it takes technique. It takes timing. But guess what? You need the ability to dribble around bigger, stronger, faster guys. You don't do that in baseball. What are you doing?
Oh, guys not making diving plays in the hole, getting up, having the coordination.
I'm not saying they don't. Coordination. You just said it. Coordination.
Yeah, but the athletic ability to get to a ball, anticipate, get to there, be athletic enough to get up and make a throw across the diamond. That's not athletic.
I didn't say that wasn't athletic. I just said I don't think it's more athletic than Lamar Jackson running and throwing a ball or running in for, a 13, 14-yard touchdown. I think that's more amazing against guys that are 350 pounds that can run a 4.9. That's all I'm saying. It's just different. And I mean, considering what baseball is, I'm not taking shots at baseball players that they're not good athletes. I'm just saying, if you would ask me who the top 5 athletes in the world are, I'm not taking a baseball player. That's all. That's my argument there. I'm just not. That's just my opinion. Now, you have your own opinion. You were a baseball player. You know the game more than I do.
And I'm not saying he's the best.
I know you're not saying that. I know you're not saying that.
He's in the top 5.
Right. Okay, that's your top 5. All right. And Speedy, would you put Ohtani?
I would put him top 5. Yes.
Okay. How about you, Scoop?
I'm not saying every
put
baseball.
Scoops on.
I wouldn't.
Would you
say
put him in
every
the top
baseball
5?
Player, no.
Would you put him in the top 5 of all athletes right now in all the sports?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Fish. How about you? Fish, would you put Ohtani out of all the athletes in all sports? Would you put him in the top 5? Athletes.
Yes, of course I would.
Okay,
He's a monster.
All right.
The guy is a leadoff hitter,
ask you a
starting
question.
pitcher, flamethrower.
That's your
who steals
question.
50 bases, hits 50 home runs.
Good. All right. That's your opinion. Owen, bring Owen in. I want to hear Owen's opinion. We'll bring Owen. Owen, out of all the athletes in professional
You're going to ask
sports-
the dude that doesn't want to talk baseball?
Just asking.
Listen, yeah, he's a top 5 athlete right now in the world.
Okay, so you got 4 guys, and you got 2 guys that don't believe that, and there's reasons why I look at athletic ability and what they do on their respectable courts, and I would take probably right now 2 basketball players over him. I would take a hockey player. I would take 2 football players over him. I just maybe even 3 football players over him. So I just look at what these guys do on their respectable fields and courts and ice, and how talented they are and what they do. So I'm not saying that he's not a talented athlete. I'm not putting him not in the top 10. I'm just saying he's not a top 5 athlete in my book. If you
Errol, I gotta ask you a question,
Go ahead.
because I've gone to Vegas a couple of times and I've gone to see the Cirque du Soleil. And the Cirque du Soleil, these guys are crazy ass acrobats that are shredded beyond belief, doing all these crazy things. I don't want to say that, they're better than any of these superstar athletes, but there's the way to be an athlete in something like that is coordination, it's balance, it's the skills that make you a great baseball player, I would say. At the same time, as a baseball player, you're not going to be able to take the punishment and the physicality unless you're one of the bigger players in the league that you would need to do to play football, right? And you don't have the jumping ability, the vertical, or the natural height and talent usually to play basketball in the league. That's why it's so rare to see someone play more than one sport. We've seen it a few times, ever, right? And those guys we consider the greatest athletes of all times because they could do both. I know I played high school football and I thought I was pretty good at it after a while. I got better at it and I coached it, but I couldn't do shit in baseball, but I was stronger than everyone on the baseball team. I probably could, in some kind of contest, I'd probably beat almost all of them. You know what I mean? So like, it's hard to define athleticism with something like this. I think if you are big and strong and tough and you can run and you could pitch, I bet Ohtani could catch some passes too,
I know in your heart you do not believe Ohtani is a top 5 athlete. You could say whatever you want on this show right now.
What is he? 6'5",
I know you don't believe it.
35?
I know you don't believe it. I know you don't believe it. I know you
6'5", 235, runs super fast. What do you think he runs a 40 in?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him? I don't know. I'm not going to
guess. I would need a translator. I'm not going to ask you to translate, Errol. I know you don't know Japanese.
I don't even understand English. What am I to say? I mean, he doesn't understand me. I'd have to go to his
interpreter.
Yeah, his interpreter in jail.
See, that's where you need to take that out of your mouth right now.
What's that?
Because he does understand you, but they don't want to say the wrong thing and be interpreted the wrong way. He spoke at the damn parade in English. He knows what you're saying. So don't think because they don't always speak in English, because they do.
Okay.
And they understand you. So take that out your mouth.
That'll be the next soundbite.
Take that out of your mouth.
Move
out of the way.
Out of context, Joba. But I think you make a good point. You never know, especially, I mean, I teach in schools, and you never know exactly what students that are second language students, what stage they're at, and when you're an adult, it's different.
Papa froze. There it is. There they go again.
That
was like, what's that Squares game? What was that? Like, what's that?
Hollywood Squares?
Hollywood Squares. Yeah, it looked like Hollywood Squares. Like they disappear and then they come back on. It was like a domino effect.
It's always weird when you get froze too. You're always in like a stupid face or like doing
something. The best one we ever had was 3 years ago when Taz froze, and his mouth was like, oh.
It looked like he was about to suck on something.
It was so funny.
It looked like he was about to suck on something. Speedy knows all about that, right? Speedy?
I do. I have to get that image to resurrect it. No, I think I still have it saved. It was so funny.
Speaking about resurrecting, the NL East win totals were released, with the Braves slightly ahead of the Phillies and the Mets, and the Nationals and the Marlins distance in 4th and 5th. The Marlins projected to win a total of 63.5, the 3rd lowest in all of baseball, after firing their entire coaching staff and trading their top pitcher, Jesus Hyosis, right?
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
The Nationals projected to win a total of 72.5, but have two of the best young outfielders in James Wood and top five prospect last year, and Dylan Cruz, who is the number 4 this year. The Mets projected to win a total of 90.5 after bringing back Sean Manaea and Pete Alonso and giving Juan Soto a record-setting deal. The Phillies are projected to win a total of 91.5 after trading for all-star reliever Jordan Romano and young lefty Luzardo from the Marlins. The Braves is projected to win 93.5 with both Ronald Acuna Jr. and Spencer Strider both expected to be back in May after the season-ending injuries they had last season. It's crazy because the National League is really the talk of the offseason. Why? Because Juan Soto is now in the National League East. And everybody keeps talking about how great Juan Soto is going to be in that lineup with Francisco Lindor and Pete Alonso. And a lot of Met fans say that this is murderer's row. That's what they say. This is our murderer's row. But the question is, where are the Mets getting their pitching? They lost, obviously, Frankie Montas. He's out for the season, it looks like. Manaea is not starting the season on the, he's on the injured reserve. So he's out. He's out for a significant amount of time. Where are they getting the pitching? They didn't bring in any pitchers really in the offseason. Now, I'm sorry, they did. They brought a relief pitcher in Holmes from the New York Yankees, which they're moving into their rotation, which makes absolutely no sense. Now, hey, maybe Stern has an idea that he thinks that he can make Holmes one of those pitchers that he brought in last year. But again, I question the Mets rotation and their defense. There's a lot of questions to the defensive side of the ball. Lindor's a shutdown defender. Pete Alonso is not a good defender. Soto is not a good defender. I mean, those are just two guys that are a part of that defense. Now, Nimmo has really transformed into, over the last couple of years, into one of the better outfielders in baseball as far as defensively. But again, there's a lot of questions defensively with the New York Mets. And again, I like what they put together on their offensive side of the ball. I just don't know about the defensive side of the ball and their pitching. I think the Philadelphia Phillies, because I don't know how healthy the Braves are going to be this year. I think the Philadelphia Phillies are the most dangerous team in the National League East. I think, first of all, we all know this. Thompson is a great coach, very well coached. Bryce Harper, you got a tremendous Kyle Schwarber. They have a tremendous team. Top talent from top to bottom on all their roster. So, and they have a good pitching staff. They brought in, like we said, they brought in a top pitcher who is obviously one of the more underrated pitchers, I think, in baseball, even though a lot of people think that he had a great season in Jordan Romano. I also think Zach Wheeler is one of the more underrated pitchers in baseball, too, because nobody talks about him. Nobody talks about Zach Wheeler, okay? Every year he's amongst the National League's best pitchers, but people forget. People forget that he's playing for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's a sensational pitcher. I think their rotation's great. I think their relief pitching has gotten better. Now, that I think is their weakness. I think that has been their weakness for a long, long time in Philadelphia. But if they can get this bullpen a little bit better, and maybe at the trade deadline and maybe a couple more pieces, this is as good a team right now in the National League as the Dodgers, the Padres, any one, Arizona, any of these teams that everybody keeps thinking that could win a World Series this year. As far as the Nationals are an interesting team. They've got a bunch of youngsters. Jacob Young, one of them. They've got a bunch of young players. Luis Garcia Jr. They've got some good young players right now, and they're just going to grow into
Dylan Cruz.
Oh, yep, Cruz too. I mean, they have a tremendous amount of young players coming up from their farm system. I think that the Nationals could be a surprise team. I think they win more games than they're expected. I really do. 72.5. I think they can win about 80 games this year. I think they have a bunch of young pitchers that are going to be called up this year. They have a great young outfield that we're going to get the chance to see this year. I think the Nationals are a lot better than people think they are. The team that I think is going to be really, really bad is the Marlins. They're really bad. Okay.
terrible.
They're just absolutely terrible. I don't know what happened to this organization since Derek Jeter and Ing leaving and getting let go the way she did. I think this organization is completely tipping fast. So I don't know where they go in the next couple of years. They'll probably have the number one pick. Well, now they have a lottery, so they might not even get the number one pick. So baseball.
Who says the number one picks don't want to sign there?
Again, we've seen that. We can ask the Mets because they lost the pitcher because of that.
Joining everyone else in Texas now.
Yeah. So the only thing that worries me about the Braves is their injury. They're very injury prone as an organization. They have some good youngsters that are going to be called up this year. They got 2 pitchers that the Braves organization think could be up by the end of the season. Spencer Strider is so very important to this rotation. If Spencer Strider stays healthy this year, he can absolutely in May. And Fish was talking to me offset, and he said, do you think Strider could win if he starts the season in May? Why couldn't he? If he wins 12 out of 15 games, or he wins 14 out of 16 games, why couldn't he? He can absolutely, with a 1 point something ERA and a whip under 1. I mean, absolutely could. And like Fish said, I didn't watch him a lot during spring training. He was unhittable. He was unhittable in spring training when he was pitching. So I'd like to see what Strider's going to be in May. I want to see if Ronald Acuna will be back on time. But everybody keeps saying that this team is going to win the division. I disagree. The Mets could surprise people because, hey, they can go after a pitcher at the trade deadline if they're right there in a mix with these 2 teams. I worry about the Mets pitching. I think their lineup will be good. I question Soto made the right decision not staying in the right New York, not with the Yankees and going to the Mets. We'll see. Only time will tell. But I think the team to watch right now in the National League East is the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, the Phillies, it's just a matter of their bullpen because they've been very good with their starting pitching for a while now. And their hitting is obviously, if they can stay healthy, very good. They're just on the older side and they don't base run as well, but they still got Trey Turner. They still got some guys that can run the bases. The Mets, it's a question of, again, their starting pitching getting the most out of it because they're trying to go for this hybrid approach now, trying to transform Clay Holmes into a starter, which he was the first couple of years when he was with the Pirates. And trying to get that back with the analytics department that they have. Can they get that same kind of hits that they had last year is going to be another question, just nailing these 1-year contracts with their pitching, because their lineup is definitely up there with the Phillies and with the Braves when they're healthy. It's just a matter of their pitching is that far behind the other 2 teams, especially if the Braves do get Strider back, even to the same level of the strikeout rate, because he was going to win the Cy Young before he had like a bad month at the end of the year in 2023, because his strikeout rate was insane in 2002.
I will say that losing Fried in that rotation absolutely hurts the Braves.
Sure.
It absolutely hurts the Braves, especially if Fried stays healthy with the Yankees and he's their number 1 pitcher this year and he pitches well in the American League East. It's a big loss for them. Absolutely big loss.
But we were talking about it with the Dodgers segment too, that I was mentioning that their systemic prospect development that they have with the Braves is still very strong as well, especially with their pitching. There's a reason they won the World Series. All the injuries that they had is they traded for a lot of different bullpen guys. They traded for a lot of different pitchers and got it to work. They did that last year, even too, with Ronaldo Lopez. He had an all-star caliber year after he was a top prospect with the White Sox and did nothing. So I just don't know if the Mets have that on a consistent basis to still be able to do that. But I'm with you. I probably would still favor them just slightly over the Braves, just because I just don't know how they're going to come back right away with all these injuries. And will they be good right away? Will Acuna be the dominant force he was the MVP year right away? And Strider's so I would say the Phillies number 1, probably Mets slightly 2, and they're both going to be in the playoff running, and so will the Braves.
Force milk out of somebody's body.
Yeah, it's such a weird division because it feels like it's like very top heavy with teams, and obviously the Marlins being like the toilet paper bringing up the rear, but it's
pretty
just right.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
No, the Marlins traded their dude wipes last offseason.
Well, yeah, and then I've been reading reports too. It's like if they're not in it, they're going to try and trade Alcantara to get everything that they can, and then nobody will ever watch that team because that's the only thing to really root for. And they do have some
lose half of their 200 fans.
Right, exactly. But yeah, I think the rotation is going to be interesting for the Braves, and like you guys brought up, they've always had 1 or 2 guys that have gone down with something. But I think getting the guys that they have, losing Fried's going to stink, and hopefully he obviously helps out the Yankees and can step into a bigger role, obviously now with Garrett going down. But you got some guys that stepped up last year. Spencer Schwellenbach from Nebraska was a shortstop and a closer for us.
Brent Holmes too was a good youngster they had.
Yeah, and Grant Holmes coming in, and they're actually a couple dark horses for Cy Young in a lot of the conversations that I've been reading into. And they say late April, but I would say for Strider probably that May, just because I'm coming off of it. It's different. Like he had a really good outing last night. Was it the other day? He went 2 2/3, and velo and everything was there. And he's one of those just workout fiends where he'll make sure that he gets his body right. It's kind of what happens. The Phillies, I think their biggest thing too. I think Zach Wheeler's very underrated and for what he does, but I think it is going to be their bullpen that's going to be kind of their Achilles heel, really. And if they can get some guys there, and I mean their lineup is great. It's one of those things where it's just they can put it all together. I mean, you got another kid from Omaha, Nebraska playing third base, and Alex Bohm. Granted he went to Wichita State, but we'll give him that. We'll give him that. And I just
throughout the Mets series last year, as he was
right
errors.
And I'm not a Mets hater by any means. It's like I love the Nimmo family because I played with his brother. I played with Brandon's brother at Nebraska, and I love the lineup. We'll see what Vientos does if the postseason carries over. I think he has a chance. And what Soto really does bring, and obviously you got Senga who's nasty, and then see how the Clay Holmes thing. He's a little banged up right now too, so you got to deal with that. And then after there, you're kind of like, who the hell is this pitching next? You got David Peterson. I think Cargill's in there too, or Miguel, or whatever the hell his name is.
Tyler Miguel. His brother's on the Brewers. He's the better version.
Yeah, and so it's just you don't ever know. But born and bred a Braves fan, so obviously the NL East has always been special to me. So I love the division. I think it's crazy because it is so top heavy. It'll be interesting to see how Manaea and Montas come back. Which, if that's the moves that they made, that weren't the best pitching moves. They got some other stuff, but
they're dart throwing, rebirthing Manaea for a second straight year, which is not his pattern, and then Montas just trying to keep him healthy, which obviously they didn't do.
Right, and so I think with them, it's going to be they're going to have to score 6-7 runs a game.
Joba, like this is what they did. They decided to spend all the money on Soto, who. It's not like they truly needed an outfielder to that extent. Obviously he's a great player. You want him, but what about that staff? And Diaz hasn't been a superstar in a couple of years. He's been good, but hasn't been that guy. I would argue he's been a lot more hittable. So what do you really have? You're right. They have to have this mashing offense, except there's a lot of question marks and there's a lot of competition in that division. It might be the most competitive division. With that NL West, obviously, I don't know how competitive people are going to be with the Dodgers, but I'll say who's the most competitive roster, I think. And it's a team that we haven't talked about a lot in a long time because they were hurt last year. It's Atlanta. And Atlanta really is an impressive team. They get Acuna and Strider back, and they were one game out of making the playoffs last year, or you know what I mean?
They got in over Arizona. Then they
got in Arizona, but they didn't get past the wild card and all that. They were a shell of themselves, and were still able to do that. That tells you a lot about the character of the team. That's valuable experience for those glue guys on the teams, for some of those younger players. And now you get these arguably the best pitcher in the league back, and arguably a top 5 outfielder, as long as Acuna can still run. They're saying he might not run this year to the extent he did. Obviously, we remember the 60-plus stolen bases from Acuna. I don't think we're going to see that again. But if he's still stealing like 25 bases and hitting 3, whatever, and popping 25 to 35 home runs, I think you take that with good defense. It's going to be pretty wild to see them come back. And you mentioned Schwellenbach, Joba. That's the next Braves arm that's coming down the line. Chris Sale becomes the number 2 pitcher now. And I'm hearing Strider might be back mid to late April now. They've moved up the timeline. So I still think it's late April. Just the severity of the injury and, but look at that guy. The movement on, and guess what? He's added a curveball. He is a 2-pitch pitcher. Now he has a curveball. So let's see how good that curveball is. But I bet if he's going to unveil it, it's up to his standards.
All these guys just add new pitches like they weren't good enough. You got Skeens now. He's like, I'm gonna throw a cutter, and I'm just like, all right. I'm glad I'm out the game because these young cats, dog, they're built a little different. They're built in the gym. We were just built by doing what we did. Now they're doing. Oh, I'm in the body lab, and I got to be 1 centimeter over to the right, and I'm just like, all right, good for you guys.
Like taking physics classes.
100%.
Java, unless you're Noah Syndergaard, then that goes into the gym, has 5 pitches at the beginning of his career, then only
You're a
throws
grown
2 of
man.
them later on, and then he regresses.
I'm not
completely.
hunting.
Yeah, but I mean, it just sucks when they when they name you something that you can't live up to, and then it just it doesn't stick. Yeah, okay, big dude Thor, and then you just diarrhea on yourself.
And
I don't care.
but he overworked himself in the offseason too. He gained 20 pounds of muscle for whatever reason, and then he gets hurt in a month.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this right now: you can't pull fat.
Yeah.
So,
Noah
I mean,
There's a lot of questions with the National League East because everybody thinks this is going to be a powerhouse division, but we'll see how these teams actually stay healthy. And again, we don't know what the Mets are going to be. The Mets could find pitching in that rotation, and if they do, they could be dangerous. This lineup is good. And could Lindor do what he did last year with a lineup this good? Is the pressure off him? Where you bring in Soto, now there's more pressure on Soto, where Lindor has to just worry about being a leader and doing what he does best, and that's lead off on this roster. Again, and there's other players that need to show up too. The Mets, who have a very good catcher, one of the better, more underrated catchers in all of baseball, he goes up and down all season long. He needs to be consistent, and I think they have one of the most underrated players at third base in all of baseball. I think he's their best player. And Speedy, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I love the kid. I saw him in the playoffs. He was unbelievable. The guy can hit everything, see everything. I love his story. Anybody know his story? He was second-round draft pick. He has an amazing story. He's a really good kid, and I love his confidence level. He doesn't go out there and say, I'm the best. And he just knows he go out there and play his game. And as long as he plays his game, he's going to be able to do it every single day. So I love what I've seen with this kid. So Vientos is going to be a very important piece to a very talented offense for the New York Mets. And then again, I think Philadelphia, I think they have the best manager in all of baseball. I really do. I think Thompson, I'm going to say it again. I think Thompson, besides Bochy, I think Thompson is one of the best managers in all of baseball. They
have one of the best hitting coaches too, and we'll bring him on too.
Yeah, Long, Kevin
Long, yeah.
Mets legend Kevin Long.
And Yankees legend.
I know.
And
you mentioned it a second ago, Joba. Sandy Alcantara goes on the market. Cashman better spend some money. Oh my God. Get that guy in here right now. That guy was a Cy Young a couple of years ago, blew out his arm. He came back throwing 100 already. Get that guy. He's going to have the Felix Hernandez, basically losing record, but best player in the league type stats if they don't get him out of there. Get him from New York.
That was the year he won the Cy Young. He was 12-12 with a 2.4.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
9 with a 1.8 ERA or something.
Remember Hernandez before he passed away? Yeah. I mean, that kid was
Jose.
a sure shoe-in for the New York Yankees. I knew that if he ever went on the market, he was going to be a Yankee.
Yeah,
I knew it because he wanted to be a Yankee. I mean, the stories were coming out. He grew up a Yankee fan. He loved Derek Jeter, and he always wanted to be a Yankee. So if he ever became a free agent, which he probably would have, and if Derek Jeter was there running that organization, he probably would have traded him to the Yankees. So, I mean, it's a shame what happened to Fernandez. He was a sensational pitcher, one of the best young pitchers in baseball. It just, things happen, and unfortunate things happen, and he lost his life at a very young age. But baseball is so unique and so different, and that's what I love about the game. It's just, I love baseball. You could say whatever you want, Job, but you probably will say, oh, you're a hater. You can't stand baseball. I love baseball. I really do. I love going to games. I go to like 8 or 9 ball games every year. I go to the Mets. I go to the Yankees. I love Citi Field, but I love Yankee Stadium, and obviously I'm a Yankee fan, and I love the bleacher creatures. Wherever I go, when I go to the Yankee games, I'm always sitting in the bleachers because they're nuts. They're absolutely nuts. And you love that. You love that about Yankee fans because they're real and they don't give a crap. And that's what I love about them. Even though some of them,
I do. City is. I love
Yeah.
City. I mean, because I can get Shake Shack and it's fantastic.
that's what I like about it too. I
So
hear you.
good.
You got to go before the first inning starts because
Yes.
they look trying to get a Shake Shack burger. I mean,
I went. Did I ever tell you we had an off day, and Jason Giambi is one of my really dear friends, and he taught me a lot. And so he was with the Rockies, and his guy that I guess I don't know what you'd call it, whatever, took care of him. We still best friends to this day. I was in his wedding, and he was like, "You want to go to the Mets Rockies game?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, and I love baseball." Keith Olbermann literally like tweeted, he's like, "What is he doing here?" I'm like, I'm crushing a Shake Shack burger and a strawberry shake.
That's what I love. I love my strawberry shake and my shake burger. Barbecue.
Oh.
I have to have barbecue on my burger. But I scarf them down. I actually buy like 2 of them because I don't want to get back on that line. So I get my 2 burgers. I get my onion rings because I love my onion rings.
Oh, see, I'm a crinkle fry guy. Crinkle fry guy.
Crinkle fry. All right. Well, we gotta ask Keith what he likes, the crinkle fries or the onion rings. But before we do that, we have the deuce of the day.
Deuce of the day. You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but you know.
And the deuce of the day goes to the Pat McAfee show. And why? Because Aaron Rodgers hasn't said shit to some of the inner circles of the Pat McAfee show. During Wednesday's installment of the Pat McAfee show, the ESPN personality discussed reporters that the Vikings pulled out of the sweepstakes for the 41-year-old quarterback and said those close to Rodgers, including former teammates A.J. Hawk, haven't heard anything. But Aaron hasn't said anything to Pat McAfee in weeks. What does that tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Is he scooting away? Is he doing what the Jets wanted him to do? And that's hide away from the Pat McAfee show? He'd still be a Jet. What are you doing, Aaron? All you have to do is do what the Jets wanted you to do, and you probably are the starting quarterback for the New York Jets. Damn you, Aaron. You should have stayed away. So my deuce of the day goes to the one and only Pat McAfee. So there you go. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're very excited to have him on. He's a great analyst. He's one of the best. We love him. He's, by the way, he works for the Titans. He's doing some great things right now over there with the Tennessee Titans. And he was a former Giants all-pro linebacker, Keith Bulluck. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is Scoops back with some scores. But first, I'm going to kick it off with some NFL business as 3 teams in the NFL just recently submitted a rule change proposal within the NFL. Now, the teams are the Packers, who are still attempting to ban the tush push within the NFL, or the brotherly shove, whatever you want to call it. Their rule wants to be that they don't want the player lined up directly behind the person who receives the snap to push them immediately, while the other team is the Lions, who look to eliminate automatic first downs within the NFL after a team is caught holding or an illegal contact penalty. And while the last team is the Super Bowl champion Eagles, who look to have regular season overtime rules switch to the postseason overtime rules, which will grant both teams possession of the football and as well as 15 minutes back onto the play clock. In other NFL news, the team, being the Vikings, Rondale Moore has actually just signed a extension with the Vikings. Now, Rondale Moore has actually just spent the last 3 seasons with the Cardinals and a lone season where he didn't even get a chance to play with the Falcons. Now, Rondale Moore will be suiting up with the Minnesota Vikings next season. And then to finish off over in Texas, the Houston Texans give Daniel Hunter a 1-year deal extension, as Daniel Hunter signed a 2-year contract extension last year. with 1 year remaining on his contract, the Texans will be adding the young defensive end, the veteran defensive end, Daniel Hunter, to another year. So securing him all the way to 2027 season. Now we got some scores for you guys. And that's over in the NBA. The Spurs have a 9-point, 29-20 lead over the Knicks with the time just starting off in the second quarter. And with 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Pacers have a 79-76 lead over the Mavericks. The Rockets have a huge 80-65 lead over the Magic in the third quarter with 4 minutes remaining there. The Pistons have a 50-49 lead over the Heat with 4 minutes remaining in the second. And as we are just starting off in the second quarter, in the Pelicans and Timberwolves game, the Timberwolves actually have a 33-24 lead over the Pelicans, and the Thunder have a dominant 42-26 lead over the 76ers to start the second quarter. And for our only game currently ongoing in the NHL right now, the Avalanche and the Maple Leafs are currently tied with 1 apiece in the second period. And that is all the time I have for you guys right now. Make sure you guys are checking out our YouTube at Joba in the Mouth and all our social medias at Twitter, Instagram, and on TikTok, all at Joba in the Mouth. And that is all the time I have for you guys. So here is our next guest, Keith Bulluck on Joba in the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
99% of the world works. No, I've never heard of this. I've never heard the term.
I don't care. Let's not.
631 672 3108. You're listening to Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, go to iceshaker.com, ladies and gentlemen, and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel, the NFL to the NHL. All you have to do is go to iceshaker.com. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. If you want Keith Bulluck on your wonderful ice shaker, as you see, Joba in the Mouth ice shaker, you can get your Joba in the Mouth ice shaker by going to iceshaker.com. You can get your Clemson. If you're a March Madness fan, you can get a March Madness one, or you can get a Duke, because we all know we're all Duke fans. At least I am. If you're a Tar Heels fan, you're an Alabama fan, or if you're even a Speedy Petey fan and you want to get a picture of his ass, ladies and gentlemen, you can get it custom made on iceshaker.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been on our show before. He's one of the great personalities we've had on our show. He's a football star. He was an all-pro linebacker. And the one, he played for the Titans. And number 2, he played for the Giants. Our all-pro linebacker, Keith Bulluck. Keith, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? You guys got a lot going on. Shaq at the Mets game. I saw the Syracuse ice shaker. I'm actually going to go online and get one. And when I get it, I'm going to tag you guys, let the ice shakers know. The only reason I got it is because you're advertising. So they're spending their advertisement dollars very well.
They're wonderful. By the way, I don't know if you've seen them. If you actually open them, and it's really cool. And I don't know if you've ever seen them. They're actually a lot of these like ones that they make. These things, on the top, when you're shaking them, they come off, they twist, you can clean it, no bacteria that can get into it, and your drinks stay cold all day long. You put a little bit of ice in it, it will stay cold all day, and within 4 hours. So
I got it the first time. I mean, I believe you.
I'm just telling you, I'm trying to just listen. I don't have to sell it to you, but it's wonderful. Hey, speaking about selling, the Tennessee Titans, are they selling the number 1 pick?
I'm outside looking. Yeah, I think they would be foolish to sell the number 1 pick if they haven't sold by now. And just from the things that I hear on TV when I pay attention, so on and so forth, I think the draft is kind of settling into where teams want to go. It kind of seems as if they're going to go with Cam Ward, because I think we'd be hearing more about different trades and different people wanting to trade up. But look, you've seen crazier things, and they're still a month out, a little over a month out. So you never know.
So what would you do in that spot? Obviously, you were a former linebacker, a defensive player in Abdul Carter that a lot of people think is the best defensive prospect we've seen in a long time. Would you go that way? Travis Hunter, obviously, with the polarizing with the two-way, or would you go with
Speedy, did you see his face when you said the young kid from Penn State? He kind of made that.
I did. I
I
can explain that. So we had a defensive end that was a first rounder here named Javon Curse. So I think if the Titans drafted a number 1 pick overall, a defensive end, their fan base should expect nothing but a Javon Curse. And when the Titans drafted Javon Curse, he was the number 13 pick out of UF. He was an outside linebacker that they moved to a 4-3 defensive end, and they went to the Super Bowl, that year. So that's a lot. So I'm not saying the kid ain't going to be good, but I just know down here the expectations would be high. And then Brian Callahan, the second-year coach, they touted him coming in, a quarterback guru. I think, they say it's not a good quarterback class, but at the same time, I feel like there are 2 pretty good quarterbacks up there that you would start a franchise with if you were serious about winning. And, I think that's the position the Titans are in. I don't think that personally Brian Callahan has like a year to wait. And around here, I don't know how safe the waters are. They could be like, oh, yeah, Brian, we'll bring you back. And then now you got Brinker and the new GM, Borgonzi, getting their own head coach. So I think Callahan needs to do what he needs to do for his team right now while, he's the guy.
So you said there's 2. If you had a choice and Abdul's gone and he's not the out, what quarterback do you go with? Because we've had arguments back and forth, and people we've had guys on the show that Shadour's their one. Errol obviously loves Cam Ward.
Right.
If you had one or the other to choose, who would you go with?
I think personally, I'm gonna pick Cam Ward just because of his story and his background. Like, he 0-star recruit. We know 0 stars don't mean anything, but it does to kids. You know what I'm saying? So when nobody's recruiting you and you go to a wing T college and then you go to Washington State and then you personally get better statistically each year. And then your last year, you bet on yourself to go to University of Florida to try and raise your draft stock. I think, John, and you would know, like, when a kid has that confidence in itself, it kind of polarizes other players. Like, if it's like as a baseball player, if your ace is going on the mound, like, as players, all we got to do is our job. And I think Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders as well. Look, he's won everywhere that he's been. These 2 young men have met the challenges, and I think their competitive nature brings the maturity on the football field. But as a pro, a lot comes with being a pro. So I think, they'll have their ups and downs. But I think when it comes to just on the field, what they've shown, look, they're not going against many different players than they have been playing against. So I think you put the right talent around them, they've shown they can get their guys the ball.
We are talking to former Titans and Giants all-pro linebacker Keith Bulluck. He's working for the Tennessee Titans. He's doing big things, and we love when he comes on the show because he gives us some inside takes. And by the way, I met Cam Ward at the Heisman dinner. He's sensational. He's a great kid. He's very honest. He pretty much spoke about coming to New York if he had a chance, and he said, if Joe wants me, come and get me. And one thing that I've always said about him is his honesty. He was very straightforward, and he said he's the best quarterback in his class. He works out. He trains out with Shedeur, works out and trains with Shedeur in the offseason. He said that I got a better arm than him, and I'm faster than him. So what more do I need to prove? So and honestly, everybody says his size. When I was standing right next to him, he's definitely 6'2". He's just a nice kid. He's straightforward. I don't like to go and hang out at the clubs. I'm more of a homebody. I like to watch movies. Yeah, and and he doesn't like to drink. I asked him. I said, "Do you like to drink?"
Second that.
He says he doesn't like to drink. He's more of just a hangout type of guy, watching movies and television shows. So that's what you want to hear. And I said, where would you live if you lived in New York? And he said, New Jersey. I don't want to deal with the city. He says, I've heard about Long Island, but I'd probably stay on the outskirts because I think Jersey gives me an opportunity to really it's more of like the wilderness. He says, I like, the forests, and I like seeing like, nothing, in certain areas. So, and that's what Cam said, but he's a sensational person. But
they play in New Jersey, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not like they even play in New York.
Yeah,
True.
well, that's true too. That's true too. But he said, New Jersey was the place that he probably want to be living if there was a place for him to live in a tri-state. But, Keith, you look at the league and there's a lot of questions on some of these moves in the offseason. Cooper Kupp goes to Seattle. Everybody says he's done. He doesn't deserve the money, but he only got $15 million. I mean, statistics would tell you that he's probably done, but that doesn't mean anything. DK Metcalf gets traded over there to the Steelers. Nobody would have thought that the Steelers would give up a second and a fourth and the money that they gave him, and they don't even have a quarterback there. I mean, there's so many things that really stuck out so far this offseason. We haven't even gone into the draft, and there's still big names still available. Trey Hendrickson, one of them. He's still not signed. He's one of the best pass rushers in the league. And the Bengals decided, hey, you know what? We don't need them. We're going to pay our two wide receivers big time money, and we'll just let Trey just sit back, and we'll decide if we want Trey, or we'll decide that we'll just go with free agency and we'll bring in somebody else. I mean, your thoughts to some of the moves this offseason. What has stood out to you?
Well, I mean, that Bengals move stands out just because, look, Trey Hendrickson dominated the last few years he's been in there. He's shown that he's deserved the money, and they're like, look, you can go seek a trade. So it shows that, look, the front office of the Bengals, they're pretty smart. What they did, they locked in T, and they have Jamar Chase locked in, and their quarterback locked in. They give their big-time defensive end the opportunity to go out there and see if he can get a bigger offer, because I'm sure they're going to offer him. It would be that's the point of letting him go see what's up, go test the market, and then he might want to stay. He knows what they're building there. Most guys want to get their payday, but I think it just depends on what he's looking for. So I like what Cincinnati did. Cooper Kupp, man, well, we got to remember about Cooper Kupp, when he was going strong, he was catching like 160, 170 a clip. And that was like for years at a time. Now they got Puka Nacua who's doing that. So I think Cooper Kupp will still give the team a good 80 to 90 catches. You know what I'm saying? Like, because if that's what he was doing, it's just like, slowing down towards the end of your career. He was playing at a high ratio, so I think what he's going to be asked to do in Seattle will be a little less, but he's going to be have the opportunity still be productive. And I think some other offseason moves, I know down in Tennessee it was the lack thereof offseason moves being made. They signed the offensive tackle, and people were bitching about he gave up 20 sacks last year. You're paying a guy all this money that gave up 20 sacks last year. But when it comes to the O-line, I think they have got better. You have to develop that cohesion. That's one thing about offensive line. You know what I'm saying? Once you have all those chains, once you have all those links to make a chain, they're usually a pretty solid unit. And I think that the Titans have been doing a good job about that. And then, they let the kid that they just got from Cincinnati go, Awuzie, because Brownlee Jr., I believe that's his name, he played a lot of downs when those corners were hurt. So I want to see what Snead is going to do this year, being able to rebound off that injury, because we didn't see a lot of them this year. And if they don't see much of them, they can let him go too.
Keith, you were part of the Giants organization. I have a question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
You watched Hard Knocks last year, did you not?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
I watched some of it. But one part sticks out, but go ahead.
I'm going to get to that. Joe Shane said a lot of interesting things. I don't even call it with the Giants of Hard Knocks. It was Joe Shane's Hard Knocks, because it was all about Joe Shane and how just completely stupid this guy is. Do you believe that if this offseason he falls flat on his face, do you think Dable and him will be looking for another job at the end of the season as quick as it has been?
Man, you know what? I like the way you started. I did play in that organization. I played in Tennessee for year 10, and I got to play for the Giants for 1. And I always say that like it was a great experience. It was a great way to kind of end my NFL career because the whole 10 years here with Tennessee, like I'm the guy. Like I'm grinding. I'm getting the guys in order. Like if we need it. Like I'm the guy. And then going to the Giants, I got signed a week before camp. I'm coming off injury. I was brought there to play a role, and it didn't really go. So it kind of like, I can see the writing on the wall. There'd be days at practice, I'd be looking at the skyline. I'd be like, man, I'd be wondering what my boys are doing because, I'm not really involved. So I got to see the type of organization it is and type of owner Mr. Mara is, and he's very, very in tune to everything that goes on. So when he told the GM he would hate it if Saquon went to the New York Giants, I think he really meant that. But Mr. Mara really could not foresee Saquon going to the Philadelphia Eagles, my bad, and winning a Super Bowl and getting paid and all of that. So the fact that he still has a job, right now is surprising to me. So this is their last shot because they did everything your boss told you not to do. They told you, hey, they did everything your boss told you not to do. I can't get over that. And this is me being a New Yorker right now. Like, this is like unbelievable. Like, I like it. He's still has a job now, so whatever.
You're making Fish blush right now. He's a Giant fan. He's pissed off. And I tell him all the time, I bought a Saquon Eagles jersey because I'm a Jets and Eagles fan. I root on the Jets, and when the Jets suck, I root on the Eagles. And when Saquon, I got a Saquon jersey, and I wore it on this show just to piss off all these Giant fans. Speedy's a Giants fan. Scoops is a Giants fan. Fish is a Giants fan. I don't know what Job is. You're a Nebraska fan. I mean,
so this is what I would say, right? So and look, I played for the Giants 1 year, so I'm not too hard on them. I stay out of New York Giants affairs. I'll give my opinion and keep it moving. But and I want to get Job or your opinion on this. So when I was playing backs like Adrian Peterson, Fred Taylor, a handful that they could take it if 2 missed tackles and they're going to hit their head on the goalpost. They're going 90. And Saquon is that type player as a linebacker that I wouldn't say you fear or you're scared of, but that certain batters, if one wrong pitch, it's out of here. So you know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of athlete and running back Saquon Barkley was even on the Giants. So to let a talent like that go and look, the Titans are guilty of it. This guy let A.J. Brown go to the Eagles. You know what I'm saying? So things happen. But at least John Robinson got fired. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's my answer. I had to answer it long-winded because a part of me, once a Giant, always a Giant, and I'm a Giant fan a little bit.
Yeah, I was asking about that because it's going to change the mindset because it wasn't just them. Obviously, the Titans let go of Derrick Henry. He went to the Ravens, had the second best running back year. Josh Jacobs.
His contract was up, so he wasn't coming back.
I get that. Yeah, it wasn't as bad as what the Giants did. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
and then Josh Jacobs with the Raiders, obviously that ugly saga. Then he goes to Green Bay, has a nice year, and then same kind of thing with your position at the inside linebacker position. A lot of those contracts have kind of dropped off ever since Roquan Smith got signed with the Ravens. Like, really, they're not getting paid as much. Like, do you think that'll change this offseason with a lot of the big years that we saw these guys have?
I think that it's either going to go one way or another, and I say that because I remember, when the lockout happened and they used to go vet friendly, and then a lot of us vets thought, okay, now we're going to get more money. Nah, what they did is they took that more money that we thought the vets were going to get, they invested it into the younger players. So it's like, look, we can bring 4 linebackers in the camp for the amount that we would have to pay Keith Bulluck for the year type situation. You know what I mean? So I think it's really going to go based upon each team, because what I'm seeing, you have teams that are getting analytics guys, you have teams that have old school football guys in their front office, and they just call it different. I think Cincinnati, they obviously are showing them a new mindset, or they're going to spend on the guys they feel are going to help them win. Baltimore felt Roquan Smith was a guy, and he has shown to be a guy. But at the linebacker position, if you're not a Fred Warner, Roquan Smith, and those caliber guys, obviously, the kid from Philly, he did it. He put himself in a good position to get paid. And they paid him 3 years, I believe. Whereas he could have bet on himself to be a baller, have another year, and really knocked it out of the ballpark. But I think that the teams are in tune to the guys that are making plays and are able to play this style of football, and they'll take care of them early with a 3-year deal. And if they're the all-pro guy, you lock them in for 5 or 6.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up something too, and I wanted to get your opinion on too, because there's always, and in baseball, there's always that guy that you own, and there's always a guy that owns you. Like when you were facing backs like that, and obviously you see in the field the way you do, was there different approach? Obviously your schemes were the same, but were there different approaches that you guys took, like facing like an AP or a Fred? Like was there different approaches that you guys take, like when you have that dynamic of it, like a Saquon now, and is there different ways that you prepare for it, or is it just kind of like status quo?
Yeah, no, it's totally different. That's a great question because you're playing guys like that. Like, so if I'm the captain, I'm the guy that's getting so that starts on Wednesday. You know what I mean? Because Wednesday is when you start putting in the run game plan. So that's when I start getting the D line's head. Like, yo, man, you see this dude he's a bet. Like, we need to all be at the ball. We need to, start talking all those things because that's the mindset we're going into practice with. You know what I mean? So when we go into practice, everybody's running to the ball. Everybody knows if one missed tackle, this guy, you know what I'm saying? So that was a part of what I did as my position. So we always really, when we had good defenses, we took care of business. But I'm laughing because it is different because it's that one game because every back in the league is good, just like every professional athlete is good. They'll have their day. And I've been on some teams where we gave some guys like some days just because we're not facing one of the premier backs in the league, and it's a third string back that's just getting his guy. And I remember this guy, Dominic, maybe it's Dominic Rhodes. No, not Dominic Rhodes. He played for Indianapolis, but the Texans had a running back, Dominic something. I can't remember his name.
Dominic Davis?
Probably. So it was obviously in the early 2000s, but it was nothing to him, but he also always had success against us. Maybe because our thing is we're not giving up 100 yards. 100 yards, you get 100 yards. We're not giving up no touchdowns, but we're not giving up 100 yards to an individual, let alone a team. And you definitely lock in for those key matchups, but it's usually those ones you don't really lock in for that burn you.
We are talking to former Titans and Giants All-Pro linebacker Keith Bulluck. Keith, quarterbacks, and there's a lot of quarterbacks that were free or traded this offseason. Just think about it. A swap of Jets quarterbacks. Geno Smith goes to the Raiders because of his old coach. And then Sam Darnold goes over there to Seattle. And then you look at Aaron Rodgers is still looking for a job. Kirk Cousins seems like he's going to be kept over there at Atlanta, but I doubt that's going to stay long. Justin Fields goes to the Jets. I mean, it's just a monopoly of quarterbacks bouncing from one place to another. By the way, Zach Wilson is the backup quarterback over there for under Tua. So maybe he gets a chance to play and maybe shows himself to be better than he was with the New York Jets. What is this frenzy this offseason? And Aaron Rodgers, what the hell's going on with him? He could have been a
Yeah.
I said it before on, but instead he said, you know what? I want to be on the Pat McAfee show. I don't need to be a Jet. And what is he doing now? He's not on the Pat McAfee show, and he's not a Jet. So where the hell is he going?
Well, I think Justin Fields and Kirk Cousins are sitting best right now. I say that because Justin Fields, he had he's been bouncing around. We know he has talent, but he had some time to learn, play under Russell Wilson, play with a real organization, Pittsburgh Steelers. I say real compared to the Chicago's Bears, how we've seen their quarterback carousel the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years. You know what I'm saying? And I say Kirk Cousins too, because look, I feel like the Atlanta Falcons, and you'll think of some teams when I say this, it's the old mold, right? You got the quarterback that's been in year 13, 14, played some great football. Now you got your young second-year guy that needs to be groomed. And Kirk Cousins is in a position, look, he came out, he gave it his best shot last year at 35, coming off an Achilles. You know what I'm saying? The money couldn't keep him at home. He had to go. So now he's in a position where he's almost like a quarterback coach and can be thrust. I'm sure he's healthier now at this point of the year than he was last year. So I feel like, you know, for Kirk Cousins, who can still sling it around and is not asked to respond and be there day in and day out and kind of teach Michael Penix Jr. how to be a pro and really lead that organization, I think that's good. And, you know, Justin Fields getting another fresh, clean slate with the Jets.
I knew I liked you, Pete. I knew I liked you.
I mean, well, we'll see. We'll see.
I
like Justin Fields playing with the Jets.
So do
I like Manny Favre, Aaron Rodgers. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad Aaron didn't go to Minnesota.
That never happened.
Yeah, but the thing, I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with Aaron Rodgers. But what you do know about Aaron Rodgers, if you're an organization, he's going to start. Like, he's not trying to groom anyone. He said that in all the conversations that he's had about it. So I don't know how a GM, how that works for me, unless I have a young quarterback that's like, yeah, you sit here and watch Aaron and just follow him around until Aaron doesn't want you to do that no more. Like, you know,
Aaron Rodgers bought a house in Tennessee a couple of years ago. Why not go over there and kind of groom Cam Ward? Why not do that?
I mean, because he already said that's not what the position he wants to play. Aaron Rodgers is cool with me. I don't care. Like, you know, I enjoy watching older athletes still get out there and try and do it. You know what I mean? It's, you know, we can talk as much crap as we want, but the dude is 40, still running around. And I just say better him than me, but, you know, whatever floats your boat. He's got a lot of money. He could actually probably go buy a boat.
He's got a couple of them, I'm sure, and a couple of houses, man. That guy.
Let me hold something.
Well, you can go on that retreat with him.
I was gonna say he must have a nice stash of ayahuasca on one of those boats.
Yeah,
come on. Could you imagine yourself on ayahuasca? Come on, man.
Man. Bob Marley is enough for me.
Well, it's legal over here in New York, so come on over, man.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's got that too.
I don't know if it's legal in Nebraska. Is it legal in Nebraska, Joba?
No, we'll be one of, we just got a damn casino. Like, so we'll be one of the last states that ever legalized that. So yeah, we're not on the Cheech and Chong train, that's for sure.
Omaha. He's all, could you imagine Peyton Manning and Eli Manning smoking? That would be hilarious. Watching those, smoking with those two guys. Could you imagine watching film and smoking weed?
I honestly, that was the way I used to do it. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Not all the time, but like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna lock in. Like, all I'm doing is playing music, smoking a bowl, and watching some film.
Give me a blunt. Give me a blunt. Roll me a blunt.
Hey, I'll never forget. I'm not a big weed smoker, but I smoked with Snoop one time, and I was high for 3 days.
I bet you just about every athlete has a smoking with Snoop story.
I smoked with Snoop too. I was in Miami, and I went to his concert at Hard Rock, and I got a chance to go backstage, and he was DJing and singing some of his songs, and he came right to the back. And he was walking up to some of the press guys. He's like, "Oh, you want to hit this?" It's like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" I took a couple of hits of it, and
you can't say no to Snoop.
No, you can't.
Pretty much.
That's like a bucket list thing. Even if it's not on your bucket list, you add it to it and then check it off.
It wasn't on my bucket list, but now
one time was enough.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not on your bucket list. You add it and check it. That's it.
I gotta listen. I don't smoke a lot, but it takes a lot for me to get high off that stuff. So even his stuff, I actually smoked with Method Man and Redman in the studio. So, and those guys, you want to talk about guys that smoke? They came in with a paper bag full of Dutches, this thick. I'm talking about like 40 of them. And every time, once they were done with one, they go on to another one. And then another one, and they'd get into the studio part, and they put up 3 tracks in like
That's called putting it in rotation.
Oh
yeah,
my
they
God.
try to see who they're gonna smoke out of the studio. That's what they're trying to do at that point.
Those guys, dude, I was sleeping on the sofa. I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
smoked
how
you
those
out.
guys smoked me out, man. I smoked with Busta Rhymes and Fat Joe. I've never smoked with guys like that. Those guys are absolutely nuts. And dude, they were in the studio for hours, and they were up wide open. They were like dancing around in the studio. I was like, I woke up, I was like in a La La Land with those guys. La La Land. I was like Goo Goo Gaga kind of thing. I was like, where's the Candyman? Where's the Candyman?
You're looking for craft services.
Well, somebody's got to do it, but that's why you have fun with these guys. And you don't get, I never got starstruck with a lot of the different, athletes or even artists that I've worked with. I've seen so many artists in my time, and they're all very unique. Lil Wayne, I was at the Nassau Coliseum. I tell the story like it was when Young Money came out. I was DJing for a group that came out as an opening act for them, and I was DJing them. They were called POW. They were from Wyandanch, and I went to the back, and Lil Wayne was sitting back out there. He popped a couple of pills, and he was drinking that Sizzurp crap and smoking.
Damn, you can't be diming people out like that. Damn.
Come on, he did.
Now Wayne will tell on himself. We've heard that story.
He'll tell you straight out. He doesn't give a crap. And he was smoking one of the biggest Dodges I had ever seen. And this guy was just like, he was laughing. And by the way, his father is the coolest dude. If you want to talk about a person that just made me laugh, his father had no teeth. And
Birdman?
No, that wasn't his father. No. He has his father, Lil Wayne's actual father, used to travel with him, and he used to go on tour with him. And I got a chance.
What? Now you're wrecking Lil Wayne's life story because he's never spoke about the father that he takes on tour. You're killing his story.
It's true. I'm not
saying it's not. I'm just saying I'm not saying it's not. Birdman's my Birdman Jr.
Well, there's been stories about him and Birdman too.
Hey, I don't know.
I don't want to spread any rumors, if you know what I mean. But nevertheless, his father was cool as crap, man. He's got a good bunch of guys that go on tour with him, and he knows how to party. If there's anybody that knows how to party, it's Lil Wayne. So, and that's straight up true. And by the way, the guy skateboards everywhere he goes. Skateboard. So. That's a true story, by the way. So, anyways, Keith, you're fantastic, man. You look good.
I always like coming on this show, man. Wide array of topics.
Yes, man. I mean, you look, dude, man. How's your woman doing? She doing good? How's your kids doing?
My wife's good. Kids good. Going on a volleyball tournament this weekend in Indiana. We're in that travel volleyball circuit. Yeah, man. 17-year-old, 15-year-old, 12-year-old. They all play, so that's where I'm at with it. Get up in the morning, go to my coffee shop, go to the gym. It's like Groundhog Day around here, man.
Dude, it's Groundhog Day no matter where you go. It's crazy. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, damn. Right. Age, man. When's this ever going to change?
Keith, you on that volleyball circuit? You need to send them to Nebraska.
Yeah, you know what, Job? It's crazy. Like, so my 17-year-old's been playing since she was 12. Now it's like almost college time, and she does track too. So she's at that. She's like, I don't know if I want to play volleyball. So I already done dumped about 10K in volleyball. Now she don't know she want to play in college. That's just kind of how it goes.
Oh,
I just played one too in Boston about last month.
Boston
Last month. She's 15, and she actually just got back from St. Louis, so she was traveling all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, it's changed, as you well know, Keith. My son's now a freshman in college, so my traveling is different now. I don't have to go all over the place. So, but
lucky,
man, it's a lot. People that don't have kids that aren't in the travel circuit, whatever you want to call it, AAU, travel, select, whatever it is. It's, man, you don't take time off. They go, and it's from one sport to the other. My son played basketball and baseball and ended up picking baseball, and it's just like, oh man, it's never ending.
Never ending.
Keith, let me ask you a question before we let you go. If you had a choice between a milkshake, which one? Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, or banana?
Honestly, I'll probably go banana.
I agree.
Interesting.
Just because
Come on, fam.
No, it's
like,
good.
I feel like shit. Well, you grew up on all those other flavors. Like, let's add something. Yo, it's like when you get those little ice creams you get, and you take it's not even take the little plastic. Yo, it's like you're done with them in like 2 little things. They had strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate.
That's true.
Banana.
I definitely agree with you. If there was a banana, I'd probably try the banana. I like.
So then
banana.
I would do. You know what? To keep it a buck, I would just do vanilla. I'd do a vanilla shake.
Okay. All right. French vanilla.
Out of those three classics, I'm gonna go vanilla.
There you go. All right. So we got a vanilla shake. I'm going strawberry out of those 3. Joba's going strawberry.
James on our feed, he said he was a strawberry shake guy.
All right, there, Speedy, where you go?
I agree with Keith. I'm going banana if I have the banana.
If there was no banana.
If there was no banana, I'll go vanilla.
Vanilla. Oh, Keith's got it.
Yeah.
How about you, Tommy?
And he's a Mets fan. All right.
Yeah,
and he's a Knicks fan.
Well, you have to.
Yeah, we lose well, huh, Speedy?
Right.
Well, hold on. I'm a Jet
Wemby
fan.
list.
All right.
No. Getting smoked by a Wemby list and De'Aaron Fox list first, even not a good sign for the Knicks.
Yo, man, it's crazy.
Well, it's still early. It's not over.
And
yet.
then my Yankees friends, like being from New York now, all my Yankees friends are like, all my friends are pretty much Yankees fans, but now they want to talk crap to me because we got Juan Soto. But it's like, bro, it don't matter. We got to pitch at the end of the day to win.
There you
know
go.
what I'm saying? Like, don't give me that.
Keith knows
have
it.
Juan Soto.
Right there's a little bar. How about you, Tommy? Where do you go?
Shake wise, I'm going vanilla.
Oh, there's another one. Vanilla. How about you, Fish? Where do you go?
Scoops, I will say, do not knock the banana until you try.
So we talk a little bit on the chat. I've always been a chocolate shake guy personally, but there is one shake that I think is immortal, and that's the black and white shake.
What is that? Mix?
Vanilla shake. Vanilla shake with hot fudge. That is one.
That's not fair. You can't do that. You can't do that.
It's the ultimate.
That's like
Coach
the
Fish coming in with the curveball.
Well, look, I know all about you over here coming from Rockland County, where I am right now. I know all about Keith Bulluck up
Hey,
here,
you know
man.
what? That all you have to do is get the nuts, and it's a McDonald's old school shake.
I was just gonna say the McDonald's old hot fudge sundae.
I'll take that one all day.
I've coached against Clarkstown North many times, my friend,
Okay,
and done some
okay.
camps over there.
Nice.
ABCD camp went not ABCD. What was it called? HSPD camp. That when they used to do it, Clarkstown North always hosted. They were always great to us over there. It's a great place.
Nice.
How about Owen? How about Owen? What does he like?
He went vanilla.
He likes vanilla. Is he going vanilla?
Yeah, I mean, cookies and cream is probably the goat, but vanilla if we're just going with the basics.
Yeah.
Cookies and cream. You guys
Cookies and cream is strong.
See?
They're coming out.
I
They're
like
coming
all
off
of
the
them.
bench like with strong, like.
I like all of them, but I'm just
I don't
saying,
even know where all these windows came from, but yo, they're coming in strong.
Well, Nick is not on, but if Nick was in, I mean,
The guy in the middle is the minute guy. He told the minute thing.
He's the minute. He's the minute. The minute man. We'll go on the minute man.
I wasn't gonna do that to him, but hey.
Keith, we love you, man. We
Well,
got to
I
get going
appreciate
before
it.
the season. We really do love you. You're doing
Yeah,
great.
no,
stuff.
for real. I like coming on. I appreciate you guys. I watch. Best of luck. Good talking
Thank
to you
you,
guys.
Thank you, Keith.
Peace.
Thank you.
Keith Bulluck, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic personality. He works with the Titans, doing big things, man. I really love what he's doing, and he's just great. He really is, and he's very honest about everything and all the answers. He doesn't really hold back, and he pretty much threw the Giants under the bus again. There's another ex-football player that said, you know what, the Giants are a complete stupid organization. Why the hell would they get rid of the best running back in all of football for nothing? And that's the truth. They got nothing for Saquon Barkley. And by the way, he's still the highest paid running back in NFL history, getting $20 million.
Errol, they didn't get nothing. They're going to get Shadur.
Oh,
Tank
okay.
for Shadur.
Dude, you're going to be wearing a dress, a wig, and some lipstick, baby, because when that doesn't happen, that's what you're going to be doing on this show.
Just saying.
Owen, we're going for the much more funnier scenario.
going
The
there
Browns
still.
draft Travis Hunter at number 2, then they trade their entire rest of their draft pick to trade up to steal Shador from the Steelers. That's what's going to happen because it would be classic Browns.
Boy, if nobody knows the bet, me and Owen have a bet, okay? Before this, during the season, we were talking about Shador, and I said, there's no way the Giants are getting Shador at 3. I said, there's no way. I said, I'll make a bet with you. Now, we've made 2 other bets, and I've won them both, okay? Now this is going on number 3, all right? So Owen is 0 for 2. Now we're going for the 3rd one, but this is a big one because whoever loses this bet, Owen or me, have to wear a dress and a wig and lipstick on this show for a whole show. So ladies and gentlemen, by the way, Owen, I'm going to make sure that your frame is on this show a lot more than it usually is because I want everybody to see you in a dress.
It's a protected top 5 pick. So if the Giants want to trade back in the draft, it's protected.
Hopefully.
Hey, listen, if the Giants get him, I said I would wear a wig and I wear a dress and I will do it. So, and I'm a man of my word. So, but you have to be a man. I've said when we make these bets, I don't really care, but this bet you're going to live up to, my friend. You are going to live up to.
I got you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
They're sorry.
It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough. It's time for Save Your Tears.
Okay, guys, welcome back to Save Your Tears. This is a tier-based fantasy game where each of us gets $15 to pick guys in the NBA contest this weekend. I was thinking about doing it for college guys, but just too crazy with the full field. So we'll do it for college next week when we get to the Sweet 16, the Elite 8. But we have NBA teams for this time. The teams we picked for this week are well, you guys do the math right here. We got the Timberwolves led by Anthony Edwards. We got the Clippers and James Harden on here. Miami Heat and Bam Adebayo. And I have the Brooklyn Nets on here for shits and giggles, guys. So here are our teams. $5 players for point guard. James Harden down to hero at 4. D'Angelo Russell 3. Mike Conley 2. Davion Mitchell, younger brother of the better Mitchell, for $1. Anthony Edwards, $5 at shooting guard. Duncan Robinson 4. Dante DiVincenzo, Nick Legend at 3. Keon Johnson at 2. And Chris Dunn at 1. Norm Powell leads the small forwards at 5 with his resurgent season. Zaire Williams from the Nets at 4. Jaden McDaniels at 3. Bogdanovich at 2. And Jaime Jaquez Jr. for $1. At power forward, we got the legend himself, Kawhi Leonard, with the most awkward laugh probably in the history of the NBA. Julius Randle, Cam Johnson. Julius Randle, by the way, playing well for the Timberwolves finally.
Yes, he is.
Yep, Cam Johnson following that. Andrew Wiggins and Derek Jones Jr. for $1. And at center, Bam leading it up at center from the Heat. Ivica Zubac for $4, having a great season for the Clippers. Gobert at 3. Nick Claxton 2. And Naz Reid, one of the best 6 men, for $1. Guys, there's no crying if we don't do well, because this is Save Your Tears. So we'll start off with whoever didn't play last time. I think, Tommy, who was not in last week?
No, Tommy wasn't here last week.
This is about my first Save Your Tears ever. So, yeah.
Are you sure it's your first time? Really?
Yeah, I've never done it before.
Oh, my God. Well, this is your Save Your Tears cherry that's about to be popped, Tommy. Here it is. We're going to take a look at the roster, and you're going to make your team. Speedy, keep him honest with the math.
I'm not yanking on a dead man's dick. No, I'm definitely not doing that. I'll gladly stick the simple math over that.
All right.
I'm not going to eat Joba. I'm also not going to do that either.
All right, so I'm starting off.
You're starting off. Yes,
This is your debut.
Your debut.
So,
auspicious start.
at the point guard, I might have to rock with Tyler Hero. I'm gonna go $4 with Tyler Hero. You want me to just give like the whole?
Yeah, go
okay,
right straight.
I'm going
Yeah,
Tyler
Tommy.
Hero at the number 4, $4. I mean, and for the number 2, I think the best logical thing would have to be going Anthony Edwards at the number the $5 spot. Then, if we're looking at a small forward, I gotta go cheaper here.
Yeah,
Might have
6
to
left.
go, yeah, $6 left. Oof. Too expensive guys to start off the guards. I'm gonna go Bogdan then. Let's go with Bogdan.
Okay.
And how much money am I working?
So you have 4 left.
$4 left. Honestly, that's pretty good because then I would go Andrew Wiggins at the power forward and then Naz Reid as my center. So I think that's I'm gonna rock with. Like you said, Fish, the Timberwolves are starting to pick up some steam. Naz Reid is playing pretty decent. So honestly, a good $1 pick right there for the center. I'm happy with my center pick. But yeah, that's what we're rocking with. We're gonna go Tyler Hero, Edwards, Bogdan, Wiggins, and Naz Reid.
All right. Pretty sure you're saving $1. You don't get to carry it over for next game, but nice job. We'll show you the picks just to make sure everything looks right over here. If it will listen to me and do what I tell it to do. There it is. Hero and Edwards, Bogey, Wiggins, and Naz Reid. All right. So next, who came in last? Oh, Joba, you didn't play last week.
Nope, I was out last week.
All right, Joba, you're up next.
All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna go Hero. Then I'm gonna go DiVincenzo. And then that puts me at 7. Then let's go. You know what? I'm gonna go Bogey, I think, for my small forward. So it's 9. Then I'm gonna go Julius Randle, 13, and then I'm actually gonna save $1 as well. I'm gonna go Naz Reid.
All right, so Reid, Randall, and small forward one more time, please.
Small forward, I was going Bogue.
Don. All right, so we have it. We guys some thrifty players this week. That there's no real rhyme or reason to it. So here's Joba's team: Hero, Dante DiVincenzo, Bogey, Julius Randle, and Naz Reid. A couple of former Knicks on that one right there. All right, I believe last place finisher.
Manny is in the feed too. I don't know if he was going to play.
All right, well, Manny's not playing this week. It's just going to be us up here. So let's go to who would be next then? I think it's probably.
It's not
I think it's me.
I think it's Owen.
me.
All right, Owen, you're up.
All right, I'm going Hero, Edwards, Randall, and then that leaves me with Jaquez Jr. and Naz Reid.
Interesting. Jaime Jaquez is a good player. I don't know how much minutes they're giving him yet at this point in his career, but he's someone to keep an eye on, I think, for sure. We got Jaquez and Randall. All right, just to make sure we got it right here. Tyler Hero and Edwards, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Julius Randle, and Naz Reid for Owen. That brings us to Errol Marks.
He stole my thunder there because that's what I was doing. I'm not going to copy him. So I'm going to go. This is hard. I'm going to go Tyler Hero, Anthony Edwards. This is hard because he kind of broke my thunder there. I was waiting. I'm going to just copy him. I'll go Julius Randle. Same thing he did. I'm going the same way.
The exact same thing?
Yeah, the same way. Yeah, that was what I wanted to go. He was picking in front of me. I usually don't do that, but I'm not. I'm here to win now. I'm not sitting here and back coming in second place anymore.
So you guys want to tie for first?
Yeah, whatever.
All right. So like,
whatever.
So we do a tiebreaker if you guys win.
Yeah, why not?
All right, we'll talk about it over the weekend. That's interesting though. So I could have just done copy paste here, but I'm typing
That's
it.
That's where I wanted to go. I'm not going to sit here and just say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to go the opposite." I've been doing that all the time. I want to win. So I'm doing
Errol,
it.
you just follow greatness. That's
Oh,
hey, what can you do?
Following greatness.
Kiss my
What
ass.
it
So
is.
smart ass. Well, one of us is going to be wearing a dress, so that's greatness.
All right, Speedy,
What are you
you're
eating
up,
over
man.
there, Joba? What's going on over there?
I ordered Raising Canes.
Raising Cane.
This guy is eating Raising Cane's and he's wearing a onesie.
My guess would have been Shake Shack, the way you guys were talking about Shake Shack earlier.
We don't have
We ain't
Shake
got,
Shack
we
here.
ain't got that here. Yeah, we're not fancy enough for that.
Not fancy enough for Shake Shack.
Omaha, Omaha.
It'll come in once they pass their weed laws.
We gotta wait for.
Don't you have Steak and Shake out there though?
Nope.
Fuck you.
Isn't that a Midwest thing? No.
We got Runza.
I heard steak
You
and
have
shake.
Runza.
Isn't steak and shake like trash? From what I've
It
heard.
kind of is.
Hey, Steak and Shake just switched to beef tallow, so they're supposed to be better now.
Yeah. I got no comment on the political nature of beef tallow, but we will move on to Speedy right now.
All right, so I'm gonna go with
Three guys.
Well, no. Well, yeah, but
with three guys.
Joey's bag of donuts over there.
I'm gonna I'll keep your guys' pattern of going Edwards and Randall. I'm gonna go a little different though. I'm gonna take the 2 1s. Give me Davion Mitchell and Nas Reed, and give me Zaire Williams.
Interesting. All right.
Pain.
Zaire and you said Nas Reed.
Nas Reed, Davion Mitchell. So 2 1s. That Zaire Williams makes 6, Randall's 10, and then Edwards 15.
All right, Zaire small forward for this game. And Randall. All right, and to show it to you.
What are you eating, Owen? What's going on over
Right
there?
there.
Raising Cane's.
Mitchell and Edwards, Zaire Williams, Randall, and Nas Reed. So everyone's
eating
taken
nothing.
Reed so far.
Come on, let's bring in Nathan and Ben. Let's
We don't, there's only so much room on this.
I consider doing it with going Claxton and
Yo, what up?
I still have to pick my team, guys.
Yeah,
So
you bring
I'm-
the team in and bring the other guys. Bring Manny in too. Let Manny come in. Too.
Nathan's
All
wondering
right.
why you get EJ Perry. Yeah?
Let him play.
All right, so I guess I'm going to go different than everybody because, you know, I am the defending champ. I am supposed to set an example and lead by example. So I guess that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with Wiggins, actually, in a surprise move at power forward. I'm going to take the rotundity himself, James Harden, and I will take Anthony Edwards because I just think there's nothing else that's at a 2 guard on this list. So that gives me 2 $5 players and $2 players. I have $3 left, and I will go Nas Reed as well, just because might as well. Everyone's done the same thing, and that gives me Bogey.
So everybody picked Nas Reed as their center? I think,
Well,
right?
yeah, it kind of cancels each other out. So, and just to show you the last part, and again, guys, there's my list. Defending champion James Harden, Anthony Edwards, Bogdan, Wiggins, and Nas Reed. And we'll take a look at the results on Monday. Again, the winner gets a
We got the
compliment. They're not playing. They got another
playing.
game they're playing next.
Playing. No, they're playing. They're playing. Let them play.
Errol, there's only 6 spaces.
So what? Let them play. We'll add more. It doesn't matter. Let them play. I
Yeah,
want to see
we'll add more. I got to figure out how to format that, dude. It doesn't work that easy.
who wins. It. We'll give them the points. We'll just put their names up there. Let's get them. I want to see what they do.
We have
Come
a
on.
YouTube chat to put their picks in.
Yeah, I want to see where they're going with this. I want to see how they pick their team.
Yeah, we do need
Come
Nathan
on,
save
man.
your tears debut. That has been
Have a
long overdue.
heart. Have a heart.
Yeah, you make the graphic.
Oh, here he goes. There we go. All right. Come on. Put the thing up so these guys can pick their team. Come on.
right.
Put it up. Let's
There
see.
we go.
All right. Nathan, give us your $15. Pick your team.
Come on, Fish. You can't anticipate the Nathan save your tears debut wasn't going to come at some point.
You just write it down, Fish, and we'll see where they go. That's all.
I am writing crap down. You can write it down.
I'll write it down. I'll write it down. This guy's inside. You write it down. There you go.
All right, my point. So you pick. All right, my point guard would. All right, my point guard is. I would pick. Let's see here. Tyler Hero.
Tyler Hero.
Okay, my shooting guard would be Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
All right, you have $5 for the other 3 positions, Nathan.
Okay.
$15 to spend.
Yeah. Small forward would be
Or 6 left.
oh,
that's right.
Hold on. Jaden McDaniels.
Okay.
My power forward would be Derrick Jones Jr.
Okay.
And then my center would be Nick Claxton.
Yep,
Okay. All right.
That works. All right.
All right, Manny, give us your top. Let's give us your 5.
All right, I'm gonna do 2 $2 options back to back. I'm gonna do Hero and Zubac. I feel like nobody's taking Zubac, and I feel like he's been playing really good this season, so I feel like he's kind of a steal. I'll take Keon Johnson at the 2, McDaniels at the 3, and then Wiggins at the 4.
Interesting.
Wow.
You went a little fast for me. Who was your 2 and 3?
I went Keon Johnson at the 2, and then McDaniels at the 3.
Interesting. That's actually interesting. Interesting. I know you're a big basketball fan, so
I was able to figure out how to do it on the fly without any prior preparation.
go ahead. Anybody want to pat him on the back? Anybody?
There you go. All right.
Let's go, Fitz.
Good job. Good job. And now Benton.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to throw it up on the screen for me. I already forgot.
Oh, good, bro.
Nathan, look at the sacrifices Fish made for you, so you can make
All
your
right,
safe.
here we go.
Oh.
I'm just gonna try and be different here. I'm gonna take Norman Powell, Anthony Edwards. It's 10. Give me Davion Mitchell. So what? I'm at 11.
Ooh, Davion Mitchell.
Yes, you're at 11.
Give me Cam Johnson and then Naz Reid.
And Naz Reid. All right. And is that everybody?
That is everybody.
Look at that. It's like a freaking Brady Bunch. Look at us right now.
Oh my God. Wow.
Here's a story about a man named Errol.
What is this, like the Brady Bunch?
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't it look like the Brady Bunch?
It does look like the Brady Bunch. And of course, I'm in the middle. Thank you. Monkey in the middle. Jesus.
We can put Nathan in the middle. He's the only one on his phone. So there we go.
Yeah, how do you know I'm on my phone, Speedy?
You're the only one that doesn't have the
Yeah,
wide-
because you're
It's pretty
That's
obvious,
right.
dude.
You got the ugliest beard.
Who has a better beard?
He's trying to grow it out like Joba.
James Harden? James Harden beard?
No, not yet.
no.
You don't want to be.
I don't think you want to grow that beard.
You can't see James Harden's mouth. I mean, seriously, his lips are completely like gone. When
you ever seen him without a beard? He is a gremlin.
Yeah.
He does
That's
look
probably
like
why he has a beard.
Yes.
Ugly dude.
He is. Well, don't say that to any of the Kardashians because they thought he was
They
sexy.
think otherwise. Yeah.
They think he's sexy.
Yeah. Ben Simmons. You can show where there's logic is.
Well, hey, Ben Simmons is a better looking guy than James
Oh,
Harden.
that's not saying much.
I mean, come on, man. Half of them have dated all those girls, anyways. There you go. Save your tears. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on our show, Fish made a name for it. We're calling this bracket ball. We don't have a drop for this, but
we don't have a drop for it. But this is going to be us talking about the brackets. Speedy, put on some basketball music for us for this one, please. And I will share the screen.
Oh, it's the internet. The internet's been iffy.
Oh, it's the internet's fault. Okay.
On YouTube.
Here we go. I have
use something else.
this
Spotify.
interesting idea for us, and I've been able to make it a little bit bigger, playing around with it. And this is called Bracket Ball. Job in the Mouth original, guys. It's a bracket reveal, bracket challenge. Yes, we are going to compete against each other for each round of the bracket and move ahead to each round like we're in a bracket. Yeah, very meta. And here is the bracket. We seeded everybody. Speedy is our host because Speedy is the master of analytics. In the first round, it'll be Errol, the 1 seed, against Manny, the 8 seed. The 4-5 matchup is me versus Nathan, The 3-6 is Owen versus Benton, and the 2-7 Joba versus Tommy. The way that this game is going to work, and let me just bring it down to this for a second for everybody, and we'll just talk about it. You're going to go against each other, and I'm going to show you. You've each sent me your brackets, and I've put you head-to-head in these brackets, and I've circled all the ones that you guys have different for just the first round of games. Of those games that are different, you guys are going to have about 3 minutes to argue back and forth your case about why you're right about those games.
We're just doing first round?
First round. After whoever wins each first round will move on to the next stage and face the next person in the bracket, right? And then do the second round. And I have that set up as well. All right? Or close to set up. It's not as nice looking as the first round was. Sorry. It's like a 35 slide presentation thing I made. You boys ready for this? Because we're going to start off with the leader of the show right now, number 1 seed, Errol Marks.
Wonderful.
Off against Manny.
I like Manny.
Manny, our intern. All right. Of our interns, he's been here with us, for the longest. So Manny gets first crack at this. And I'm going to show you right here that you actually only had 4 differences total in the first round of your bracket. It looks like, and Errol, you're the one on the left. You took Baylor. Manny took Mississippi State in the 8-9. Errol, you went with VCU when Manny took BYU. Errol, you took Ole Miss, and Manny took whoever was going to play Ole Miss. He didn't even care at that point on his bracket if UNC was going to win, but they did smoke whoever they played by 30 points. It was at San Diego State last night.
Yes.
And it looks like, Errol, you took Clemson, and Manny went with the 512 website of Mid-East State. Speedy, you are the judge. I told you to come up with your own criteria on how you're going to judge this. Do you want to talk a little bit to our first round competitors before we get started on your criteria?
Yes, you could mention a lot of these different things with teams that could vary from experience, could vary from the type of team that they are, depth-wise. Obviously, what we were talking about on Monday with the strength of conferences, and especially for upsets, you want to be able to make your case a lot further of why you think either this team is a quality team, the upset pick, or the higher seed might be a fraud.
All right, so there it is. And we're going to start off, and I'm going to put Manny up on deck, and I'm going to let you guys go with this. And Speedy, you are the judge. So actually, you know what? The best way to do this, now we'll go with this camera, and we'll have you guys go over here, and we'll put Speedy right in the front of the line as our judge. So I guess I'll throw it back up. Take a look at it again. It's hard to see, I know. It's best I could do.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But again, I'll reiterate. How about this? I'll just list the game and you guys talk about it. First game, Mississippi State, Baylor. Errol, you took Baylor. Speedy, you're the judge.
All right. So is he making the case for Baylor now, or?
That meant, Speedy, he's going to tell you why he picked Baylor.
That's what I thought.
Go ahead, Errol.
Baylor, they're one of the best defensive teams in the country. They always are. They got a tremendous amount of great guards all the time. Robert O'Wright, Jaden Nunn. I mean, obviously, Jeremy Roach. I mean, this is a great defensive team. They always are. And they're going to play hard damn defense. Now, offensively, they've had problems all season long. But again, they're a great defensive team. And winning championships, what do you need? You need defense. And I think Baylor is absolutely the better team of the bunch. So I'm going Baylor just because of their defense. And Baylor, by the way, if you look at the tournament over the last 3 years, how far do they go? They go very far. So I think they're very well coached, always been very well coached. And again, they're one of the best defensive teams in the tournament.
All right, Manny. Got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about what I was going to say. I'm not really sure how to come back from that, because this is one of the games that it's so close. I just went with Mississippi State. It was a coin flip at that point. I don't really know what else to say. I don't.
It's an offensive team, but if I'm putting defense against offense, I'm going the defense. And I did my study too. I didn't watch a lot of college basketball all season, but I watch Baylor. I always root on Baylor. Speedy, tell him.
He nailed Baylor when they won.
I always pick Baylor. And I think Baylor, this year they're not going to be as good. They're going to obviously probably lose. I forget how I had them.
They get to play your Duke Blue Devils for
Yeah.
the Jeremy Roach revenge game.
Yeah, so I think they lose against Duke, but I think they're definitely coming out of the first round. I just don't think Mississippi State's going to beat them. So that's just
man, you didn't give much of an argument on that one.
No, I don't really know for these games. Like the 8-9 games are so close, it's hard to. It was just a guess for me, honestly.
All right, next one's BYU VCU. Errol picked the upset VCU. Errol, why'd you pick VCU?
Oh, I get to go for get to go again.
Well, he kind of it's winner. How about this? We'll play under winner's ball.
I give him a
Winner's
chance.
ball.
Let him go first.
All right, go
I'll
ahead,
go
Manny.
first.
Why'd you pick
I wanna hear
BYU
his
over
argument.
VCU?
I chose BYU. I think they're a really good offensive team. That's kind of the biggest thing for me is that they're such a good 3-point shooting team that I have to at least pick them to get out of the first round. I think I got them. Actually, I don't want to say where I got them going just in case, they get a little further. But they're just such a good offensive team and a good 3-point shooting team that it was hard for me to bet against them in this first round.
All right, Errol, the rebuttal.
They have the biggest guards in the tournament. If you go with Brandon Jennings, Philip Russell, there's a big guard. You have Alfonso Fats Billups. He's another guy that can play forward and guard. He's 6'7". You have Michael Bell, who's 6'8". He plays guard and forward. I think it's just a mismatch. Size is going to be a big problem in this game, and they're a good rebounding team, and they can do so many things, multiple things on a basketball court. That's why I think VCU is going to win this game. So BYU is a good offensive team, but again, the size is going to be a big problem for BYU, and that's why I think VCU is going to win.
Yeah.
All right, Speedy.
Good much better argument from you, Manny. This time, I'm going to give this one to Errol a little bit because I think that the big guards is good counter to the way BYU is structured this year. Unfortunately.
All right, Errol. Ole Miss over UNC.
I picked Ole Miss, right?
Yeah.
Well, I know everybody likes UNC and everybody loves the University of North Carolina. I don't. I am not a Hubert Davis fan. Everybody heard my argument, and I know Keith is probably going to attack me. He says, I think there's teams going all the way. I don't think that. I think they're a first round knockout. This is one of my surprises. Weren't rated high going into this tournament because guess what? I mean, what did they do in the ACC tournament? Got their butts whipped by Duke. Duke absolutely embarrassed them. So the problem in this game is the offensive side of the ball. I think they're playing against a team that's superiorly offensively gifted. Now UNC is a good offensive team too, but both teams are. It's going to, if it goes back and forth, I think obviously UNC is not going to be able to defend against them. And I think that's why the game will stay close. I think it'll be one of the closest games in the first round, but that's why I think UNC is not going to win.
All right, Manny.
I just went with the winner. I didn't know who was going to win. I chose UNC because of the offensive purposes and then San Diego State defensive. But I feel like this is a good matchup for UNC. I don't think the size is going to be an issue for them. They're not a big team this season, but I feel like against Ole Miss, that won't really be an issue for them. And I feel like if they can get a couple guys like RJ Davis and Cadeau again, playing like they did last game, I think they have a pretty good shot.
All right. So I'm going to try to we're going to keep it at 30 seconds each just because this game might take an hour if we do it that way. So, Speedy, what do you got for this one?
I'm going to give this one to Manny. I actually like your case with going up against San Diego State's defense, who was one of the best in terms of field goal percentage allowed in the country and shooting the way they did. I think that's a good argument. Even though I have Ole Miss too, I agree with Errol. I actually that's good reason for North Carolina to win.
All right, last one, Clemson, McNeese State. Let's go to Manny. Why'd you pick the 12 over the 5?
Genuinely only because of coaching. I already was looking at the rumors of Will Wade coming to NC State, so I had to put him, winning a couple games. I think he's a really good coach. I'm really excited for him to come to State. They've been in the tournament this year and last year, so they've been in the tournament back-to-back years. And Clemson is a really good team. It was really hard for me to pick them over Clemson, but it's just a coaching thing for me. I really want Will Wade and McNeese to upset Clemson in this first round.
All right, Errol.
Brad Brownell is not a bad coach, by the way. He's actually a really good coach. And this is a much bigger team. Clemson's a bigger team. They're a faster team, more athletic team. I expect them to completely pulverize the number 12 seed. I don't think the game's going to be even close. I just think the size is going to play a big difference in this game. And they're just so much more athletic. So I'm going Clemson. Clemson's going to completely destroy them.
Speedy?
I got to give this one Errol. Manny, it seemed like he was going to get a Power 5 job anyway. Yeah, I think even regardless of the game, I think you used a little too much in your argument.
All right. So that means Errol Marks by score 3-1 moves on to the next round. Errol, congratulations. You will face the winner of me versus Nathan.
Good arguments, Manny.
Right.
I know you're still figuring out the bracket, but the bracket's not easy. I studied the bracket like 10 days before the tournament, different teams and how I thought they were going to be ranked. And Keith took shots at me. I want to give a shout out to Keith.
Of course.
Keith was right. By the way, St. John's did not win in 78. They went to the finals in 78. They did not win. They lost, I think, against Kentucky. So I want to give a shout out to Keith. He's absolutely right. I'll take back what I said. So made a mistake.
Right.
Made a mistake. Don't attack me.
Our next match is the 2-7 match between Joba Chamberlain. Oh, is the Poops in the bathroom?
He went to the bathroom.
Yeah, but
what an on-brand move by Tommy Poops.
Well, Joba could do his. I can't believe he ran to the bathroom when he knows he's going against Joba. What's going on with this guy? I mean,
all right, where's Nathan?
The old man.
Nathan's in. No, Nathan's ready to go.
Nathan's ready to go.
All right, Nith. It looks like it's me versus you, buddy. So step on up to the stage. Turn your camera on.
His camera's just frozen.
Nathan's frozen.
Nathan's frozen. Nathan,
so let's
you
go with the 4-5 match. Owen versus Benton. Because I'll forfeit you guys. That's what's going to happen. We'll forfeit you.
Why would you go to the bathroom? You know you're facing Joba and you go to the bathroom. He's in.
Doing on last.
Oh my God! No, you're going against Joba. You're going against the second seed.
All right. You ready, Poops? All right, let's go. Let's go the way we're supposed to go. All right.
Pain.
All right. We got a 2-7 matchup. I'm going to throw it up on the board for everybody to take a look. There were a number of differences. We're not going to go through necessarily all of them in great detail, but you can see this one a little bit better. We got Joba's on the left, Tommy's on the right. Joba went with A&M. Tommy took the upset with Yale. We got 5-12 upset. Joba stayed with the 5. Poops went with the Liberty for the upset, 5-12. Vanderbilt for Joba, St. Mary's for Tommy. And then you had 3 in a row here in this bracket. Joba went with Oklahoma, shocker, over Connecticut. Right there, Tommy went with Connecticut. Tommy went with Memphis, Joba Colorado State. And Joba went with Grand Canyon, trying to have a back-to-back success over here over Maryland. Tommy went with Maryland. It looks like Joba stayed with Illinois, and Tommy played the play-in game, and Utah stayed for Joba versus.
Wow, you guys are complete different
UCLA.
teams.
Really, really different bracket. So I don't think we need to talk about it about everything. How about, since we gave you guys 30 seconds each for 4 things, let's just say 2 minutes on the clock for each of you. All right. And we'll let you guys compete on this. So let's start off, and I'll put it up. I don't know if you could see if it's too small. I apologize. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger, but either way, I'll read off the game if you need it. Joba, start us off. Tell me a little bit about. Let's start off with the Texas A&M choice, the Liberty choice, and the the Oregon choice and the Vanderbilt choice.
Well, I mean, these things are always toss-ups, and for me, it's you guys will find this exactly the way it should be. I went with Nebraska ties, and A&M obviously leaving, and Trev Alberts and him being there now, and just you watch enough college basketball, but this time of year it's so hard to predict what's going to happen, and I mean, I've seen people win brackets where their wife picks the best mascot and they know nothing about it. So, when we're over here sitting here talking about, and this could be an hour going back and forth with stats and who has bigger guards and who, but at this time of the year, that doesn't mean anything. And so then we got Oregon, Dana Altman. Family still lives here. Just great dude. Got to know him a little bit. And then what was? I mean, that's the only.
You went Vandy.
Vandy, because they're a baseball school and they've actually had a really good season. But I'm like I pick for random reasons, right? It's like
all right. So let's go murderers row, lightning round, Joba. Oklahoma over UConn.
I can't stand Dan Hurley.
Colorado State over Memphis.
One of my friends, best friends, coaches Colorado State.
All right, Grand Canyon.
Dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole. I'm good.
Grand Canyon, just a great story. I just want to see him keep going.
Illinois.
I pulled it out of my ass.
Utah State.
Dad went to the University of Utah, so I always root for him.
All right. There you go. All right, Tommy Scoops. You're going to have to outdo that. I'm
all you have
thoroughly
to know
impressed.
is a little bit about these games, and you have it in.
I don't know. If you
All right, so Tommy, you went with Yale, Liberty, and St. Mary's. Talk about those first.
So Yale is been a lot better of a schooling basketball program as of recent years. James Jones over there is a really good head coach. He's been over there for quite some time.
Been on the show?
Yes.
And yeah, he's been over there for quite some time. Oh, he's been on the show. I didn't even know that.
A while ago, yeah.
Yeah, so I've actually had the chance of Hofstra actually played Yale this last year. Got their butts kicked, but hey, it was a pretty good game to actually watch. But yeah, I think that Yale actually has a chance in this game. Who was the next team again, Fish?
Liberty.
Liberty. Who are they playing again? I can't even find them.
Oregon. They're beating Oregon 12-5 upset.
Yeah, I honestly got this pick because Oregon isn't really known for going as far into the playoffs or as far into the tournament as of recent year.
You do realize they're one of the best offensive teams in the country.
Hey, I have the upset going in here. I got Liberty going. I like to see upsets here. I got upsets.
St. Mary's.
St. Mary's. I don't even.
Not
know
an upset. They're beating Vanderbilt 7-10.
Yeah, honestly, they've been a lot better of a school than Vanderbilt this year. So that's honestly why I think St. Mary's really has it this year.
All right, lightning round for you too, since there were so many. UConn over Oklahoma.
Defending back-to-back champions. Of course they're at least going to get past the
Memphis 5-12 over Colorado State.
But defending back-to-back champions, of course, they're going to get out of the first round. So that's exactly why I got UConn.
Oh, sorry, I think we just glitched for a second. You took Memphis over Colorado State.
Memphis is a great basketball program over there. I think their defense has been really solid this year, so I think that they easily going to get past the first round as well.
Yeah, you should have said Anfree and Hardaway. I mean, come on.
Maryland over Grand Canyon.
I'm sorry, who was that again? Maryland?
Yeah.
13, yep.
Maryland, another great schooling program over there. So, honestly, Grand Canyon, they're sort of at a disadvantage against Maryland, especially since Maryland's been playing a lot better this year as of recent years. So, I think Maryland's going to get past the first round.
Okay. And there was one more, I believe. Oh, there's two more. You took the Texas Xavier winner over Illinois.
Their either program out of that school is a lot better, I feel like, of recent year than Illinois. Illinois has been a great program as well, but I have to take either of those programs. They were actually a phenomenal years last year, so I'm going with either of them over them this year.
Okay, and the last one was you took. I think we have you taking UCLA over Utah State to finish up.
Again, because of the programming history over there, UCLA is always fundamentally built to last long into the tournament. I even have them going all the way to the round 16, but I don't want to, spoil that for another time. But yeah, UCLA.
You just spoiled it.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. it's.
What do you mean you don't want to spoil it? You just spoiled it. All right, Speedy.
Who they played or whatnot. I just want to say I have them going far in this tournament.
Speedy, this is going to test your criteria. I think this round. What's your decision?
Okay, so the criteria, I think, Scoops, you were focusing on a lot of the growth of the programs, which I think was definitely better down the stretch. I think, obviously, St. Mary's, over Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's not really a basketball school, so it was tough to really justify an argument for that otherwise. But I like your case with Yale, and I like your good push with Liberty too. The way they've been growing, they've been underrated for a while. So I think that's mainly your edge that you got over Joba. Joba, I was curious more if you had more of an Oklahoma argument, because I actually think there is a legitimate case with them having Porter Moser, who went to the Final Four with Loyola. That was their coach.
I had to laugh, Joba.
And then being in the SEC. I was curious if you were going to take any of those angles with
Father
Oklahoma.
went there.
With
My friend
Oklahoma.
went here.
I pulled one out of my ass. He said.
I pulled one out of my ass.
Oregon, you're right about, though. They are very fundamentally
You
sound.
got to give him a point for that, pulling one out of his ass.
Which school was that for?
Illinois.
That was for Illinois? Okay.
All right, so Tommy advances. Next up will be
It was close.
let's
Yeah,
go
I-
Owen and Benton, the 3-6 matchup. So let's get you guys up here. And
I pulled
here's
one out of my
Benton,
ass.
and here's Owen. All right, and let me it's really funny. It's really funny. Man.
I don't know. I just pulled
Hilarious.
one out of my ass.
All right, so you guys have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 differences in the first round, according to
By the
this.
way, this
So,
Nick game is absolutely embarrassing. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
They should really be ashamed of themselves. This
yeah,
is a
well,
horribly sloppy game I've ever seen. This is a
they're
horror.
going to be sloppy without a real point guard for a little while. You know, it's just how it is. But whatever. All right, you guys have differences. Yeah, so Benton, you're the one with the symbols over here, and that means Owen's the one with the traditional writing. So Owen's got Yale, you've got Texas A&M. Owen took Carolina, you took Ole Miss. Owen took VCU, you took BYU. Looks like Owen took Colorado State, you took Memphis. Owen took Maryland, you took Grand Canyon. Owen took Missouri, you took Drake. Not the one that sucked in the rap battle this year, the college. And Owen took McNeese State, and you took Clemson. All right, so let's start it off with Owen. We'll do it the same way we've been doing it. But let me, instead of starting with the other two brackets, let's start with the one you had the most differences in. I want to hear why you picked Colorado State over Memphis, Maryland over Grand Canyon, and Missouri over Drake. Owen, go ahead.
Yeah, with Colorado State, they've been on a hot streak. They've been winning a lot of games in a row. They got a good offensive team out there. And I think Memphis has really struggled as of late to put the points on the board, as some would say. So I think Colorado State takes that game. And what were the other ones? Sorry, Fish.
You got Maryland, Grand Canyon.
Maryland over Grand Canyon. I watched Maryland play twice this year. They beat the brakes off Nebraska both times. They got 3 dudes that are freshmen that just literally light it up. If one of them's having an off night, Queen, they got Harper as a point guard that really tears it up. So they're a really good team, really talented freshman team. A lot of those guys were in the top 10 in the overall recruiting rankings. So I think Maryland's going to be poised for a big run this year.
Okay,
And then
Benton. Oh, sorry, there's one more. And then we have you took Missouri over Drake.
Yeah, I think with that one, I just went with Missouri. Had a really good year in the SEC, which obviously they think is a toughest conference this year with them getting 14 teams in. So I just went with a team that played well in the best conference over a small school in Drake.
Okay, and then rapid fire for the rest of them. You took Yale over A&M.
Yeah, Yale is really putting they put the ball in the hoop. They're a good offensive team, and I think there's got to be an upset somewhere. So why not Yale over Texas A&M? And again, Joba said that our AD left for Texas A&M, so they can go fly kite.
There you go, Kite Flyers. You took UNC over Ole Miss.
Yeah, I think UNC, what they did in the playing game, obviously they beat the brakes off of them. They really played really good ball. They got a couple guys, experienced guys that have went far in the tournament. So I think they're going to, play well. They're going to win. They went far in the ACC tournament. So they've been playing good basketball as of late. They just couldn't beat Duke with the last second free throw violation. So I think they've been playing well.
And just quickly, VCU and McNeese State. Why'd you go with those two?
VCU, I think, is a really good defensive team. They press up and down the court. They're going to make turnovers. They have one of the highest teams and ranks of turnovers that they create. So it's going to be hard for the other team to score some points. And then what was the last one? Sorry, Fish.
McNeese
State, I just picked as an upset. 12-5 is one of those classic upset games. obviously, them losing their coach doesn't help my cause there. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully they play hard for their coach and throw up an upset.
All right, Benton. So we're going to go with your choices of Memphis, Grand Canyon, and Drake to start off.
Sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna pull a Joba card out, and the more you look at it and the more you think about it, there's gonna be problems everywhere. The more you look at stats, the more you look at record and stuff like that. So I briefly just looked at the previews on ESPN when I was putting in my picks. I saw that Memphis scores 80 points per game, and one of their guards scores 22 points per game, and they have a pretty good record. So I chose Memphis. Over Maryland and Grand Canyon. Emotional pick there. I'm a GCU alum. I have my diploma sitting right there. I think we're really streaky. And like I said in the chat, we have a player off the bench that gets a lot of blocks. And I think if they shut down Queen, then don't let our draft prospect from last year, who should have gone to the draft, but he decided to stay one more year. But don't let Tyon go for 30. And then for Drake versus Missouri, same deal. Drake won 30 games. Can't just, you don't just win on accident. And their guard scores 19 points per game. So, yeah, I was keeping it simple. Straight to the
All right, rapid fire. So just, one-liners. McNeese, you went with Clemson over McNeese.
If I'm being real, I went on a cruise, met a girl from McNeese State, didn't like her. Clemson.
Strong reason. Moving forwards. A&M over Yale.
I don't care.
Texas A&M. I was watching one of my favorite TikTok guys that does a lot of sports stuff. He's a Texas A&M guy. And Johnny Manziel and Dude Perfect. Texas A&M.
Joy.
Ole Miss over Carolina.
Well, I got a Duke jersey on, so UNC's not happening.
Bingo.
Dead man.
BYU over VCU.
BYU had a good run last year. Another emotional pick. My buddy filled out a bracket in like 5 minutes and picked BYU to go all the way up to what they go Elite 8 last year. So I picked BYU because why not?
All right, Speedy.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting argument. I think both of you kind of canceled that with the Memphis, Colorado State. They are more of an offensive juggernaut, so I think Benton, you got the better end of it. But and you didn't mention that one of their best players probably won't play, so that was a thing that hurt your argument in there. But I did like Owen's arguments for Maryland a little more. I liked Owen's arguments a little more throughout the quick fire round. I think in general. So I'm going to give him a slight edge in this one. It was a very good argument, but I'm going to give Owen a very small victory.
Very
small victory.
It looks like I have to go against nobody. I have to go against Nithin's Ghost.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. He gets to move on to the next round.
I will put up his bracket just for the sake of it. The differences we had, he took Creighton, I took Louisville. Louisville, I can't believe they're an 8 seed. This was the runner-up in the ACC. They gave him the 8 seed. They lost 2 games over the last couple of months. What are you talking about with Creighton in this matchup? I think Louisville's a really good team.
They're a very good rebounding team. They always are. And
Ryan Cockbrenner.
Yep. And in the tournament, they always give teams problems. And that's why a lot of people think it could be an upset.
And at the end of the game, they got a guy that shoots 99% from the free throw line.
Yep.
So if it's a close game, he doesn't miss free throws.
Well, that might be the case, but this is still a team. I don't know how you give him an 8 seed. This should have been a 6 or a 5 seed. I don't get it. They were ranked 10th in the country.
Guess where
right?
Louisville's point guard's from?
Oh, I can make one guess. Other differences, I went with Drake for the reasons everyone mentioned. I took Arkansas. He took Kansas. I'm going Calipari to win a game and then meet up with Pitino in round 2. How fun would that be, guys? How fun would Calipari Pitino one more time
Not gonna happen.
in the tournament happen? That's all. Only one game. They only have to have one thing happen right for each one of them to make that happen. So that would be really cool. I took McNeese as well over Oregon. That's just taking a job of pulling it out of my ass, 5-12 type of situation. And I did the same thing, taking either Texas or Xavier over Illinois. And Nathan, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, nothing. I guess, Speedy, I win.
He was looking for where he could pick EJ Perry in the bracket.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's finish this. Take a look at the bracket where we are now. I guess I do have to insert a text box for both of these. I win by default, unfortunately, for Nathan. I was really excited to combat Nathan.
Poor Nathan. Couldn't argue his,
couldn't argue his nonsensical points.
He would have done this. I'll be Nathan. You ready? Yeah.
And
yeah.
I forgot who you went with, Speedy, on the last round. Who would you go with again? Owen or Benton?
Owen got the win.
I love you, Nathan. I love you.
Owen
all right.
Very slightly. That was probably the closest argument, was the one you two guys had.
All right. We are now going 1 versus 4. I get to stay on one more time. Now, I'm going to have to do a little legwork. You have to bear with me here to get this to match up.
Are we going in the second round now?
I think Owen in the second round, I believe.
So now it's me and you, and it's Owen versus Tommy is the matchup. I just went.
Now? Are we doing that now?
Well, we could come back to it later in the show if you'd like. But I was waiting for for Johnny Reno to come in. Looks like Johnny Reno is here.
Wes was supposed to come in too. We're still waiting on him.
All right, so let's keep going until Wes gets here, and then we'll stop after this round. So real quick, how about we do this? How about we go with the two of us. Errol, I'm going to show you who you picked in your bracket and copy it to where my page is. You know what? It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do this very easily, but let's see. Well, I'll just go to it. I'll open it up. So, oops, that's Owens. You can't see it that fast. So, Errol, you got UConn, Maryland in the Sweet 16, Texas Tech, St. John's, Auburn, UC San Diego, Iowa State, Michigan State, Duke and Arizona, Wisconsin and Alabama. I was supposed to cross that out. I guess I revealed one of your picks. Houston and Purdue, and Illinois. UCLA. I went on contrary with it in my picks. I got I don't know who I'm versing.
It's Owen or Owen.
Is he against me?
Oh no, you're against you.
Yeah. I'm against you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy all these and bring them over to yours so that I can make sense of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And this didn't work out as well as I thought. How about this, boys? Do you want Tommy? Why don't you just take the sports minute, and I'll have this fixed when we come back.
I don't really have anything down at the moment.
You can say this. Just open up the scores.
Okay, gotcha.
You want to bring Reno Johnny in? Maybe we could give him some insight.
Yeah. How about that? Why don't we get Reno in? We'll do Let's Parlay, and I'll have the set. That's perfect. You get Reno in, I'll have the second round and third round ready when we get back.
In addition to his picks, he also had some bracket talk he wanted to.
Well, what are our differences, anyways? What are our differences?
You got to give me a second to figure it out.
Okay.
All right. I can't do it on the fly that well. I'm not that good.
I know Kansas is one of them. I know that.
It's definitely good. There's going to be a bunch of differences for sure. For sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Reno, what do you got?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm actually filling out a few brackets. Yeah, I did a kid bracket with some of my friends. We took our kids and we had them pick winners. So those brackets are a lot of fun, a lot of fun to look at. I think this is one of the weird years. I think this is going to be a chalkier year. I feel like we say that. A lot of people think it's going to. This is one of those years where like matchups just don't really tend to. Like, I don't see Florida going out early. I don't see Houston going out early. Like, their matchups just don't, just lend to that. And this is also one of the years where I want to say one of y'all might have said it in the text message. It's one of the years where, like, out of the top, like, 20 teams of all time, 4 or 5 of them are in this year.
This
Was
year.
that you?
Yeah, I saw a stat. It was of the top 15. I think it was overall some efficiency
By
stat.
metrics, yes, by efficiency
Four of them
metrics.
are one
Four
season.
of them. I don't see a lot of upsets. I when I look at my bracket and what I did, I think I have 3 number ones, and I only have a number 2 because I'm like, I don't want to be the guy with 4 number ones, and I hate Duke so much. Like, let's just have them lose to Alabama. But in reality, like, if they're healthy, I don't really see them going out early at all. I think Florida is probably the team to beat. They're probably the of the top 4 teams, the hottest team coming into the tournament. There's a couple, I would say. I think Arkansas has a shot to knock off the Johnnies. I look at Arkansas as a team. They lost in the SEC tournament on a buzzer beater 3, right? So after being down big, like that's a team.
You have Arkansas beating Kansas.
I have Arkansas. I think Kansas is going into the tournament in down form. I think Kansas is actually.
That's why I think they're going to explode. That's why I think they're going to really get hot.
This isn't. It's like, to me, when I look at basketball, I equate it to baseball. And when I'm watching baseball, there's always a team that's like on a losing streak, and people want to be like, they can't lose 9 in a row. No, they can. When you're in a streak, you don't just let's turn it on. You have to like gradually kind of get out of that. I don't see Kansas has had time to fix it. They just haven't. They just haven't fixed it. I look at Arkansas on the flip side. Arkansas, remember, they were in the SEC tournament. They were 0-6 to start the year in the SEC play. I think they were 1-9 in SEC play at one point. And they're in the tournament as one of the 12 teams of the SEC.
Because of the coach. That's the only reason why they're there.
But no, they were winning games late. They were winning games late.
Who they beat? Who did they beat?
You can't argue that. You can't tell me that Arkansas just got in because of their name and their coach. When you look at what they did, they started. Look. They started the season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They went 1 and they were 1-6 to start SEC play. And they got road wins at Kentucky, road win at Texas. They beat LSU. They beat Texas again, another tournament team. They beat Vanderbilt, a tournament team. Mississippi State. They pulled together some wins. They beat South Carolina in the tournament. They lost to Mississippi by 3. And remember, Mississippi was up 21 points. And they lost by 3 on a buzzer beater. This is a very good team. And I hate it because I think there's a lot of love for SEC. We've seen it year in and year out. They got 12 teams this year. This might be the one year where I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I think the SEC is that good. So when you look at a team that they lost 10 games in SEC play, that's a lot different than 10 games in the ACC, 10 games in the Big 12. The SEC is a big man conference. I think Arkansas is a team to look out for. I like what St. John's. I like the Rick Pitino story. I could assume there's got to be some strippers up there at the Johnnies because you know what he does, and I get it. And it's a great story. Break out the white suit, but do it for the game against Arkansas because I'm not sure you're going to get past that game. I really like Arkansas. When I look at upsets, that might be my biggest upset.
Dude, how many times have they beat a top 25 team this year?
Yeah, okay. But you can also say the same thing about North Carolina.
I'm looking at it right now. How many times?
You can say the same thing about North Carolina. And I'm going to sit here and tell you, and I don't like the way they got in, but North Carolina is still a lot better than 10 other teams that they were thinking about. People were mad about West Virginia. I'm not that mad about it. I think the one team that got shafted was probably Boise. I think Boise probably should have got shafted over San Diego State.
By the way, I got UNC losing in the first round.
I got UNC going to Sweet 16. I think UNC – every year, I don't have the numbers. Speedy might be able to look up the numbers in terms like that. But every year, there's one team that plays in the first 4 that makes it to the Sweet 16.
They actually do have an easier cluster, though, because Iowa State is an injury, so that could hurt them.
I look at North Carolina, and when you look at who they got to play to get to the Sweet 16, I think they play Ole Miss, right? SEC team. I get it. You know who's favored in that game? UNC is favored in that game. And you might get a lot of Iowa State being the lower seed money, but you could look at the records. ATS, the lower seed favored, is like 75%. They win those games. I don't know why, but somehow, North Carolina's favored in that game. And they play Iowa, who's not healthy, right? So you look at that. Those are 2 games that are very, very winnable. Then you look at they go to Michigan State, right? Michigan State, if they get to Michigan State to me is not as strong of a team as I think people think they are. They're very, very beatable. I look at North Carolina getting all the way to Auburn. Now they're going to lose to Auburn. I think Auburn is that much better. But I look at the matchups that they're going to have to play. I think North Carolina is a very strong team to go to make team. They're going to make the committee look good because they're going to be like, oh, I told you they should have been in, right? And it was controversial the way they got in, but I think they're a team to look out for. When I look at
they're going to lose in the first round.
When I look at they're not losing the first round.
They're losing in the first round. Watch.
When I look at double digit, there's one team that
I'll send you a text, Reno. I'll send you a text.
I know you will. There's one team that I actually like as a double digit to make it pretty far. I'm talking Sweet 16. And that to me is High Point.
Ooh, okay.
I like High Point. I'm not high on Purdue. I think Purdue's
I have that upset too.
I think Purdue's very beatable. They're a 4 seed. They're getting that on name alone. I think they're not as strong as they've been in years past. I think Clemson gets past McNeese. I think I faded McNeese because they're one of the popular picks.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
but Will Wade's already accepted a job. He just accepted a job, and now you got to go play for McNeese. It's just it may not feel as great. I don't know if they're going to be as amped up. I think Clemson's a really good ACC team. I think too much love is on McNeese. I'm going to take Clemson, but I think High Point can get after Clemson too. So I think High Point's got a good chance to go Sweet 16.
What do you think about UC San Diego to Sweet 16 possibly?
Too much love. A few years ago, a lot of 12s were getting. There was like, oh my god, every year at least 1 12 until like 12s became such a popular play. 13s now are becoming that kind of popular play. Like I'm gonna stick away from everybody's gonna be on them. I do like High Point. I think the other team that I think a lot of people are showing love to is Liberty. I wish Liberty
matchup, yeah.
I wish Liberty pulled a different matchup, but I think they can beat Oregon. I think Liberty is a good matchup. This is a Liberty team that's got a lot of experience that can go far. I think the one team that I think is getting a lot of love, and I think you guys may have talked about it, is Drake. I can't stand Drake. I don't think they're that good of I do not think they're that good of a team. I'm fading Drake in the first round. I think they're going to get blown out by Missouri because it's two contrasting styles in the tournament. You have a team that's going to go fast, and you have Drake that wants to slow it all the way down with defense. I think the fast team's going to kind of get out on top. I think Drake, and it says a lot for me. I love my mid-majors. I'm a mid-major all the way, but I think Drake goes out in a ball of flames in the first round.
I won't jump the gun on your team like I did last year. Don't worry.
What? My team ain't in here this year.
I don't know. I meant last year when I'm like when I was courting them to win already, and then they blew it, and then you got a door.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that was disastrous. I remember that text. I remember I was at a bar. I was drinking a beer with the boys. The bets were looking good. I had my shirt on, my hat.
Tonight when you had UNC coming out of the first round.
I'm not drinking nothing. I got a little sparkling water tonight, but I remember then Speedy had to text me, Nevada's looking good. And that text sent Nevada in a tailspin.
I think the team was like 7 to go, and they blew
They
it.
scored. They were up 17 points.
Yeah,
with 6:20 to go, and I think they scored 4 points the rest of the way after that text.
Yeah, they kept shooting so many reckless threes. I'm like, what are they doing?
I blame you. If you didn't send that text, Nevada would have won that game. I guarantee it.
So let's just blame Speedy for everything.
Yes.
Everything is his fault.
I was
Everything
honest.
is
I named my tag Mountain West Jinx for that for the beginning of the show.
Everything is your fault. Everything is your fault.
I did show you that. I took my L because I also
Loser.
was running them in Boise like it was last year, or New Mexico, one of those teams last year. And they both lost in the first round.
Go scuba diving.
The Mountain West, the problem with the Mountain West is they get such a bad rap. If San Diego State didn't make that title game that year, it would have been a rap because
I don't care.
They had 5 teams in the tournament, and they all lost round 1 except for San Diego State. So we needed that. That was big for the conference.
99% of the world would too.
So, is Wes coming in for what? Let's parlay, or am I just giving out my games?
Let's go because we got a show to go, and we can't wait. It's pretty, Reno, give us your 4 picks more quicker than usual because we've got a lot show left and We've been holed up on a lot of this. So you ready to give us your Let's Parlay?
I am.
All right.
Yeah, one of
We call this Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
All right, Johnny, give us your 4.
All right, we're going to start off in the morning tomorrow. I'm going to take High Point. I'm going to get 7.5 points against Purdue. Like I said, I think this High Point team can go deep and go Sweet 16. They're catching 7.5. And I look at this when I do my bracket, that's for fun. When I do my bets, that's for business, right? So I don't really care about if my bracket blows up because they lose, but they cover. I'm a happy man. So I'm going to take High Point 7.5. They'll play Purdue close. They might run away with this late and pull out the W here and bust some brackets early on. Game number 2 is going to be, and I kind of talked about this team already as well. I'm going to take Missouri at -6. I think Drake is getting a shit ton of love. Everybody loves Drake. That's a sleeper. Everybody's Sweet 16, mid-major. I'm a mid-major guy. I live and breathe the mid-majors. Give me my MAC and my Mountain West teams in the Missouri Valley. I love those teams. I don't like this Drake team. I think this Drake team is playing above their pay grade. They have so much love on them. Give me Missouri to run them out the building. And I've never said that about a mid-major team. I love my mid-majors. I apologize to the rest of the mid-majors. But Drake can suck a fat one, and we're not going with them tomorrow. Give me Missouri -6 points. We're going to go to day 2. Those are both tomorrow on Thursday. You got one in the morning. You got one in the afternoon. We're going to go to day 2 of the conference, and we are going to take Colorado State in the Mountain West. Like I said, we're back with my mid-majors. They're actually favored in this game. They're actually favored in this game as a 12 seed by 1.5 points. I think they're one of the hotter teams going into the tournament. This is a Colorado State team that really needed to win the Mountain West, even get out into the field. They were a bid stealer. They're hot, one of the hottest teams in college basketball right now. I'm going to take them. They got some experience on that squad as well. That's going to carry them to a win against Memphis. Not that high on Memphis. They lost a lot of games, or they won a lot of games in their conference tournament by the skin of their teeth. How much can that run for? And then the other team tomorrow, Friday as well. It's the last game on the last start time on the board, 9:10 Eastern. We're going to take Liberty, the Flames, against Oregon, catching 7 points. I think this is another one. Downfall. Okay, nice. I'm reading the messages here with Drake's coach. I think Liberty could win the game as well, and I'm catching 7.5. The one thing here in March Madness is if you have points to take in these games that are within 10 points, take the points, because a lot of these games come down to the last couple possessions or a buzzer beater shot. Give me the Flames plus 7.5. Cover the spread. Sprinkle on the money line.
Let's not.
All right, Reno. All right. You want to pat? You want me to pat you on the back? Don't worry.
You could send arrow UNC.
Don't worry. When UNC gets knocked out,
UNC,
they're getting knocked out, my friend.
Can I tell you something real quick? I hate UNC. I can't stand. One of my friends is a big UNC fan.
I'm a Duke fan. I can't stand them either.
And I can't stand.
I usually pick UNC to go far. Not this year.
I think it's too easy to pick him to go out early because everybody is, and I can't stand. I wish they would lose. I wish they would have lost in the first 4. But I know that the matchups that they get are going to set them up nicely, and I'm going to have to hear this guy talking all freaking in my ear about North Carolina, and then I'm going to have Duke over here and a bunch of freaking.
I'm a Duke fan.
Terrible fans.
I don't stick it to people. First of all, I hate Shire. I hate him, and I'm picking them to win the whole tournament. Okay, I can't stand the guy, but his team is when. And I'll say this: if his whole team is healthy, they're going to be very hard to beat. I mean, they have the size, they got the athletic ability, and they're just really good on the guard play.
Is Cooper Flag playing? See, because I know he's coming back, but if you're the coach, do you play him against a 16?
Yes.
I don't.
I think he will.
I know, but I wouldn't.
I know. I
No,
know
you're
you
right.
wouldn't.
I agree with you, Reno.
They just won the ACC with. They don't need Cooper Flag. They're just happy that he's not on anybody else's team. You know what I'm saying? Rest him one more game before you start getting into some real competition.
He's a competitor, and he's going to want to go out there and play. So, and I expect him to play every single game in this tournament, as long as if he can go up and down the court. So
that's your champion, Duke.
I got Duke. I was thinking about it. I was really going through it, and I was just like, I was mind boggled on how I was going to pick my bracket. And then Speedy asked me. Speedy was like sitting here. He's like, "You're going to pick your bracket?" I said, give me 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to look. I'm going to do my research, and then I did my research, and I got Duke and Auburn in the national championship. So
I'm high on Florida, but I hate that because I was high on Florida a month and a half ago.
Do you know who I got?
You want to talk about like too much love? Like there's so much love for like a random breakthrough once.
Do you know my surprise in the Final Four? You know who my surprise is in the Final Four?
Who?
UConn. I think they're much better than what they were playing in the last couple of weeks. They're
who do they get in the second round if they win though? Don't they get
Florida? They get Florida.
Well, Florida.
I think they're going to be Florida. I think they're going to be Florida.
The reason why I can't back off of it is I liked Florida about 2 months ago. I was saying like this Florida team is dangerous, and nobody was talking about them.
But here's the problem with Florida every single year. This is what happens. They have great guard play. And what happens every single year? They get into a game where it's a rebounding game and they can't out-rebound the other team.
This is a different team. They got size and length on this team.
So does
the only
UConn.
reason why I don't like them now so much is because they had a great 3 weeks of basketball. And so they're not under the radar anymore.
Right.
And they're on everybody's radar. So I think they were picked 18% of the brackets filled out on ESPN so far have picked them to win.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people have it, but I'm not gonna count out the national champion. And I do believe Dan Hurley. He has something about his mind games and what he does on the court that gets under people's skins. And I think he's going to do it. And I think he'll get if UConn gets a lead, which I believe they will. They're going to play their game. And when they do that, they're champions. And they have a bunch of good players. This is not a weak UConn, Husky. So I think
they do, but I also there's something about them this year because they're in a lot of games. But in late time situations, Nevada they were the favorite to win the Mountain West, and they were in every game against Boise, against San Diego, every game they were in them. And then with about 5 minutes to go, same with UConn, something happens where they can't make the big shot. They get a big turnover. They cannot close games out. This Florida team can put up 100 on you. And I don't think UConn can put up 100 on anybody this year.
No, but UConn can play defense, and I think they're going to shut down Florida.
So can Florida. Mm-hmm. Florida can play defense. They just choose to score 100 and say, you score 100.
When you play your game and you're a good rebounding team, and UConn is a good rebounding team, I think they're going to play. I think and they got to worry about getting out of the first round, and I believe UConn will. I know that Danny Hurley has got a game plan against Florida and how to defend against them and play them. He does it every year, and I'm not going to bet against the national champion. I'm not going to do that. A team that's won back-to-back championships, and he already came out when he was on 60 Minutes. They asked him. He said, "Is this a lost year if you don't go all the way to the national championship?" He says, "Not only it's a lost year, it's a year that should have never happened." And he already said, he says, "My team is much better than they played this year." He said
they might be, but Florida did play that good. They're the number one offense in the country.
Goodbye, Florida. So long.
The number 9 defense in the country.
All right.
Because you say UConn can play defense, so can Florida. They're number 9, but Florida's number 1 on offense, efficiency wise.
So were they. They were pretty damn good last year and the year before, and offensively, and they fell flat on their face. So. That's just my opinion. Anyways, we love you, Rena.
All right.
Take that beard. Take that beard. How about this? I'll make you a bet.
No, I'm not shaving the beard. I'm not shaving the beard.
If you win, you have to narrow a UNC jersey.
I'm trying to
not wearing a UNC jersey. That's never
I'm
going to
trying
happen.
to give me a
I
Java
did
beer.
the Tom Brady thing. I'm not doing that. Never in my even a Michael Jordan UNC jersey. I will never wear it. I bought one time, and I was like, "Should I wear it?"
Yeah, that's what I want. I want the Java Detroit Tigers Java beer. That's what I'm going for.
That was
Grow the hair out.
that was tough.
You're
That
a
was
bull.
tough.
What are you
I'm
trying?
gonna grow the hair out.
That's why he's going for the anti-Yankees agenda.
All right, Reno. So long, my friend. We'll see you next week. We love you,
I'll be back.
Reno Johnny. A little lost sometimes, but we love you. A little lost. It's okay. UNC out in the first round. I can't wait till that happens. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be fun. All right, are you ready, Fish? Are you ready? Are we ready for this? Here we go.
If you'd like to, we could go to Sports Minute real quick with Tommy if you want to take a quick break. But we do have the second round ready to go for bracket ball.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
Mhm.
So here we are, round 2.
Mhm.
Time to fight, as we know. And we are going to start off with Owen versus Tommy. You guys have almost everything different. So all it is just going to be a couple of minutes. You're going to talk about the teams that you think are going to make it to the elite, to the Sweet 16.
Send me the teams.
All
Send
right?
me teams that we're different, Fish.
So right here we have, looks like, so Owen, you're in Nebraska red on this. And yours are, you took Creighton when Tommy took Auburn. Owen took Yale. Tommy has Michigan. Owen took UNC. Tommy has Iowa State. Owen took Michigan State. Tommy has Marquette. Owen took Florida. Tommy took UConn, like you, Errol, I think. Then we have VCU.
Our man. He knows. He knows.
VCU.
That's why you know we get along.
VCU for Owen. Wisconsin for Tommy. McNeese State for Owen into Sweet 16. Purdue for Tommy. Illinois for Owen. Kentucky for Tommy. And Tennessee for Owen. And UCLA for Tommy. So let's say about 2.5 minutes each. So 5 minutes total for the round. Speedy, you're the judge. Let's start it off with our guys. So let's start with the higher seed gets first dibs. So Owen, 2.5 minutes. Tell us about your Sweet 16 a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first couple games I took Creighton. I think Creighton has experience. I think they got a great coach in Greg McDermott. He actually coached at the old Wayne State, which is my hometown, and his son Doug McDermott went to Wayne, so I know that family. Shout out to them. So got to go with the hometown heroes in Omaha. They've been there before. As the rest of the Sweet 16, it's hit or miss. I don't think UConn's going anywhere. I watched them play against Creighton twice. They can't shoot the ball. Their best player is a freshman, McNeely, and they struggle to sometimes have that offensive power. When they go up against bigger, better teams, faster teams, they lose. They've had a really rough couple months, so I don't think they're going to go anywhere there. The one I have to maybe go back on is McNeese State. I don't think they're going to go as far, especially after their coach just bailed on them. But, maybe they make a little bit of a run. I think overall, I just went with the conferences that I see and I watch. I took, Wisconsin. I think I went against Wisconsin. I watched Wisconsin play. The Big Ten's down this year, and I think VCU is a tough team to beat. I also, I took Michigan State because of Tom Izzo. I think you got to go with the coaches in this a little bit as well. Tom Izzo is a great coach. So that's my kind of breakdown of what I did. UCLA also lost to Nebraska, so the fact that anybody thinks they're going to the Sweet 16 is kind of a joke. We all saw how Nebraska finished the season, so if you lose to them, you're probably not going far in this tournament.
All right, Tommy Poops, tell us about your Sweet 16.
Yeah, honestly, I decided to rock with Auburn because, I think Auburn's just one of the best teams in the nation, of course. Arrow is, of course, very high on them, like you just mentioned a couple minutes ago. But yeah, I think Auburn has what it takes this year. This is a crazy Auburn team this season. One of the best Auburn teams I have ever seen in basketball ever. So I think Auburn honestly is championship material this season. So I think they definitely are going to be making it out of the Sweet 16 and all that. Michigan over Yale. Yale, so I kind of was high on them getting out of the first round. However, Yale doesn't really go too far into the tournament, especially within the last few years. They're always knocked out within the last few rounds. So I, of course, have Michigan over Yale. Iowa State. That one I'm going to be pulling a job on that. That one was just pulled out of my ass. That's kind of where we're going with Iowa State. And Marquette over Michigan State. Marquette, I feel like is, well, of course, Marquette has been always a great school. I feel like Michigan State also is a bit of a choker of recent years. So I feel like Marquette can get it done there. Connecticut. I know Owen, of course, watches a lot of basketball, watches a lot of college basketball, and has a lot of opinions with UConn this year. It's very hard to doubt them with, of course, Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley is just a great coach. I feel like he's of course, showed these past 2 years why he is running the team over there and why he can actually get them back to a championship contender this year. Even regardless of how they played this year. So also with Wisconsin, Wisconsin and Kentucky, also great programs too. I don't really have faith in the teams that they are playing, so I easily have them going out of there. I easily have them going there. UCLA, kind of the same, much of the same thing. And Purdue, especially after the stellar year they had last year. I know Purdue isn't as good as they are this year, but I think Purdue definitely can make some noise in the tournament for sure.
All right, Speedy, what's your choice?
All right, so I'm going to give this one to Owen for 2 reasons. I think Creighton mentioning them, a lot of the tournament experience, I think was a big thing. Tommy, I wanted you, if you were going to go on the UConn upset angle, to go on the angle more of out coaching, like big time, an inexperienced coach from Florida. I would have wanted you to take that angle more, I think, in that debate. And also, I think Marquette, you didn't really emphasize the upsets enough, I think, with Marquette. They're a better defensive team than they were last year when they were a 2 seed. I think that would have been something, because I was considering that upset too, but I think they would have needed that more of an argument. So it was a little more bland down the stretch. So I'm going to give this one to Owen.
All right. So, Owen, you advance to the finals of bracket ball. So now it is the first seeded Errol Marks versus me, the fourth seeded.
Who has an
Aaron
advantage?
Fishman.
He knows what we have, what we're different, and what I asked you to send me what we're different, so I can kind of have an argument. But
So I would have, if look, if I faced off versus Nathan and he didn't cower out.
So you got an advantage. You got right into the next round.
I spent even less time than Joba making my picks
Stop.
today. So
spit it out.
We are going to show it to you. We have some different ones. Errol, you got UC San Diego making it to the Sweet 16. I went with Michigan over A&M. So different guys knocking off A&M. You went with Arizona. I decided to go Liberty into the Sweet 16. I live close to them. I don't like them. I've had to drive there and coach football games. It's like in the middle of freaking nowhere, Liberty. But I think they're going to do some damage here. We got differences on, you got Maryland. I got Memphis. You got Texas Tech. I went with the upset, the crazy Drakers over there. And you took Kentucky. I took Kentucky. You took Illinois. I took Tennessee. You took UCLA. So same rules. Errol, you got 2.5 minutes. Talk about your Sweet 16.
You go first.
All right, I'll talk about my Sweet 16.
Yes.
I'm going to do this very quickly.
I'm the one.
I took Michigan. I watched the Big Ten tournament. I loved how they played. They played together. If you remember all the crap that happened with Juan Howard over the last couple of years, it's nice to see them come out of it in this way. Most of the games they lost during the season were close, except for against Michigan State. I think they eventually will meet up with them once again, because I have Michigan State making it to the Sweet 16 as well. I think they'll do damage. If on the other side of the bracket, I have the Dukies obviously making it. I think Duke's got a great chance to go all the way this year. Liberty, I got going. I think Liberty is going to be stronger. We talked about it. Wisconsin, watched that Big Ten. Now, look, it was a rock fight in the first half of that Wisconsin-Michigan game in the finals. It was a long tournament, but they kind of, once that happens, you get past the garbage first half. It was an excellent second half of basketball. I think Wisconsin's very good. And Alabama, everyone knows I'm a Buffalo guy. Nate Oates, love that guy from his days at Buffalo. Houston loves to make it to the Sweet 16 and then suck, so I got them doing that. Purdue, going to knock off McNeese. I got Kentucky and Tennessee. I thought Tennessee was one of the best teams all year, so that's where I'm going with that one. The Johnnies, got to go with the story of the Johnnies. I'm going with Drake. You got to go with some of these high seeds. Memphis, one of the better offenses. But look, that should be an awesome game if it goes Florida-Memphis. Let's hope to see that game. Besides that, Errol, that's all I got for you. I don't have the advanced analytics tonight.
I'll go from one to the other. All right.
All right. You took UC San Diego.
Oh, yes. Against Michigan. World-renowned defense. Always a great defense. They're a 12 seed. I think.
Well, you took them over A&M in the second round, but you had them already beating Michigan.
Yes, I have them beating Michigan. So I think they're a lot better than people think they are. They're going to knock off Michigan in the first round. Absolutely. Their defense is going to shut down a Michigan Wolverine team that has played well really in the last couple of weeks, but they're not beating San Diego. San Diego's bigger, they're stronger, and they're one of the best defensive teams in the country. So Michigan's not even getting out of the first round, so it doesn't even matter. Give me another one.
All right. You went with Arizona.
Arizona, obviously they flop a lot of years, but I think Arizona is first of all, as good as Oregon is, and they're a great offensive team, I think Arizona is a better all-around team. They have a tremendous amount of size, and I think Arizona this year could really go far. I mean, obviously they got to bump and grind, and they're gonna play better. But I think Arizona is a big team. They're strong, very well coached, and I really do think they have great guard play. So I have Arizona knocking off Oregon. Oregon could really lose in the first round. They could absolutely get knocked out in the first round against Liberty. So I have them going and beating Liberty, but I think Arizona is much better than Oregon.
All right. You went with Maryland over Colorado State, who had already beaten Memphis in your bracket.
I love Maryland. I love them. I think they're great. I think they're a great team. They played so well this year, especially the last couple of weeks. And again, Maryland also has very good guard play, and they play good defense. I look at teams that if you want to win this tournament, you got to have some good defense, and you have to have good guard play, and they have all of those. And again, Maryland could surprise a lot of people and knock off quite a few. Maryland could go to the Sweet 16. They could even possibly get into the Elite Eight. They're really good. That's why they were rated. That's why they were ranked 4th, and they were a 4th seed because they played so well the last couple of weeks, and they knocked off pretty good teams. And by the way, top 25 teams, I think they beat, if I'm not mistaken, 5. So in the last couple of weeks. So I think Maryland's a really good team.
Okay, and let's just do it quickly. The interesting one here, the most interesting one left. You went with UCLA over Tennessee.
Oh, I love UCLA. I love them. I think I have them going at Speedy. Do I have them going in the Elite Eight?
No, I think you picked Illinois over.
So
UCLA.
they have them going to the Sweet 16. So I think UCLA is very good overall, all around. They have great power forwards. They have 2 really good power forwards on this team. And again, another team that is a high flying offense. They're not a world renowned defense, but they're gonna score a lot. They're gonna knock off Utah State. And again, Tennessee, everybody loves Tennessee, and they've played so well this year. I think Tennessee could really get knocked out by UCLA. They are going to get knocked out by UCLA in the second round. So I think they're a better all-around team in the last couple of weeks. But again, people are going to take Tennessee because they're a 2nd seed. So that's
all
it.
right. There were a couple, you mentioned Illinois already.
Yes.
The only thing you didn't mention was Texas Tech. In fact, we haven't talked about Texas Tech all night. So why don't you finish
got
up
him
that?
Speedy's got him going to the championship game. Okay. Speedy's got them in the championship game. All around, they don't have any weaknesses. They're a good all-around offensive team. They're a great defensive team. They got a great bench. They have a bunch of great young players at the guard position. I think Texas Tech could surprise a lot of people and go all the way to the Final Four. They could be the surprise team to go to the Final Four this year. Speedy is right, but they got to go through a lot of good teams. So, but Texas Tech is one of the most underrated teams in this tournament. So,
all right, Speedy.
Yeah, I think Errol's later arguments, I think definitely were better. I think especially with Maryland, that was very strong. One of the reasons they surged was because they got a lot of quad 1 wins in a row. I know Johnny was mentioning the Big Ten was down, but a lot of it was because of teams like Maryland that weren't supposed to doing as well as they did.
I love Maryland. I do.
I think his arguments were better. I think as well with UCLA, with the experience that they have, versatility, I think is very big key with them. Fish, I was curious on your Michigan argument. I think them winning closer games in the Big Ten tournament. I don't know if that was as good of a argument for them to get a 5 seed and go as far as they did. And I was curious on more with the Memphis one with you. So close one again. I'm going to give a slight one to Errol.
All right. So we have the finals matchup is the number 1 seeded Errol Marks versus the number 3 seeded Owen the Tick Rickner. I kind of saw it going down this way. I did.
I would have liked to see Joba, but I mean, obviously, I pulled it out of my ass.
So I'm going to tell you right now. We have this. I'm just going to read off your guys in your that get to your Final Four, and I want you guys just to talk about your Final Four. So Errol, your Final Four is Connecticut, an 8 seed, Houston, Auburn, and Duke. Owen, your Final Four.
Owen go first.
Oh, that's mine. That nobody cares about that. Where's Owens? Oh, I had Owens up. What did I do? Did I delete it by accident? Oh no. I'm an idiot. Oh, this is Owens. Nope, that wasn't Owens. Owen, tell me your Final Four. Unmute yourself.
I did it. You.
I honestly don't know.
You don't remember your Final Four? I could pull it up.
I remember my Final Four. I did.
You texted it to me, so hold on. I can just pull it up.
I can pull it up
right now. I have it. All right. You took Florida, Michigan State, Duke, and the Gonzaga Bulldogs to make the Final Four. 2.5 minutes each. Owen, you're the lower seed. Errol gets last licks. Begin, Owen.
Yeah, for my Final Four, I kind of went off with the hot teams and then some coaching. So I took 2 great coaches, Gonzaga and Michigan State. I think those, we talked about it on the show on Monday. Great coaches are going to do really well in this tournament. And who's better than Mark Few and Tom Izzo? Like, there's none better than that. I think Gonzaga's been on a hot streak. Michigan State's been streaky, but they've been really good in the Big Ten. And I'm just going with coaches on those guys. And then I took talented teams. Florida obviously just won the SEC. Again, you talk about toughest conference. Most teams in the conference, they went through that whole tournament. They won the tournament, and they got, they're on a hot streak from that. I think it's going to carry over to this tournament. They're athletic, they're fast, they're big, they can shoot, they got it all. And then Duke. I think Duke has the overall number 1 class as freshmen in the tournament. I think obviously they got the best player in Cooper Flagg if he stays healthy. I think their talent overall, and then they got Knikel, however you say his name, who shoots the lights out of the ball. They got a good center who's really good defensively. They won the ACC tournament. A lot of these teams push through far in their tournaments or won it, and I think those are the teams that are going to go far. They take that momentum, they go through. So I want a mixture of talent and I want a mixture of coaches. And I think they're going to prevail. And I think my Final Four is way better than Errol's.
Okay.
Get out of here. You don't even know my Final Four.
That's incredible. Errol Marks, same time on the clock. What do you got?
I got Auburn. I have Auburn and UConn. Obviously, UConn's a national champion. I think they're a lot better than they're ranked. I think they have a tremendous amount of size. They're very well coached. Danny Hurley is one of the best in the world. And I'll tell you, Danny Hurley gets under people's skin. I think it's going to play a dividend throughout the tournament. I think he's going to get under people's skin. And I have them playing the Johnnies in Elite 8. I think this is a big year for the Big East. And I would love to see Pitino versus Danny Hurley. So I have UConn and Auburn. Auburn is probably the second best team in this tournament. They were ranked higher than Duke going into the tournament, but they're not better than Duke. I mean, obviously, but Auburn is tremendous. They got tremendous side, guard play. They play defense. They play offense. They're very well coached. I love everything about Auburn, and they could. And Bruce Pearl, we all know who he is, and we know what he's all about. So I expect Auburn to play a real big game against UConn. It's going to be fun to watch. Then I have Duke, the Duke Blue Devils. I'm not a Shire fan, ladies and gentlemen, but let's be honest. This team is loaded. Duke is loaded. Knuppel, Harris. Obviously, we all know about their superstars. This is a great team. Tremendous side, great guard play. And to me, there is no weakness of this team. They're as strong as any team in the tournament, and they have the best player in the world in Cooper Flagg right now in college. I don't think it's even close And then you got Houston. I love Houston. I think this is the year Houston is going to go to the Final Four, and they're going to make noise. They're going to give Duke a lot of problems. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if they beat Duke. They're tremendous. They've got this size, their speed. They're one of the best defenses in the country. I think they're ranked 9th, and they're one of the best offenses. So they're tremendous all around. And again, everybody thinks that this team is going to be like a one-shot, loss or second round, third round loss. This is a different team this year. I think they're overall athletically gifted in many different areas. They've got size and they got the ability. By the way, they're one of the better rebounding teams in this tournament. So I think if they play their game, they can knock off the Dukies. They can knock off Auburn, and they can knock off UConn. UConn, don't count UConn out. I'm telling you right now, anybody that counts this guy out, Danny Hurley, I watched 60 Minutes. He came out and pretty much said, if you think we are what we are ranked, well, then you don't know basketball. And when he said that, I said, okay, I got UConn going at least to the Final Four. I do not count out Danny Hurley, especially he uses this reverse psychology. And by the way, he's got his own basement where he sits down with these weird things. I mean, his wife is just as weird as he is, okay? His basement is like a man cave that you never want to be in, okay? And that's all I'm going to say. So that's what I got.
All right,
that
Speedy.
sounds sketchy.
It is.
So we're gonna pick a team that has a guy that with a weird basement. Is he into mannequins?
Well,
What is
hold
he
on one
into? I don't-
second. Did
Is
you
he
not
a
hear my
sex
argument?
dungeon? I don't
Did
know.
you not hear my argument? They're the
That's how you
national
ended it.
champions, 2-time national champions.
A year
And by the
ago,
way,
2 years
and
ago.
Two
not the
years
same
ago,
team.
last year.
Last year.
I said it's
Last
not.
year.
I said the last 2 years, but it's not the
Yeah.
same team.
That-
They didn't even make the finals in their
Remember,
conference
Do
tournament.
you know how many top players they have on their roster right now that are leaving after this year? I expect this team to come out strong with their coach. They're sensational. They're they're underrated for what they're ranked. They haven't played very well in the last week or two, but when it comes to the tournament, they're a different team, and so is Danny Hurley as he gets under your skin. And that's what he's going to do. Ask Purdue what he did in the national championship. I can tell you, I know Zach Edey's not going to like it, but it's true. He gets under people's skin. So eat it. Eat it, Owen, you little bastard. I'm sorry. I had to do that. So
Okay, Speedy, your decision to see who's the winner
Yeah,
of the bracket.
No, this was a very good debate. I especially like your debate with Florida
Enjoy.
with those double-digit wins in the SEC tournament with the young coaching that they have. I think your argument with Michigan State was also very strong, and Gonzaga. I think the coaching edge, definitely mentioning Houston's struggles too. I think definitely it was a big key. Errol, I like your argument strong with Auburn definitely as well. Your argument with UConn was very good. The only thing is there are more guard reliant, and Reno Johnny did mention that too. So even though the size I think would have been a big factor, I think you should have mentioned it in the St. John's part of the debate. I think that was a big difference, and I didn't like your one for Duke as much. So I'm going to give this one very slightly to Owen and make him the champion.
Wow. Okay. But Owen, I have a secret reveal to give you because we haven't talked about our champions yet. And there is one last final battle, Owen, and it's stacked against you because it is versus the Einstein of analytics himself, Speedy Petey, our host. And Speedy, you took Nate Oates and Alabama to be your national champion. Owen, who is your national champion?
Duke.
You have Duke. Owen, a minute on the clock. Why is Duke the national champion?
For me, it's simple. They got the best player in college basketball, along with the other 4 best players around him coming out of that freshman class. They got 3 of the top guys in the freshman class. They've been playing hot. They won the ACC tournament. Obviously, Cooper Flagg, I think he'll sit the Sweet 16 game, get a little more healthy, and they'll kind of slowly work him in. But I think with their team, the way they play defense, the way they shoot the ball, they can run fast, they can slow it down. They are the all-around team. They're the best all-around team in this tournament. I don't trust, the SEC as much. They beat each other up. Nobody really came out with that, flawless season of the SEC. That's why there's 14 teams of them. I don't think they're going to come out on top in this tournament. I think Duke has shown all year long that they, when they were first playing early in the year, They struggled with the better teams, but later in the year, they got older, they got better, and they got more experience. They're going to win this year, and Cooper Flagg is going to be the number 1 overall draft pick.
All right, Speedy. So this is how it works. You give your take, and everyone who lost are the Democratic voters for this round. So Joba, Tommy, if anyone else isn't backstage that's still paying attention, I don't know if Reno Johnny decided to stick around. He can come in and vote too.
Not anymore.
All right. But we're going to vote on this, Errol. We're going to vote Speedy. I'm going to reset the clock 1 minute because you have quite an interesting pick for national champion with Alabama. Go ahead.
So my basis on Alabama was even though their raw defense isn't as good as most of the teams in this tournament, their defensive efficiency is still in the top 20 with the number 1 offense in the country and with the best 3-point percentage in the country, playing against a tough competition. I don't know if I don't like Duke's depth as much as it is. And I think, like Errol's been saying with John Shire, eventually there's going to be this one coaching game that's going to be not as good. Nate Oates, like you were saying, Fish, has built this program really well. They've been a sustainable, at least Sweet 16 team. They've had some random duds in the tournament, but I think this is their best defensive team. They're the team with the most size, and they don't have the distractions like they did in 2023 to be able to, like, when they had all those gun issues, where I don't think they have to worry about that as much. I think they could definitely get the experience aspect to it. Older teams tend to win in today's basketball. Auburn's average age is very high. Alabama's is too. But I do trust Nate Oates a little more than Bruce Pearl, just a little bit more down the stretch. And with this defensive team the way they are, with the offense, that's always been great for Alabama.
All right, boys, it is time for us to make our votes. This isn't no anonymous voting like we do for president. You're going to make your votes and tell us why you made them. I'll go first to be a mensch about it. I'm going to go with Speedy. Speedy, I am quite a Nate Oates supporter, and I didn't really know how confident to be with him because of all the issues that happened in the past. I know that he's consistently a good basketball coach, and listening to you talk about how that man built up yet another program like he did with the Buffalo Bulls and the MAC and brought them to the tournament when they were, let me just tell you, hot garbage for a long, long, long time. Just an impressive coach, and coaching wins here. So I'm going to say Speedy on this one. Go Tommy.
I'm going to have to go with Owen. I completely believe in Cooper Flagg. I think I also as well had Duke going all the way, beating Auburn this time. But I know, of course, Speedy has a different bracket over there with Alabama. I did like your points with Alabama, but I also did agree with I do think that Shire, it's very possible that Shire could run into a coach that just absolutely has the advantage over him. But I just think that Cooper Flagg is what sets it apart, and that's what's going to help them make them the national champion. So I'm going with Owen.
All right, let's go to Joba.
Yeah, this one was tough because it was obviously, Speedy's going to come in with the facts and drop knowledge. And, there's things that he sees just completely different than all of us. But I think there's one, obviously, high scoring offense, best 3-point shooting, all the other stuff. But I'm going to have to agree. And it obviously comes down to staying healthy and being healthy. And we don't really know how much it is. But if you put that against the lineup of Duke and when they're healthy, even though they can score points, but I just think those guys are just so much more dynamic. Even though, and I'm not a super analytical guy, so Speedy, that's your realm. Me, I like putting eyes on things, and obviously I've seen Alabama, and we kind of seen the parity in what basketball was this year. But I'm going to give the slight edge to Owen for sure.
All right, 2-1 right now. Owen leading. Let's go over to Errol Marks, because there is going to have to be a tiebreaker.
Yeah, well, they're freaking Nathan back. Probably.
Well, listen.
If he has the internet,
it's all right. Errol,
all right. I love what Speedy said, and if you were to go through analytics and obviously what he was saying, you would go with him. But I have Duke winning the national championship too. I can't stand Coach Shire, but they have the better team. They have the better players. And that's why I think they're going to win the national championship. So I'm going to go with
Owen. Owen Rickner, you are the first ever champion of bracket ball. Clap it up for the man. Way to go.
There you
That
go.
was
Finally,
excellent.
but you're still wearing a dress, my friend.
We'll see. We'll see.
I will say, if I were to fall, I will gladly fall to somebody that also has Gonzaga in their Final Four.
Heck yeah.
They are my 8
Mark
seed.
you.
Zaga is not going to the Final
They're
Four.
my 8 seed
Promise
to
you
run.
on that.
I love Houston too, but like
Promise
Fish
you.
says, they have random duds, and I think Gonzaga is one of those better than an 8 seed type team.
You're going to watch them lose in the second round.
Net teams. They very much could. Houston's very good too. I'm not disputing.
There's no way they're beating Houston. So I'm just letting you know that. So good luck on that. Anyways, yeah. So what we're going to do, we're not going to do pound for pound tonight because that's going to be a long segment. So we're going to skip that. We'll use that next week. I think everybody's going to enjoy that one. So we'll skip that tonight. We'll go into this. Steelers defensive lineman Cameron Heyward. We actually saw him during that weekend we were there. Said on his podcast that he is tired of talking about the Steelers quarterback situation, in particular Aaron Rodgers. Heyward took shots at Rodgers, not talking to the Steelers in order to wait for the Vikings, saying either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. Heyward says he doesn't want Rodgers or any of the darkness retreat crap with the Steelers organization. He also mentioned that the Pittsburgh Steelers isn't the place. What is that sound? Oh, what is that? I don't know what happened. Place for glamour. And said that the same thing to Russell Wilson when the Steelers signed him last year. I don't know what's going on with this. My mic's all over the place right now. The Steelers are the Steelers' only quarterback signing this offseason so far was bringing back Mason Rudolph. The Vikings are now officially out of the Rodgers sweepstakes, saying they are committed to J.J. McCarthy as their starting quarterback. You know, it's really, I don't know what's going on with that sound. Speedy, mute my thing. I don't know what's going on with that. I got to fix that. Anyways, the facts are pretty simple. Cameron Heyward has a lot to say, and he says it. He speaks up, and he's not going to hold back. He's not a big fan of Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, we see. Speedy, it's okay. Just leave it. You're not going to fix it, and don't try to fix it because you can't fix anything. But the darkness retreat situation is pretty funny, and obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers. Speedy, what are you doing?
Turning my mic back on.
Okay, so stop touching it. Here, you know what I'll do? This will be healthier for you, Speedy. This will teach you something. Here we go. Right? There we go. Now put it up. And it's still making this sound, ladies and gentlemen. How wonderful. Anyways, I'll figure that out later after the show. But Aaron Rodgers and Heyward obviously are not the best of buddies. And right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers as an organization are going to probably move away from the Aaron Rodgers situation because of the personality traits that he does lack when it comes to obviously the personalities that they brought in, DK Metcalf and Pickens. I think that'll cause a lot of problems with the organization. Moving forward, look what the Jets did this year. Garrett Wilson isn't, obviously a personality. He couldn't deal with Aaron Rodgers' crap. After the season was over, Garrett Wilson didn't even tell you if he's going to re-sign with the Jets or even want anything to do with the Jets organization. And one of the main reasons why is because Adams had to come to this team and all of Aaron Rodgers' buddies. I don't think it's going to fare very well with the situation. And I think Heyward has a lot to say, and he's one of the leaders of the team. I think you keep him far, far away from this organization. As much as I love Aaron Rodgers, I mean, it only quotes one thing, and the quote is, this is an organization that wants to stay away from quarterbacks that can't control themselves and keep their 2 cents out of the organization stuff. So I think Heyward's right. I think he's going to stay. I think they need to stay far, far away. And Aaron Rodgers is a guy that's probably not going to have a job because he should have just said to the Jets, I will not go on the Pat McAfee show. And then he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go on the Pat McAfee show, and you can't tell me what to do. And now he hasn't been on the Pat McAfee show since then. Makes no sense. Aaron Rodgers, it really hurt himself. Honestly, this is a bad sign for him because I think he's going to have to retire. And by the way, I agree with Heyward. I don't think Rodgers needs to talk about his darkness retreats and crap. I think it really makes him stupid, makes him look stupid. But guess what? The Steelers are an organization that can't control their players. Go look at who they've brought in. Go look at the players that they've had over the Antonio Brown. Oh, how about Le'Veon Bell, who's been, been caught raping his cousin? I mean, seriously, this is an organization that has no self-control of their players. I would keep Aaron Rodgers far, far away from this organization. If you're a smart organization, listen to Cameron Heyward. As much as I love Aaron Rodgers, he is nothing but a cancer. And by the way, Russell Wilson, who a lot of people, including yours truly, thinks he's a cancer, I think he was a better pick. And I think if they're smart, I would start reaching out to Russell Wilson's or, his agent and his management and say, listen, we want you back. Because if you strike out on that, who do you have as your quarterback? Kenny Pickett? Why don't you bring him back? I mean, I don't even think he's not even available. So I don't know what they're going to have.
Mason Rudolph, didn't they sign?
Oh yeah, that's great. Let's slam dunk with Mason Rudolph. Great idea, but terrible.
Bring back Big Ben out of retirement if they're going to do that at this point. But still, like, you're looking at a situation that's not ideal for the Steelers to either direction right now. Like, you're losing your best quarterback option on paper when they couldn't get to the Stafford trade, and then they're obviously not bringing back Fields. I think they were kind of all in on bringing back Fields, and obviously they didn't do that. And now you're dealing with a case of you're either going to bring back Aaron Rodgers, hope for this quote-unquote circus to come in, or you're going to have to try to settle for a lesser quarterback option. And that kind of thing is not ideal for a team that is George Pickens, a team that is DK Metcalf's, two other loudmouths on that team. And it's just not ideal for the Steelers at this point for anything, what they're going to do at all at the quarterback situation. And it's a team that's very well respected. We talk about it all the time. I mean, their ownership didn't have as good of a grade this year, but they're normally one of the teams that are up there. And now they're going to lose a lot of reputation as an offense. And Mike Tomlin, if he does make this decision or he doesn't, it's going to be looking at hot seat material for him. As good of a coach as he's been, he's a Hall of Famer when he retires, probably. But this is a guy that is going to have to make a big quarterback decision. I agree with Errol. It's not going to be Aaron Rodgers.
No, I don't think it will be, but it's just always tough when you get, so many personalities as some of the ones we've seen get put into a room together, and they're obviously there for a reason. They're talented. They're great at what they do, but you got to have different leaders and how things go, and silent leaders, ones that are vocal and things like that. So it's interesting. I don't know what lies ahead for Aaron Rodgers. He's good either way. It doesn't matter. Like, he's not like he's doing it for the money, because he's not. But also at the same time,
he does it all for the nookie. Come on, man.
Yeah,
cookie.
I mean, was he Fred Durst-ish? What
You look like Fred Durst in a onesie.
But I think people are just becoming more vocal about Aaron, because Aaron says what he's, talks about his darkness retreats, and he didn't even finish it, by the way. And so it's just, it's who he is. It's what and Errol, you even said, if he just said, oh, I won't do the Pat McAfee show, but like, you still get to do whatever you want, and it's your decision. And I think he's always going to be that way. And Keith even kind of touched on it when we had him on earlier. It's like,
yep,
he's not one of those guys where you bring him in, as we talked about earlier, with like a guy like in baseball and Justin Verlander, an older guy that you can bring in that's a good clubhouse guy that loves doing that. And he's said that that's not what he does. Like, and we know that. So if it is, and he's still doing it, I don't take anything away from him. I think he's had an unbelievable career. His year last year wasn't even that terrible, really. I mean,
it was good. He had a good year.
It wasn't an Aaron Rodgers MVP year, but it was still a good year. And is he serviceable? 1,000%. But it's also, do you want to deal with the other? Because with what comes a lot of other stuff. As we like to call it with our women, comes baggage. And you're
your wife could be, or you mean your fiance could be listening to this. She's got that big rock. It might be thrown right into your face in your onesie. Right over there.
I'm just saying it has to, like, you have to take all that in aspect. And we've touched on this with other people in other sports. Trevor Bauer is another one we talked about, where you're taking on so much more than just We're not taking anything away from their ability by any means. But it's just, if you want to have all of that, expect to what comes with it and the things that he can say what he wants to do at this point. He's earned that right. He has 100% earned that right. And if nobody wants to take it on because of the other stuff, and people are going to speak their mind. Do I think it's the right fit with all those personalities? Hell no. Like, I think it would just be.
The only reason why it makes sense is because Mike Tomlin and him are very, very close. As a matter of fact, he respects Mike Tomlin more than any other coach. But I do believe, Joba, and I'll say this again, if he goes over there with those personalities, it's going to be a big problem. Because Aaron Rodgers, you see him attack all the press. He's over there. He played in New York, which is the biggest press area. He goes to his little Broadway shows. He goes to all his sports games. In Pittsburgh, their sport is football. It's everything. Football is everything. As good as the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Pittsburgh Penguins are, well, the Pittsburgh Pirates suck, but I mean, they have some good young stars.
They still get good attendance.
Yeah, they get a good attendance, and they have a great stadium, by the way. One of the best.
One of my favorites.
Yeah. And the Pittsburgh Penguins, they're a championship team. Their love over there is football. Okay. And Aaron Rodgers goes over there and disturbs people over there with his attitude and his disrespectful antics to the press.
And that blue collar, like, work area, like I agree with you on that 100%.
I love him. I love Aaron Rodgers. Everybody knows how much I love this guy. I love him. I think he's the greatest quarterback of this era. I really do. No matter how great Tom Brady is and Peyton Manning is, when at their best, if you take 10 years of Aaron Rodgers' best against Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, it's not even close. I'm telling you, it's not even close.
So yeah, Errol, look, what you said, he's great, and we know that he's a Hall of Famer, surefire, Super Bowl, everything, the greatest stats. When he was younger, he was doing things that no one had ever done. Patrick Mahomes does some of those things now, but he's a real innovator of the game, and his ability to throw on the run and extend plays is really something special the game hadn't really seen before him. I want to liken him to another all-time great in a different sport. I know you don't like when I do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. And it's one of Jaba's favorites is Derek Jeter. What was Derek Jeter like that last season? He had that great last game. We all remember the last game. But that was not the Derek Jeter we remembered. And that was not the Aaron Rodgers we remembered this season. You could say all you want about his garbage time stats that he compiled when they were down 3 touchdowns in the second half, game after game after game this season. But if you look at advanced stats, he was terrible in the clutch. He didn't push the ball downfield. He was averaging like 5 yards a pass and when he had a clean pocket. That tells you that he's done. This was a guy who was magnificent. And some people say they want to retire before they end up a shell of themselves. Not Aaron Rodgers, because that was a shell of what Aaron Rodgers was that last year.
I think if he plays this year and he gets a chance somewhere, I think he's a lot better than you think he is. So,
well, he's still better than. Well, look, he's probably gonna end up on the Giants or nowhere. Doesn't it look like that at this point?
Good luck.
I know. Right. There's no luck in New York right now.
Here's the thing that you guys aren't talking about is Mike Tomlin has to win this year to keep that Steelers job.
Yep. I think
they just put themselves in a rock and a hard place with getting rid of Justin Fields. You're left with Mason Rudolph. Russell Wilson, they know isn't going to lead him to anywhere. They know that. They've seen it. That's why he hasn't re-signed already. If they thought he was the guy, they would have signed him right away. But they haven't because they know he's not going to lead anywhere. So now they're stuck with Mason Rudolph, Aaron Rodgers, and probably getting a quarterback in the draft, whether that be Milrose or Dart. That's debatable. But they're
Shador. That's where he's going.
Not Shador.
That's where he's going.
Shador won't be on the board.
That's where he's going. That's where he's going, buddy.
He's not. But I think Aaron Rodgers with this team, like, Fish said he didn't throw the ball down the field. Well, the only routes that Pickett and Metcalf know how to run are just straight flies. So he'll have to push the ball down the field. But I think the Steelers really put themselves in a terrible spot. They didn't go get one of the guys that was on the market. They didn't go get a Daniel Jones. They didn't go get a Sam Darnold where they could have. So now they're stuck with Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. And you guys can debate who would be better, but I think Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Mason Rudolph, even as a shell of himself with no Achilles.
I gotta agree with what Fish was saying a whole lot. I mean, you look at someone that is not borderline Hall of Famer, is a first ballot Hall of Famer. You don't want to. People worry about putting themselves out of Hall of Fame contention. Look at what Russell Wilson's done. I mean, I would say a couple years back, it was a surefire thing that Russell Wilson was 100% going to be a Hall of Famer.
I didn't think so.
A ton of people would say that he was going to be.
Why?
100%.
Why? Because he won a Super Bowl, and he wasn't even the reason why they won a Super Bowl.
Besides the last
Come on, he had
season
two
that
good
he had.
seasons. He had 2 good seasons. He really wasn't as good as you think he is. And if you look at Russell Wilson's numbers to Kirk Cousins, it's not even close. So you think, and everybody thinks that Kirk Cousins is a Hall of Famer, and you're going to come out that Russell Wilson is? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. No, not to Kirk Cousins.
I think his numbers are a little better than they're close. Hold on, I'm going to put them
No, they're
both up
not.
for you. Russell Wilson has. I'll read them off to you.
Go ahead.
He's 64.7 completion percentage career, 46,135 yards, 350 touchdowns, 111 picks. Pretty damn good. That's most people would say it's a Hall of Fame resume.
Mind you, also for like the first
I
10
disagree.
seasons, for his first 10 seasons, he hadn't missed a whole game. He hadn't missed one single game his first 10 seasons in the league. I think it wasn't until that last season.
What's
that he was
Kirk
over there
Cousins'
for
numbers?
Seattle.
He's a 10-time Pro Bowler as well.
Yeah, well,
If that
that's
matters.
love. Pro Bowl is
But
love. Come on, stop.
10 times though.
Stop. That's all love. That's all love, dude. That's all love. Give me
He
Kirk Cousins.
made okay.
And Kirk Cousins
Cousins-
isn't going to start until
All right.
3 years into his career.
You're right. We remember.
Mhm.
It's RG3.
Yeah.
Kirk, Captain Kirk. And so Kirk Cousins has about 3,000 less yards, about 70 less touchdowns, and 15 more interceptions,
And less
about 50 yards, 50 less wins.
and less years. So
You think he only?
Hold on. Let me say Kirk Cousins played in 164 games. Yeah, and 199
Russell Wilson was
for Russell
199.
Wilson. So
Yeah.
he played in about 2 full less seasons.
Kirk Cousins has way better numbers than Russell Wilson. Way better.
They're actually like per whatever. They're about the same. Kirk Cousins a little bit,
And nobody
more
thinks
protective of
Kirk
the ball.
Cousins is a Hall of Famer. Nobody thinks.
Well, he
Kirk-
didn't win.
Well, that's listen. Again, you're going to say
I know.
He didn't
I
do
agree.
anything
Legion
in
of
that
Boom
Super-
was a legendary defense.
Russell
That
Wilson
defense
was
is one of the 5 that you talk about, right? The 85 Bears defense.
honestly the top three defense of all time. Top 3.
2000 Ravens. And you probably talk about, like
Bears.
the
Bears.
Steelers in the 70s.
No,
the
they're better
Bears
than
85.
the Steelers. They're better than the Steelers in the 70s. That defense, that secondary was
But
a shut.
that's the discussion, right? That's the next. Who else would you even compare? Right?
I don't think you can compare any of it. I mean,
That's
the best
secondary.
secondary.
Yes, yeah, you remember all those guys' names. Cam Chancellor was a strong safety taken in like the late rounds, and he became this
Thomas.
bruising in the box guy. Earl Thomas was unbelievable for a long time. Not to mention what Sherman was doing. Browner, they had dudes, dude. They had, and they were just playing cover 3. They were playing a cover 3. That was a very innovative thing. This was Dan Quinn, right? This was Dan Quinn back in the day.
Now, if Russell Wilson won that second Super Bowl, which he had a chance to, and they lost, that'd be a different conversation. He did not. And I do not think Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. I think he's a 10-time Pro, and he'll get into the Hall of Fame because of love. But after what's been going on with his teammates and how, the money that he got over there with the Broncos and all that crap that was going on over there, Russell Wilson has a lot more to prove. I think he needs to do a Kurt Warner. Like, take a team all the way, a team that shouldn't be there, take a team all the way to a AFC or NFC title game where he's got to prove that he belongs. I just think he's highly overrated. I have always thought.
He was another one we talk about, like, clubhouse locker room stuff.
Yep.
I don't know, guys, if you remember the Marshawn Lynch interview when they were asking him about him. He's like, I didn't even have his number. If I wanted to talk to him outside of the locker room, I had to call his manager. And he's like, I'm not doing that. Like, that's not a dude you want to be around. Like, I got to call your manager. Go stick it where the sun don't shine.
Java, you mentioned the blue collar thing too with Russell Wilson, which was interesting. Last year, and he actually messaged us earlier this week, so we might have him on the show soon. Brandon Lloyd, when he came on the show, was mentioning that because he played with the Broncos and followed Russell Wilson for a while. He said it wasn't going to work in Pittsburgh because something you said, Java, blue collar city, like that kind of thing doesn't work.
And Lloyd is such an honest guy, and when he comes on the show, he's straight up. He talks about Aaron Hernandez and what he remembers about Aaron Hernandez. He was right next to his locker, and he said a lot about Aaron Hernandez and the kind of person he was over there in New England. I'm telling you right now, Russell Wilson is one of the most overrated quarterbacks in NFL history. And you want honest to God, if you look at Kirk Cousins and you look at him, if you were to ask me who I think is a Hall of Famer, I take Kirk Cousins over Russell Wilson any day. This is a guy who was a 4th round. Russell Wilson was a 3rd round draft pick. Kirk Cousins was a 4th round draft pick, drafted in the same class as RG3 when they moved up and gave up a ton for him. And he lost his job to Kirk Cousins. And if you remember, he really transformed the Washington, whatever they want to call themselves, the football team, when he took over there at the quarterback position. And by the way, who was their star wide receiver? That's right. I don't remember who it was because they didn't have one. And they didn't have a star tight end. They didn't have nothing. Okay, so
no, they just had a tight end that was.
They had a good running game.
They had a good tight end in Jordan Reed that played 4 games a year.
Jordan Reed, come on, give me a break.
Couldn't stay healthy.
Give me a
played
break.
4 games a year.
So honestly, I know everybody wants it, and I know what you're going to say, Tommy. To think you're a young guy. If you remember those great years that Russell Wilson, I remember 2 great years of Russell Wilson, and he should have won. He was borderline MVP that year. I still think that who he is as a person and what everybody says about him is going to keep him out of the Hall of Fame. And again, if I were to ask you right now, who would I take to go to the Hall of Fame right now? And everybody says Kirk Cousins is not a Hall of Famer. Kirk Cousins is, to me, a better player than Russell Wilson was. And if Kirk Cousins was over there in Seattle, I think he wins the Super Bowl too with that defense. So that defense was all-time great. People don't understand how great that defense was. They shut down the Broncos. That was an all-world.
Don't forget Bobby Wagner too. Bobby Wagner was unbelievable back then.
Hall of Famer.
Still going, by the way, with the Commanders, right? His Commanders.
Hall of Famer. Yep.
Yeah,
Quinn.
the Commanders.
Quinn, his old coach, who drafted
Not a
him. By the way.
surprise. I'll just finish this up with this. If you're like the Giants or another team that doesn't have a quarterback, and you're debating like Joe Shane is, that I should talk to Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, or Kirk Cousins, just quit. Just quit. You already screwed up this offseason. You don't have a guy. And the draft isn't going to have you win, so you're not going to keep your job.
You hear what Bulluck said? You hear what Bulluck said? He said Cam Ward is going 1. That sucks for the Giants. That sucks.
So the Abdul Carter thing, the injury might be worse than we're hearing.
The Browns don't get him.
And then the Browns are probably trading that pick to the highest bidder. Now, if the Giants are smart, they'll flip a 3rd for them, and they only have to go back 1 spot. And that makes sense. And then the Browns can still trade the 3rd pick if they wanted to, right? So I think that might happen. But if that happens and Cam Ward goes 1, that means Owen's right. They're trading up for Shador.
They're not.
And that is
They're not doing that.
going to be devastating to me.
They're not doing that. They're not.
But
doing
like, what else would you do if you're Joe Shane at the
I'm telling you what they're going to do. They're going to
go
with
Aaron Rodgers.
They're going to go with Russell Wilson. That's what I think they're going to do. It's going to
just quit. Just quit now. They're not going to win with him.
They're going to get Abdul Carter. They're not getting Abdul Carter. He's going to be injured. He just has to have foot surgery.
I'm taking.
Might as well get another number 1 pick the year after. Might as well. Get Arch Manning.
They're hosed. They need to get Shador Sanders, and that's what they're going to do.
All in for Arch, baby.
But if you're the GM and you just say we're going to go Danny DeVito again,
Danny DeVito.
Like
speaking of a
might as
player,
well be Danny.
Speaking of a player that is making news wave everywhere he walks, is Travis Hunter. Yeah. He told The Athletic that he doesn't think football is the strongest sport, saying bass fishing is the biggest and his biggest passion. He added that he and Deion Sanders had bass fishing competitions that they streamed on his YouTube channel last offseason. Hunter also told ESPN that he doesn't care if he plays on offense or defense in the NFL. Yeah, okay. Dodged the question by saying he's fishing on a boat in his dreams. Hunter was given a 24-karat gold fishing rod by the president of the fishing company, Cass King. Hunter is projected to be the number 1 overall pick on both The Athletic and Bleacher Report's NFL Draft Big Board. Let me tell you something about this guy. This guy better get on a football field and play his ass off, because if he doesn't, I'm going to tell you this right now, he will be the biggest bust in NFL history. This guy just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking, as the Bostonites say. This guy just doesn't shut up. Why would you come out and say something like this? Oh, this is not even my strongest passion. This is not even my strongest sport. Nobody cares if you like to fish. Nobody cares if you're a good fisherman. Go hang out with Deion Sanders in your off time. You're going to go out there and you're going to speak. You said enough at the combine. You didn't even do anything, but you said enough at the combine. And then you come out here and you're talking to different companies and throwing yourself under the bus. Where's your girlfriend from all this? Where's that? Where's she? That's what I want to know. You don't hear her speaking anymore on social media because the boss has spoken enough. She has spoken enough. She doesn't need to speak anymore. And by the way, whoever takes this guy has got to deal with her. Good luck. I'm telling you right now, this is going to be nothing but an outcasting disaster. And you get what I said, outcasting, casting, casting and fishing rod. There's nothing going to be casting with this team. Wherever he goes, the Browns, Tennessee, the Giants, wherever the hell he goes in the top 5, whoever takes this guy, get ready for craziness. This guy doesn't shut the hell up. And he doesn't care if he wants to play defense or offense. I'm telling you right now, he wants to play offense. I'm telling you right now, he wants to play offense. But there are teams right now that believe he's a corner in the NFL. And if he's anything, he is a slot receiver. That is not a number 1 guy. He is not going to be a number 1 guy, ladies and gentlemen. He has a better chance of being a number 1 as a cornerback. Even if that happens, teams are going to have problems with this guy. Now, look at Porter. Porter was drafted. Look at Joey Porter Jr. Everybody was talking, his father's going to be there. He's going to be coaching with him and all this other stuff. He's going to have a problem. Have we heard anything from Joey Porter Jr.? Nothing. He's done nothing over there. And he went to Pittsburgh, who has all these crazy guys. If this guy goes to the Browns, forget it. Could you imagine if this guy goes to the Browns, to that organization? That is a debacle. And the Browns are looking at him. The Browns are going to be looking at him. Oh, I can use him as a wide receiver. I can use him as a corner. I can use him as a kicker. It's ridiculous. This guy is a complete joke. I can't wait until this guy gets drafted. And by the way, this is why I don't read The Athletic, and this is why I definitely don't read the Bleacher Report. Those 2 organizations need to grow the F up. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, it's an unnecessary distraction that doesn't need to be said. Yes, you can enjoy fishing all you want. You can say you're better at fishing than you are at football. Maybe that's true. But
who cares?
It doesn't need to be something that's publicized. It doesn't need to be something that you have to emphasize on bigger networks.
And why does Deion Sanders have to be talked about as he speaks? Nobody cares. Deion's right now coaching college ball. I don't care. Unless Deion's coaching you over there in Brownsville or wherever you're going, I don't want to hear it. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I don't like this guy.
Yeah,
I really don't like this.
I don't blame you for being skeptical because you've seen different extremes when people have brought this up. Obviously, Anthony Edwards was the big one with saying, "Oh, I wanted to play football instead of basketball before the draft." Still ended up being the number 1 pick and has had a great career. Then we've seen Josh Rosen, who a quarterback that I liked at the time, that was a great tennis player apparently, and obviously a guy distracted with him is saying, "How much is he committed to football?" Turns out to be a bust. He's out of the league in 2 years. So there's different extremes to this kind of thing that I don't think you really need to be bringing up. I'm not saying Travis Hunter is going to be a professional fisherman, but still, it's not an unnecessary distraction. Stay focused on your pre-draft process like your quarterback should be doing instead of bombing all these interviews too. Nevertheless, it's not looking good for his personality-wise and leadership potential.
I think that's what a lot of stuff is not only the physical side of it, and we've kind of touched on that a couple times, obviously talking about Aaron. It's like where if it comes up and be like, what are your hobbies? Like, yeah, I like to fish. But like, don't it doesn't have to be the forefront of like trying to be like, oh, I'm a better fisherman than this. And I do like, it just, we all have other lives than what they are. Like, and if somebody's like, "Hey, do you have any hobbies or do you have this?" Like, I get having a conversation, but also don't bring it to the forefront, and especially like about himself in a way where it's like he's downplaying all the other stuff. And there's no way he's like, "Oh, I'm a better fisherman than like." Come on, dude. Like,
There's no gain from it.
yeah, that like what? That's I mean, other than maybe getting an endorsement from from another fishing company, but it just makes zero sense to me. Like these kids now, and it's obviously all different. The time is different, the game is different, and it's like, oh, we stream this. Like nobody cared about streaming something on a YouTube channel. Like who cares? Like it just doesn't. It doesn't make sense, and I don't, and I know your hate for Travis Hunter. I obviously never had an encounter
I
with him.
dislike him. I don't hate anybody. I just dislike his personality, everything about him. Even when I saw him and I met him and I spoke to him, he's just that he just comes off being nasty. I just think he's a nasty person. So that's all I'm
He
saying.
might be a nasty person, but he also is probably the best overall player in this draft. If you just look at the skills and what he
Abdul
can
Carter
provide for a
is.
team. Well, if Abdul Carter's healthy, right? If they're saying he needs a screw in his ankle, eventually he's going to have to get that done.
Hey,
Or-
but fish, let me tell you something first. You're going to be a person a lot longer than you'll be an athlete.
Yeah, I agree. And the problem is I don't have that much time to enjoy the Giants being terrible every year. Look, if I'm Brian Dable and you see Cam Ward go to 1, sit tight and take Travis Hunter at 3. Because if not, then you get to trade down. People are going to want Shador, I guess. If you don't, I really hope they don't, because I really think there's a couple of interesting mid-round QB prospects out there. I'm not talking about Jackson Dart. I'm not super pumped about him. But look, I think it depends on who they like. I don't even want to throw names out there because I don't know like these guys know. Daboll is a quarterback whisperer. Maybe he'll find the right guy. Maybe it's Quinn Ewers. Maybe it's Milrow. I tend to think he likes the Bama guys because he was there. And he thinks that since Milrow has a cannon, he can develop him. But take one of those guys, go take one of these bums off the street like Russell Wilson and do the best you can this year, but fix the defense. And then you get a toy to play with on offense in the slot, in special packages. Look, you put him in the slot next to Malik Neighbors. I like the look of that offense. I'm just going to be straight up with you. I think that's great. And then you have they gave Slayton the money, so he's clearly a slot because Slayton's an outside receiver, right? That makes sense for what the Giants have needs for, right?
Good luck.
On one side, Travis Hunter on the other. Tay Banks now becomes a nickel. Maybe he could do that, or just get rid of his ass because I can't stand that guy. But that's
Get rid of him.
they're probably maybe they can trade him for a 3rd-round pick or something. I don't know, but it's one of those things where that makes sense. But what are the Giants going to do? Are they going to do the thing that makes sense and take this guy because he clearly can play at this level? I don't know. In the top 5, you want to get a guy clearly can play. I'm not sure that Shador can clearly play. Cam Ward, I have questions, but I would go with it. Abdul Carter, I worry about the foot, and I don't think the other positions that are up there they really need.
I hope he falls out of the top 3. And if Abdul Carter falls out of the top 3, I know the Jets are going to do whatever they can to move up to get him.
If Shane trades down, he's going to get fired that day.
You guys are nuts to think that Abdul Carter even getting a screw in his ankle is going to stop this guy from being a star in this league. He is going to be a star. He's young. He'll heal. I've heard many different people say this is a healable injury. He's going to be fine. So I think you guys are nuts. Anybody that passes up this kid is an idiot. Okay, he's better than
He's the best overall. He's the best overall prospect. But are you going to take the number 1 guy that you don't know if he's ever going to be fully healthy? Ankles or something, feet or something you don't mess with, especially when that's what your pass rusher. And if he's going to continue coming around the edge and put pressure on those ankles, it might never be the same again. So you're going to waste the number 1 overall pick on something that might not pan out. Like injury prone people or injury prone people. And that's the case there. As far as
want me to tell you something about that? If he is the best prospect in this class, I'm taking a chance, especially if I'm Tennessee or I'm the Browns, because I know that if this guy is even 85, 90% healthy, he changes my defense. He changes everything.
Tennessee is not going to do what the Giants and what the Steelers and what these teams without quarterbacks are doing. They're not going to not have a guy. So they're going to take Cam Ward. That's off the board. I'm pretty sure Keith had some inside information when he said they're taking Cam Ward. He just didn't make that up. I know, but I'm not saying he did say that, but I'm just saying like a guy that works within the organization and like is still around that team. Cam Ward's off the board. They're not going to go without a quarterback. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't win. And it's simple. Daboll wants a quarterback because he's going to have to win this year.
How many second-round draft picks do the Giants have?
Hold on, let me pop
How many? And Travis Hunter.
I'm pretty sure
not one of the best players.
First of all, I don't think so either. But
he's going to get. If he plays receivers,
how many second-round draft picks do the Giants have? Because I could see the Giants getting a good player at number 3,
just their own second round,
and they have what third? They have a couple, right?
They have 2 thirds. They have one. And they have
I'm willing.
Errol, you want to hear a great one?
This one, I'm going to predict what's going to happen. I think the Giants will trade down at 3, maybe 2 or 3 spots, get an extra second. They're going to get 5 or 6. They'll still draft a great player over there in that area, and they're going to move up at the end of the round and get Dart. I'm willing to bet you that's what they're going to do.
I can see that.
That sounds quite bad.
I also think the Rams could draft Dart though too as a QB.
And if they do that, then why? Like then they're just forfeiting their jobs. They're just going to be like, hey, guys, we know this season's not going to pan out, but we don't have a quarterback. We don't have anybody serviceable, and we're going to be fired at the end of the season. So good luck. No team's going to do that. No GM, no coach is going to do that. They have to move up. They have to give away next year's first-round draft pick and go get Shedeur Sanders. That's what they're going to have to do.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
So because their coach is just going to forfeit their job
in New York. I think,
but it's not about. But it's not about Shedeur being talent.
Yes,
it's about the coach losing their job.
And you think Shedeur is going to save the day for the Giants?
I don't think so, but at least it saves face.
Oh,
but that's the last thing Giants fans want. Is this?
So what are you going to?
Saving
what are you
face?
Do?
Half measures. I just want to win. I'd rather you bottom out and get guys and then have a run.
Or after Arch Manning next year or one of those guys.
Arch Manning, they'll win the 2 or 3 games at the end of the season, so they don't get the number 1 overall draft pick.
There's a lot of good quarterbacks in next year's class. There's like 5 of them that a lot of people think are going to be really good.
There's a lot of guys next year. I just read this. You're going to love this, Errol. Speedy, you too. The Giants should have gotten 2 compensatory picks in the 3rd round because they lost Saquon and Xavier McKinney, but they only got one for Xavier McKinney. You know why? Because they signed more free agents to bigger contracts than Saquon Barkley, therefore voiding their 2nd, 3rd round pick because they were too cheap to pay Saquon and paid backup linemen and scrubs more money than what his contract was worth. Therefore, they don't even get that 2nd compensatory pick.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah. To make matters worse, they also basically gave Darius and what they were going to play Saquon.
I'm just saying. That the Giants they're not going after Shedeur. If they do that as an organization, they're making a big mistake at number 3. Unless they trade out of the top 10 and they get Shedeur, I mean, they could do that and sit there at 11 or 12 and get him. I just
think
they're
trade up.
Trade back and an offensive line.
If the Giants trade up for Shedeur Sanders, it'll be the biggest mistake of that organization's career. That will be a big mistake. I'm telling you right now, because you're going to have to deal with Deion Sanders crap. If the kid's not playing well, dude, you're going to hear so much. And the press coming here in New York with the press here. Oh my God, this will be a joke. Anyways, our final segment of the day, analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
All right, boys. We are back for another great episode of Analytics, a quality educational experience. Guys, if you are new to the game, the way that this game works is Errol versus Speedy in a competition, but not just any competition. It is a analytical term competition. Errol is going to get a sports analytical term from Speedy that he has to guess right within 3 clues from Speedy. The term that Speedy's going to get is an analytical term. One of the terms that he's going to go over his head that Speedy frequently calls on the show, gross sexual crap. Yes, that is a sexual innuendo that he's going to have to decipher in the same amount of clues. Whoever guesses it right in the fewest amount of clues and then uses it correctly in a sentence is the winner of tonight's game. Boys, you ready to play?
It's good for both of them. Yeah.
You ready, Speedy? All right. So we're going to get the music going for tonight's sports analytical term of the day. Speedy?
This is baseball this week. It is LDP.
All right. LDP. Yeah, you know me.
Lost? Right?
Nope.
Defense?
No, not defense.
LDP?
Okay.
Personality? I mean, percentage.
Percentage is right.
Percentage.
The other two are wrong.
All right. You got one of the terms. You got percentage. All right. To flip the script, it is time for the big reveal of the analytical term for the evening, Errol.
Ready, Speedy?
Oh, God. I don't know.
Bareback.
Hey. I will say the intimacy being done while you're standing up like a bear would. Standing up like a bear would when, I don't know, when climbing. I don't know. Climbing a tree. Bears can climb trees. I don't know.
No, that's not correct, Speedy, but that was a great effort. We'll now move on to our first clue, Speedy, for LDP, for Errol.
All right, so it's a stat that actually applies for pretty much everybody that plays baseball, and it is an outcome that is common when the ball is hit at a high speed.
Okay.
That was a good one. That was a good
It
one.
was. That was really good.
I'm going to guess the second word. Differential.
Nope.
That is incorrect. All right. Errol, time to give Speedy a clue on bareback.
All right. You can climb it.
I was on the right track climbing the
You
tree.
can climb it.
Okay.
That's not a great clue.
All right.
Yes.
You jump on it.
So I'm gonna say it's a bareback. It's a man doing intimate things to a woman that is 50 pounds more than they are.
That's an interesting guess. It is incorrect, though. So we are now going to move to the next round for our next clue on LDP.
All right, you usually hear this term more when it comes to hitters. Most of these types of hits result in a base hit or a home run, and again, higher speed. So that's what LD is. You hear this term in the broadcast very commonly if it's mainly for a hit or a home run. So hard, man.
Long? I don't know.
Nope, it doesn't have to do with distance. It's more based on speed.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, Errol, not making a lot of progress here on LDP.
Oh, what do you guys think? Maybe you guys know because you're looking at it. I don't get. Do you know what LDP is? LDP is. I know you know, Joba, but did you know before you looked at it? Fish?
When Speedy sent it to me, I knew what it was right away.
Okay. All right, you ready, Speed?
Here we go.
You can grind on it.
Climb and grind. Ow. Climbing and grinding. How do those go together?
That's like something that Clyde Frazier would say. Climbing and grinding, wheeling and dealing in the hole. That's actually a clue.
Well, in that, and then also, Speedy, think about, you cover your car sometimes, you're not covering it anymore.
That's a really good clue. If you had a really nice car, that is. That helped you reproduce.
Everything else.
Does it matter? Is it going to matter?
Not really. This is bareback. God. All right, so let's say I'm gonna
no cover, parking it in the garage.
All right, so I'm gonna say, yeah, I feel like it has to be a man climbing onto a woman, because obviously the breast action would be that. So if it's on the climbing angle, and then grinding would be like the action of maybe like friction with your hands on their breasts, like you're grinding like cheese or something like that.
Wait, did you just say like you're grinding cheese?
I like it grinding cheese.
Wow.
So just to recap, Speedy was saying it had something to do with climbing a woman, using her breasts like a climbing wall as either climbing up, and then using a cheese grater once you got to the top of the wall, is what you're saying. That's incorrect, but it's a really good guess.
I'm drinking right now, Joba. I'd be spitting it out right now. I can't even drink anything. I'd throw up.
I just shake my head.
Guys, we're up to our last round of the evening. We gotta get these right. Whoever's closest will be the winner. Errol, we'll try to give you help. We've been helping Speedy, so we'll give you a little help too. Speedy, music back on. Give him one more clue.
All right, so the D term is also a term that is commonly used in other sports like golf or tennis. And again, it refers to something that is very hard hit. In baseball's case, it's something with a high exit velocity off the bat. And then L, and it could go straight, it could go crooked. A word for a sense of direction.
Some of us more crooked than others.
Any other guess? Any of the hands?
You do this with a car for the letter D.
Drive.
So what's LDP then? A baseball term, blank drive percent.
Percentage. What was the thing again, Speedy?
The L word is, it's a sense of direction. So you could have a straight blank, a crooked blank.
Because you got the D and the P.
Yeah. Well, you
got the double penetration, so you're good.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take a guess here, because this is the only other baseball
in
word
math class. It's from point A to B.
Line. Yeah.
There you go. So put it all together. Line drive percentage.
Yes.
So Errol.
No, please, not this again.
That is correct. But once again, to get it fully correct, you have to use it in a sentence correctly. And don't give me a definition. Just pick somebody on the Yankees and talk about their line drive percentage.
Aaron Judge has the longest line drive percentage in baseball.
The longest?
The longest line drive percentage.
Since when are numbers long?
It doesn't. So what? It's still a sentence. That's good.
We'll say We'll say it was
like half right.
It's like okay. That's like an okay sentence.
That's
It's better than usual. I'd say it's better than usual.
Here, that is a sentence. I definitely.
It had a subject and predicate. Technically, you're right.
To win.
It wasn't a super informative sentence. So here's the deal: Speedy can still win, but it's going to have to be perfect now, Speedy.
All right, Speedy, you ready for
So
this?
let's just recap the previous clues, right?
Grind, back, not cheese grating. Okay, no cheese.
No
grating.
cheese grating.
You know, it has nothing to do with cheese unless it smells over there. Okay. All right, here we go.
Last clue.
Okay, I'm gonna give him a good one here. It feels good when he gets her this way.
It's a pretty good clue right there. Pretty good clue.
It feels good when he gets her this way.
Speedy. Choice is yours and yours alone.
Come on, Speedy. You got this. You got this. I gave you grind, back, no cheese grating, no doing whatever you do with that. I mean,
I'm going to get rid of grade. Let's go back to
We told you no cover when you park the car.
That's right.
That's a good one. So you got it. You got it sunk in your head.
Some people would say if you do this, Speedy, some people would say if you do this, you would lack protection.
Yeah, I'm thinking of some kind of sneak attack. I'm just trying to think in what context. Because climbing and like that kind of
sneak attack. What is it? A serial killer?
Well, no protection, then you could kind of unexpected.
Hit it with a piece of wood.
No, I think it's upper. I don't think it's down.
All right, what is it?
Just don't know what type of shit it is.
Sneak attack, cheese grating. You know?
No, I'm off the cheese grating. I'm gonna go back to climbing. I think that.
How about some milk? Do you want some milk with that?
Might be. I just don't. I'm just trying to figure it out. 'Cause that's from the front.
Frosted flakes, you know, all that.
That's
stuff.
from the front.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm laughing so hard.
Sneak attack probably more from behind or from the side. Maybe from
All right, Speedy, we're gonna need an answer, man.
Well, all right. I'm gonna go with the sneak attack of titty effing, as you like to say. I'm gonna say it's all right. So climbing would probably be like a larger weight distribution. So I'm gonna say a bigger guy this time. Bigger guy and a smaller girl. Titty effing unexpectedly. Climbing, swarming down on her. It's gross. I'm not sure.
The winner of tonight's game is Errol Marks. Congratulations, Errol. This is incorrect.
Speedy's best performance ever. I think.
Speedy.
Jizz is really structured.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna give you one more clue, even though you lost. Okay.
I don't even know if I.
All right. Think about it. You always used
I'm
it.
all over the place.
All right. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. You always talk about this place all the time in a woman's body. You always talk about, giving it up. What? Giving up
the ass.
There you go. Okay. All right. You got that right.
And
All
if
right.
you lacked protection, what would that mean?
What do you do when you
said you took health class in 6th grade.
So if you're not being safe, what are you not using? Protection.
Yeah, protection.
So what would that be referred to in one of the
your ass is
orifices?
exposed? I still don't get how that relates to climbing. That's what
All right.
The
Errol,
climbing is
just give him
throwing me
the
off.
definition.
Upper body.
This might be the best one we've done yet. This is unbelievable. Speedy, the definition for this term is sexual intercourse, particularly anal sex, performed without a condom or other barrier. meaning not using protection like a condom.
All you had to think about is when I talk about
What did that have to do with climbing? That's where I got confused.
We might have a new definition of bareback of sneak attack titty fuck.
Where did cheese
Hey,
come from?
and from the side.
From the side. So that's like under side boob is what you're saying. Mixed with a little armpit.
Grated cheese.
Grated cheese. That's right. The grated cheese.
That was the best line. When he said grated cheese, I was like, you got to cut that out, man. You definitely got to cut that out. Grated cheese.
I'm crying right now.
Guys,
just
this has been
picture-
yet another quality educational experience. for
Here's what I
animals.
picture: Speedy in like a camo outfit,
You know,
army crawling to go.
So I want to
sideswipe some chick.
Be like, I'm barebacking you.
So listen to this. So I looked up an AI, Joba in the Mouth, and they were talking about like all the show, the whole show, and you know this and this and that. And they said one of the best. They say they should have segments like analytics. That was one of the segments that stuck out on AI. It's actually pretty funny. And as soon as it popped up, I'm like, Speedy, you really made this a quality segment. Grated cheese. How did that come up in bareback? I mean,
I still want to know like the types of sneak attacks and what you mean by sneak attack. Like, are you in a ninja suit?
I told you, army camo, army crawling.
I picture a ninja like crouching on a roof.
That angle, but it seemed like no protection made it seem like it was something that was unexpected.
How do you, Speedy? How do you sneak attack titty F somebody?
That's where I went on the
explain?
climbing angle. That I was thinking. That's why I was saying it had to be like somebody with a bigger weight distribution. That's where I thought the bear thing came in the beginning.
Bigger weight distribution.
Right.
It was his weight distribution.
That's
I've
why
never
I
heard
that's why I
anybody
thought
say
it was
that.
someone huge. Either the woman was huge or the guy was huge. So I
He
thought
was
in order
thinking
to
bear
climb-
like BEAR.
Yeah, like literally
was,
like
yes.
a bear, like a grizzly.
Did you ever think about Bareback Mountain?
Yeah, it's because bears climb mountains. I know that.
The movie Bareback Mountain. No, Bareback. It's
No, yeah,
Bareback.
you stop making up names again.
It might as well have been
It's
called that.
Brokeback Mountain. I should have just said Brokeback Mountain. I really should have. Maybe
That
that
probably would have done it, to be honest with
I
you.
wouldn't have helped anything.
Well, Speedy, you know, it's at least you're learning. That's what's important.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'll learn to
I
forget.
don't know. I'm not licking anyone.
No, definitely not.
Would you
And now,
like that,
and
Aaron?
now Errol knows about line drive percentage. You know,
Yes, I did. And you guys gave me some good, good information, and
so
I guess
obviously with line drive percentage, just to talk sports for a split second, you don't want to have a high line drive percentage if you're a pitcher because then guys are just ripping it off of you every single time.
Garrett Cole.
Right. Well, I mean, like if you have a fastball that's not moving anymore, that's what's happening to you. You're just getting rocked, right?
Where's
And-
Rafael Devers? Because he knows all about line drive percentage against him.
Well, there's a guy who just got signed today,
Patrick Corbin.
Patrick Corbin, who gets rocked more than anyone in baseball the last.
Where did he
year.
go? Where did Patrick Corbin go?
Texas, because everyone's hurt.
Good for him. Good for him.
Yeah,
I think that would be
good for him. He's had a 5 ERA.
Doesn't
over
matter.
The
I
last
think
4
he's a
years
good
and made
fit over
30
there.
starts.
You
He's
have-
the only pitcher ever to be allowed to start that many games in 4
If
consecutive
anybody
years and be that bad.
fix him, it's Bruce Bochy. I'm telling you right now, he's gonna fix.
He's like my age though. Like I think he's like
he's gonna fix
37, 38 or something.
I'm telling you, they have a good pitching staff. They do. So
If they can stay healthy, you're not wrong.
I like Texas this year. I think they're making the playoffs this year in the American League. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Speedy for analytics, as it always is a home run, as we all know. And grated cheese is very important to our food distribution, right, Speedy?
I said weight distribution.
Look at his face. He's looking up in the air. I said weight distribution.
You got to
Not
use
food
that.
distribution.
You have to cut that one too.
Tommy,
Yeah.
you got to get to work on tonight's show. That's for sure. With the sound.
Oh, I said weight distribution. Anyways, it was a good show, and thank you to obviously Keith Bulluck. He was really good tonight. And, thank you to all the fans tuning in and listening to us on all the different media grounds, from Instagram to YouTube to all the different audio profiles that we're on. We really appreciate you guys. By the way, I just want to let everybody knows I never do this. Check out the Weekend Crunch. I mean, we have the #1 show on 103.9 FM out here on Long Island. I don't think we get enough credit for the work we do over there at 103.9. Not to them, but to us. We don't really, give us enough credit for what we do over there, over there on 103.9. So thank you to 103.9 for letting us do that. But for all the fans out there that want to listen to us and listen to some of the different things that we do, go on 103.9 on Saturday nights at 7 o'clock, because we've been there for 4 years and we've been killing the opposition. Like, we're murdering them when it comes to our show. So anyways, that's it. And by the way, check out the one and only Speedy on his social medias as well. If you want to figure out what grated cheese is, just reach out to him. That's it. Good night. And we will see you on Monday. Who do we have on Monday, Speedy?
Nothing yet. Hopefully I can get Brandon Lloyd. He did message you a few days ago.
Good. Brandon will come on.
I can see if I can try to get him.
He'll come
Otherwise,
on.
we'll see. Also, Jonathan Casillas has been available. He said after the 24th was good. So I'm going to try maybe him, one of those two. We'll see.
Riley Leonard, too.
Yes, Riley. I'll find out as well.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right. That's it. Good night. Farewell. Have a good weekend.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.